Up, everybody who's awake. Y'all just stayed up all night arguing about flat Earth, huh? You guys had a 9/11 party without me? What's going on?
And you guys are talking so much, man. You guys are really helping me pass the time while I drive.
My court date got continued.
Do I?
Yeah. Where's Andy talking now? Huh? Not feeling so high and mighty today, huh, Andy? Can't even help Whitson on his drive. The fuck?
Whitson doesn't need help understanding what freedom is. He's a proper American. Not like them fakers we had in yesterday. Fake Americans.
No, watch out for those fake Americans, man. They'll get you, bro.
No freedom in their heart. They need to go to Australia. Pretty fascist in Australia, I hear.
I know I'm a day late, but I heard that over there in the Middle East they have some pretty dope dance moves. So you guys should Google the dancing Israelis. They're pretty dope.
Oy vey.
They got people got so triggered on Facebook about that meme. Like, you guys are just lame at this point.
I got myself worked up a little bit yesterday. Not exactly my finest moment, but you sort of justify it to yourself just by saying, well, it's righteous. You know, you got to speak truth. And people, they just, I don't know. There's a lot of people in these servers that are just, I think them of as agents, and that might not be the case. I don't know. It's irrelevant to me either way. They are. You tell them something very basic, like this guy in that politics server I was talking about. He was going on and on about, oh, you've got no idea of the forces involved. You know, this plane that disappeared into a hole and fucking just disintegrated. And I'm like, look, your own cleverness is getting in the way of your basic common sense. It's never happened before or since in the fucking history of flight. So they didn't like that too much.
It's funny to see how strongly they will defend the 9/11 narrative of all things to defend.
It's just gay. I saw a meme yesterday about that. It's like, this is what a plane crash looks like. This is not, and it shows like the hole in Pennsylvania or whatever. It's like the real plane crash. You clearly see the plane just like burnt. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's just weird. It's weird. Like, that's so old news for me. I guess for me, I have really no patience for that because I was literally like 13 years old. When I found out 9/11 was super suspect, I was 13, bro. So if you're like a grown man in 2023, I just word and listen to my like emo rock and play football. I figured it out. So.
Well, the people in here that were defending that ridiculous charade, they need to give up their. They should give me their place in America. Can I take their place? That'd be great.
You're roboting.
We can start with Florida. We can get all that stuff.
This is why they have to constantly gaslight you as well. That's the well, you see when you see through the tactics, it's very obvious, but it's I don't know. It's how we end up with correction camps, right? That's the way I see it. So they sort of want to, for the sake of the audience, they want to make you question your own sanity, your own discernment, and it's very clever, very don't know, sinister. It's very sinister, isn't it?
It's gotten to the point where it really just confirms my own sanity. They won't even like listen to a simple reason. Like we were talking about the reporter who like reported on Building 7 like crashing before it did, and he was just like, "Well, the reporter made a mistake, guys. Like that's not just a mistake."
All I see in the chat now is blocked messages. Just blocked.
Same, bro. Hey, am I still
No, you
roboting?
sound good.
Yeah, bro. Like I'm over all that. All I see is palm trees and blocked messages, bro. Life is good.
Life is good. I'll second that. I don't know if anybody else's sunset was really crazy yesterday, but I pulled up like on the 7th floor of my like parking structure, the top floor, and I was like, "Damn, this is a crazy sunset!" And I was just staring at it, and then I looked to my side, and like all these other people that live in my apartment building had come to the top floor to like watch the sunset. It's kind of cool, actually. Like that's never really happened to me before.
What, you live in an apartment building?
But how do sunsets work on a flat Earth?
Yeah. What was that? You live on? Sorry, I missed that because I remember I went to play in this tournament in Nottingham, and I went and stayed in this. It was like a 10-story. I'd call it a high rise. You guys can laugh at that, but 10 stories, that bloody high. We were on the top story. I was looking down. I was thinking, wow, this is really high. Can't imagine what 110 stories looks like. But anyway, did you say 7 stories there? I missed it.
Yeah. I'm on the top floor of the parking structure is 7 stories, but it's like way out of like everybody that came up there had to have like left their apartments, walked all the way down the hallway to the elevators, like into the parking structure and all the way up to the top floor. It wasn't just like people were all like, I don't know, we just all gathered, and nobody said a word to anybody. We were all just up there and like just vibing with the sunset. You know, it was cool. Like, you know, there was a smile and a nod, but nobody said a word. It was beautiful, man.
Dude, you know what? I feel kind of bad about this, but when we would go to when we were in Florida on the tour, and even in Cali, we would always go to the beach and we'd watch the sunset, and then Chris and I would pretend to have a conversation back and forth, but we would say it loud enough so everyone could hear it. So we kind of like were the people that killed the vibe, but we'd like, yeah, isn't it crazy to think that they tell us that we're actually falling backwards away from the sun right now, and that it's not moving? It just looks like it because we're falling back and we can't feel it. And Chris would be like, that is pretty crazy, man. I've never thought about it like that. I'm like, yeah, dude, that's what they say is going on. I don't think that's what's going on. He's like, what do you mean? Now it's just flat Earth dialogue. It's super funny because like then it doesn't make people awkward. You're not like putting them on the spot. You know, they're just actually watching the sunset, thinking about what you're saying. So, but anyway, I was just thinking when you said that, I'm like, oh man, we were the people that just kind of killed the vibe in a way.
Well, I think I don't know. Some people might have been receptive to it. It was just one of those times. I was in kind of a mood yesterday. I got the fire department called on me at work. I started a fire. I had it under control though. Fire department even said so.
Oh, Platypus started the fire.
Yeah, I did. Uh,
You know what's crazy is now that I blocked the messages, I realize none of these people can actually come in here and live time debate. They can only like text, you know? It's pretty interesting.
who did you guys block?
All the really toxic ballers, like anyone that's really toxic or like strawmans and gaslights me and stuff like that, I just hid their messages so I don't have to see them. You know, like you can still talk to them in VC, but you just don't see their text. It's like it's a win-win. I used to be like, Gio, we need to make like a separate text where it doesn't even have to just be flat earthers only, but people that just want to drop information and talk about stuff can be in there instead of all the like toxic, antagonistic, blah blah blah. We couldn't really figure out a solution, and then I'm like, oh man, the solution was right there the whole time. Just hide the people, right? So now, if I'm talking about something and we want to drop some information, like that's all I see. You feel me?
Oh yeah, no, I block people that like gratuitously post like nude pictures and weird stuff like that. But I actually left all these crazy servers where people are allowed to do that. That doesn't really happen here.
Yeah, I was telling him like I'll get in the chat. I guess there's a few people that have slipped through so far, but this dude was saying it's funny. Flat earthers have to say that basically the sky is magic or whatever, and I'm like, you know what's really funny, man? I haven't had one person be able to truly debate the heliocentric model. Like I haven't had anyone be able to truly hold their own and support the claim that the earth revolves around the sun and that the evidence is exclusive to that, meaning that it can't be equally explained with the earth being stationary. Like I haven't had one. I mean, they go through the typical list of like retrograde. And I'm like, here's a cartoon that a 10-year-old can understand showing that retrograde would work the same on the neotectonic system, which is the Earth being stationary and the interior planets look like they're going backwards because they're actually just moving around the central axis of the sun. So it looks like that from the Earth, just like in the heliocentric model. But it's actually just a stationary Earth. Whatever. I'm just saying, like, I've heard the typical things like retrograde, parallax, aberration. Then they came up with the phases of Venus. But once I really broke down that all of that's provably not exclusive to a heliocentric model, they just gave up. They just gave up, dude. It's pretty funny. I'm talking like physicists, astronomers, astrophysicists. I've talked to a lot of people about this, and they basically gave up. Like the PhD astronomer, Professor Parks, he's just like, oh yeah, I guess it is possible, and that was for the dynamics. So there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence. Long story short, man, the geocentric model, if it's dynamically and kinematically equivalent in validity to the heliocentric model, but the geocentric model doesn't need dark matter or dark energy, wouldn't that mean the geocentric model is like way more viable? And people just tap out. So I find it very perplexing. They come in here so arrogant. I'm like, bro, I have like one question that just destroys your entire position that no one can respond to. So I don't know. I'm ranting. I'll say this one last thing. That's when Gio and I started like kind of talking about it. Is it a conscious thing where they know it and then they choose to pretend it's not the case, or is there something going on due to cognitus where they actually don't allow themselves to receive, like be receptive to that information? They block it out and don't digest it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that these people like actually see it and they're like, "Oh, damn, he's right," but then they lie, they pretend it's not, or you think it's like something going on where they actually don't receive it?
They stop listening whenever they perceive it as a threat.
Yeah, I agree.
I
I
think
think that they're like they're like not they like hear but don't listen.
Well, I think it's two parts. It's definitely they stop listening when they perceive it as a threat. But also, like, if you've ever met somebody or like knew somebody who's kind of like a dick or just like annoying in the way that they speak to other people, like it's very disrespectful or whatever, and then they have kids, and then you meet their kids, and they're like, there's no way this innocent child is going to be anything like their parents, but sure enough, they are. Well, I kind of think that for most of the NPCs, like their parents are the media, like the news and the politicians. And if you look at the way that like the politicians and the media tells them stuff, they're very like sarcastic and sassy, like, or just downright just weird, like, pandemic of the whatever, and just the way that they will try to present information to you, it totally makes sense to me. If that's how they get all their information in the world, it makes sense to me that they come in here acting the way they do. It's more of like a symptom rather than a disease. Like, I don't think being a Glover is a disease. It's just a symptom of being traumatized, lied to, and just having these like sassy mouthpieces on the fucking TV, like in between deodorant commercials, like, tell you how to virtue signal. And I don't know.
Well, you know what's crazy? Like if some of these people that so zealously defend the ball on here, if they would like concede on stuff like Maui being super sus, we could still get along, but they deny everything, just like Abaco.
Well, yeah, if they will concede with you with any sort of conspiracy theory, they're scared they'll like concede later on, so they just stop themselves from ever conceding.
A lot of people don't get attention these days, I've noticed. Like, I'm really lucky to have a close group of friends that I've known for almost 2 decades now, and we hang out all the time. We go to the same church. Our jobs are like very similar. Sometimes we work together. And I just know a lot of people out there don't have that. And so when I come in here and I like look in the chat, I see some very lonely people who really, they're so starved for attention. At that point, any attention is good attention, even if it's bad. So it's like, man, it's crazy. There's like actually a lot of responsibility to being a flat earther and kind of espousing these ideas. There's actually a really good line I wrote down. Let me see if I can find it. Hold up.
Are you saying that they're all just a riddle-ronery?
A riddle-ronery. Yeah, man, they might be. They're all isolated there, like all they. I don't know. It sounds lonely, right? You live in this world where like there is no God. The you have these elections every 4 years that kind of just like decide how things are going to go for a while, and it gets everyone gets supercharged, super fired up, and there's just I don't know, like where's the love? Like how often does the media talk about love outside of the context of somebody's sexuality? Just like loving your neighbor and being kind to each other. I don't watch the news, so I couldn't say for sure, but I would assume it's probably like 0% of the time because that doesn't sell. You know, it's sex, murder, terrorism, pandemics. That stuff is going to sell your fucking deodorant on CNN. You know, that's going to get people watching commercials, going out and buying stuff. You're afraid. What have we taught an entire generation of women to do when they're afraid and anxious? Go out and buy stuff. Just go
Buy
online
Axe
shop.
body spray for your son. He's growing up.
Exactly. Whatever it
Buy
is, I
some
don't know.
degree.
However they've been messing with people.
All the deodorant companies, well, yeah, they're all like basically the same company. So somehow, like one company manufactures all these different things to all these different people. You know, like it's so crazy.
Well, what's really crazy is I used to work in Hollywood, and I would do a lot of commercials and stuff. Somebody told me that like the budget for like a 2-day commercial well exceeds the budget for like 2 days of being on air and running the news. But like, you know, there's more resources go into the commercials that are in between news broadcasts than actually getting the news to people, which is insane if you think about it. Like, we're gonna spend millions of dollars getting close-up shots of like, you know, fucking Fruit of the Loom T-shirts or something on some, you know, whoever was casted the best to like, you know, sell these T-shirts. And then when it comes to like presenting the news, we're not going to be spending too much money on that. And the news that we do present you is just made up. So yeah, it's lonely out there for them. They come in here for attention. A lot of times they get it, you know, they get it good because there's also flat earthers in here who feel very marginalized and probably alone as well. There's probably a lot of loneliness out there that's making people all fucked up.
Woohoo.
One thing not relevant that I was thinking about earlier is like what happens to all the fat in our food that just disappears? Because if you go anywhere, it's all low fat or like it's really like low fat meat or yogurt. I was like thinking about like where that fat goes, and it really just goes back into the makeup that tries to hide the blemishes of not having fat.
It's not relevant.
It's funny though.
Said it wasn't relevant.
Oh, okay.
No,
It's
I
like
got it.
basically Fight Club.
They've sucked out all the nutrition from our food, and people look all jacked up, so they're like taking on all the makeup. I hear that, dude.
Like there's just a lot of missing fat and organs that I'm wondering where they go.
Oh, they get thrown in the trash.
I doubt
Problem
that
is,
personally.
well, okay, sorry. A lot of it gets turned into dog food, but most of these animals are raised in conditions they would never experience in nature, and that results in them being so sick that eating their organs would make humans sick. So they either throw them out or they turn them into like glue or dog food or something. I'm a bit of a food snob, and I do work to produce nutrient dense food, so it is kind of my business to know some of this stuff. But yeah,
Typical California food snob.
I wish, dude. I wish I was the typical. That would be tight. Everybody here would just be like drinking raw milk and eating freaking organ meats all the time, like me. We'd probably all be super healthy and stoked all the time. I feel great, dude. I had a little bit of sheep head stew We had a woman from our church come over and cook up some sheep head stew. My buddy's getting his home and his business blessed by the father today. So there was a large stew being made.
Did you try any of the sheep balls? You said there was going to be some nards in there.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of frozen sheep balls and sheep wieners. We haven't prepared them yet, but I mean, I've eaten it all, dude. The brains, eyeballs, chicken heads, whatever, livers, kidney pies, spleen, lung. I ate it all,
Wait,
You
do you eat it
stomach
all?
that.
Or
dude. I grew up eating two colors, white and yellow, meaning butter, cheese, eggs, white bread, and salt. That's like literally that is all that I fucking ate. I would like throw eggs in the microwave in a cup. I was only breastfed till I was like 4 months old. I had the worst diet growing up, and I was the pickiest eater. And then I found out that a lot of my issues in life are just being caused by my diet, and I feel much better now.
what's your favorite organ to eat?
Liver, pan fried, super fast, a little bit of salt, rare.
What's brain like?
Brain has the texture of, so if you like slow cook the entire head, like get a hacksaw, saw it in half, so you've got the skull in two pieces, the brain in two pieces. Slow cook that
Just
for
grab
like
that out of your
4
kitchen
hours,
drawer.
and it's got the consistency of like a hard-boiled egg, but it tastes very like fatty. And if you got like some good seasoning on it, you probably wouldn't know it was brain if you weren't told that it was brain.
And do you eat raw much, or do you cook everything?
I cook everything just to be safe. I'm not there yet. I got friends that are like doing like raw fermentation of liver, and they're like eating like 30-day-old liver that's just been chilling in a jar like on the
Yeah, I want
counter.
to try high meat
I
really
know
bad.
somebody who did that, and if they're around later,
Well,
maybe they'll talk about it.
yeah, they lived. They're fine. It's just not very appetizing to me. Like
Well,
I
it also
hated.
it apparently like makes you somewhat high.
Yeah, it's like better than weed apparently, and addictive in that sense.
That's what I heard. I'm not trying to get high all the time. Like
You're
I
trying to
hated
get
eating
high on
organs.
fermented liver? Come on, you know you want to.
But I think
Dude,
it's like a
organs.
euphoria, like
Oh.
running high, not like a negative high or
Well,
like
all the
a.
cool kids are getting high on fermented organ meats. You want to?
Sweet. No, do it. I hope they should.
No, I'm just saying.
I hope they would rather.
I'm
No,
not
I was
there
just
either.
gonna say, like, I hated eating organ meats. Even before that, I hated like lamb and goat. I like hated that taste. But it turns out I was just wrong, and I just kept forcing myself to eat these foods that I didn't necessarily think tasted good, but I knew that they were good, and I was feeling good. And now it's like I crave liver, I crave kidney pie. Like, there's ways to, I don't know, you just enjoy it afterwards.
You done testicle yet?
I think I've done goat testicles, as I think what they were. They're either sheep or goat. I don't remember.
You ever
I'm
had,
on. I'm. Go ahead.
nothing. Go ahead.
No, Dicelo, please. I've been running my mouth.
Yeah, it was just a bad joke. I was gonna ask if you ever tried bull milk, but I don't know.
We trying to put words in his mouth or balls? What do you have you? No, but have you had them, Dysla? Since you like talking about them.
No, I don't fuck with organs or none of that, bro. Like I don't think I can hang, dude. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, I enjoy listening about it, and I actually like I don't know. Like I watch eating channels and stuff from like Asia, where they're like cooking all this weird shit. Like I enjoy watching people eat weird shit, but I could never do it myself.
Do you eat sushi?
I do eat sushi, yes.
Dude, you see, that's insane. I'll never fucking put sushi in my mouth, dude. That's nuts to me. You'll eat a fucking raw fish wrapped in fucking seaweed with some bullshit, but you won't eat. You know what I'm saying? To
You
me,
needed
that's nuts.
ceviche. You want some
I
ceviche?
can't do it, dude. Sushi makes
Like
me
just
puke. Like just the
a
thought of it
little bit
makes
of
me
salt
sick.
on it. Just
Yeah, yeah. Ceviche is good. Sushi. I've had octopus.
I don't mess with that. It looks cool, but I'm not gonna about to eat it. I've had dried octopus. That's chewy.
A good octopus tastes like candy to some people. I personally don't care for texture.
Yeah.
Well, is octopus really sushi though? If it's cooked, because I've had plenty of cooked like squid and octopus. That stuff's pretty bomb.
Yeah.
I thought sushi just meant raw. I don't speak
No,
Japanese.
well, that's like sashimi is really just like that's the raw.
Yes, sashimi is like raw fish with no rice, and sushi is raw fish with rice. But octopus is pretty good. Like if it's fresh with a little bit of lemon on it, it's not too bad actually. It's
You're kind
when
of
it
going
gets
in
too
and out of
chewy.
muffled.
All right,
You're like
Dyslow, I
muffled
got
and
a
then not muffled.
Oh, my bad. Is that better?
That's better.
Dyslow, I
Good.
got a
Sorry, guys.
challenge for you, bro. I'll bring you some liver, and you can bring some sushi, and I'll eat sushi if you eat some liver.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
Because honestly, liver's super bomb. I think you're getting the better deal here.
Yeah, no, liver is probably like the one organ that I would try. Like everything else is definitely super sus, bro.
No, I hear that, dude. Liver's what I started with, and like my buddy totally cooked it all fucked up. He like cooked it too much, and it was like chalky and shit. So, like I thought I really didn't like it, but then I had some really good like breaded, like seared, kind of fried. Oh man, it was so good.
Oh,
But yeah.
You guys see that
panko
movie
fried
Dances with Wolves
liver.
where they make
Oh
Kevin Costner eat the raw fucking buffalo heart? That was pretty gnarly.
yeah, that movie rocks, dude. It's like 5 hours long. Holy smokes.
Stoke Shishoni.
Oh, that's a great movie, dude.
So if you have bad vision, would you subscribe to the idea that if you eat eyeballs, it might help with it?
That's like some Chinese like myth, dude.
Sympathetic healing. It's not. Is it really? I mean, it might be that certain types of precursors exist within the organs that will actually like be able to help you to
I don't
create
know, bro.
something. If
The
you
Chinese been eating tiger penis for how many thousands of years, and I don't
no
think it's helped
stripes,
them out too much.
no
Dude,
stripes
there's
on.
like 2 billion of them. What do you mean? I mean, they might not have gotten much bigger, but they're certainly making lots of people. I don't know. They're all hopped up on tiger juice.
Well,
Not everyone
it's
has access to tiger penis, you know.
but it's the same thing. Like as if you were to eat, like you could eat like raw beef adrenals in a capsule that you can buy at the GNC or something like that, and it's this sort of the same as if you were eating adrenals, organ meats out from a steer or something like that, and it's going to increase your testosterone, or whatever. So certain things do transfer.
Yeah, I could see that.
I mean, I heard that same thing from a Native American, and she actually brought me a bunch of she made like what the hell do you call that? Not sloppy Joe, chili. That's what it is. She made a bunch of chili out of beef heart for me. It was delicious. But I think if your vision, if your vision impairment is a result of a nutrient deficiency, and that nutrient is something that can be found in an eyeball, then yeah, eating eyeballs will probably help. But I'm not a scientist.
Like if you eat brains, do you feel smarter? Come on. No,
I
but
didn't.
do you?
I didn't notice
When
feeling
I
any
eat kidney beans,
smarter.
I can feel that my kidneys are getting healthier.
No, they're just the shape that's different.
No way, bro. There's correlation is causation, dude. Come on.
It's a fractal universal healing Ayurvedic medicine. Let's do
It
it.
is. Kidney beans.
I think getting nutrient dense food, knowing where it comes from, praying over it, I think all these are very good things for your health. And if you are seeking healing and like you're going through something with your body, one thing that I've told myself is like sometimes God thinks it's more important for you to heal like your heart before your body. There might be something like in your heart that you got to work on first. I know it sounds kind of fucked up, but I've been dealing with something for a very long time, and it's just finally starting to make sense. You know?
Just get some Reiki healers. Fix your shit
I
out.
don't know about that.
Ooh.
Bro, my
I sort
mother
of
is
do.
a
I mean, I
Reiki
kind of
healer.
feel like, well, just because they're, I just believe like it's not in the same way that your brain might capture a memory, but you do have like neurons in the heart or similar to that, like that control like your heartbeat, heart rate, your stress responses, like all that sort of stuff, like so that your heart doesn't explode when you see a mouse. These kinds of things, all kind of wired in there. So if that's the programmatic like structure, then I feel like Reiki healing is probably good for that. Kind of.
I'm sure it works just fine. Most of it's about intention. If you truly deep down believe you're healing yourself, you probably are, but you really have to mean it.
I mean, you can to some degree like re-engineer like a memory that you might have if it's unpleasant. You can kind of engineer it to where it's like, you can work on these things. I mean, it might be possible to correct things like that.
You're talking about trauma?
Yeah, I'm talking about trauma, but how that is recorded like to the heart because that's a primary pulmonary response, and I think that it's like encoded there, maybe in pairs to the brain, or I don't know how. You know what I mean?
Whenever I feel that kind of feeling too, it's near my heart, but you know what it is too? It's my pancreas releasing insulin, and there's adrenaline being released too. When that happens, it's the chest feeling. You know what I'm saying? And it like
sometimes I mean, like I can like feel somebody else's stress, like and I'm like, hey, you should calm down, like and they're like, what do you mean?
You're an empath, then I guess it makes sense. I can hear it in your voice.
I'm like, I don't feel like there's no reason for me to feel stressed right now. This other person feels stressed, and I'm actually feeling like a vibe off of them somehow.
Yeah, like if I were not near this person, I wouldn't be feeling their stress, but I want to help this person now that I'm feeling their stress, not just because it's affecting me negatively, but because I love everybody and I want to help this person too.
Yeah. I don't know if I wouldn't like say like I'm an empath, but I mean, that's kind of an empathic move, but like, I don't know. I just like, I kind of get tuned into things and sometimes,
well, okay, so maybe everybody has that capability. It's just yours is a little more tuned.
Yeah, but then it's also like, what do you even say about something like that? It's still hard to like socially approach. Like your insides are resonating in such a way that it's affecting me, bro.
Well, that's the problem. Is like truth sounds stupid, right? It can at least.
I've noticed when I've tried to guide people out of the pain, then they show me that pain, and it's a tricky business because you feel somewhat obligated to try and because as your fellow man, it kind of it is you really. I mean, if we're getting down to brass tacks, on some level, so you want to help, but then you're not. There's no better teacher than life. Life's going to teach them what the terrible suffering that it might take to mold that person. You'd want to try and hopefully negate that. You want to is that your open mic again, Snacks?
Well, no, I think that was somebody else's. I think I just opened.
Oh, okay. I'm not looking at the Discord, so. But anyway, yeah.
I was going to try to interrupt you though. Anyway.
Oh, go on then.
Be available to that? Okay. No, because I was thinking about messaging you, but I was like, well, I don't want to message Andy about this because like it's gonna be weird. But let me confront him on the air. No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, do it.
No, because you talk about like alcoholism a lot, and I was thinking that like in my researches, I'm like thinking that like the dopamine, it helps to I think like strengthen like the oxytocin system. That's like that gets interrupted with like alcohol, like hardcore alcoholism. I think it fucks up like how you process like love and feelings and emotions and shit like that. I think it's all like you get sort of extra programming that gets
That's
attached to it.
correct. Yep.
So I'm just thinking yeah, something like the dopamine, might be like a good therapeutic herb to like, help like get your love's juices working back in
Yeah,
your brain
L-Dopa.
parts.
It helps act on the dopamine and other, like you said, oxytocin. It helps with all that. You're right. The supplement version is L-Dopa. I've totally forgot it was a bean.
It's a bean. Not shaped like a kidney. Maybe shaped like a kidney. I don't know if it's. But anyway, yeah. I just thought to mention that to you. Anyway, Andy, I don't know if that is something you've heard about before.
Yeah, well, I've said it many times. The biggest thing for me was recognizing that I was a piece of shit. And once I figured that out, that there's something inside that wants me dead.
What does that mean?
And-
You're a piece of shit. You mean you're a self-centered pleasure seeker?
Yeah, the carnal mind is it wants me dead, basically. And once I recognized that, then I could sort of get over myself. Because what you find is when I want to guide them out of this old emotion that's controlling, then what you get is the fear response. Because, and this is very weird, but people would rather hang on to the pain because they love the pain. Of course, if you try
Well,
like in this context, I can talk
for
to
some
you.
people, this is a highly engineered demon box that they've captured all their demons inside of, and you're like, hey, let me just let's open it up. We don't even need the box. Let's just let it go. You know what I mean? They're like, I don't know. So
Well, whatever words you need to process it, I don't mind. Like I've said it many times about the word God. I like the word God, but I understand that it comes with a lot of baggage. And so if you don't like that word, hey,
It's inner demons,
use a different word.
not demonic biblical forces, but just like inner things that you must face or whatever. People use like the alcohol to kind of mask those things over.
Absolutely, but they can do it in with many different things. And so what I've noticed is when I've tried to confront them, what they end up doing is, out of a fear response, show me the very thing that they refuse to confront, the anger, the terrible thing that's inside. And so all you can really do at that point is walk away, because you're essentially talking to an insane person or someone that's possessed by a cunt. Sorry, I'm not. I need to choose better words. You see, I'm not that great with the words. I'm trying, but it's difficult. This is why I say, whatever gets you to the other shore, whatever gets you to the other shore, that let it be, because, like I say, I like the word God. I can definitely understand people who don't, because it comes with a lot of baggage. So switch it out for universe, switch it out for being, switch it out for whatever helps, because to me that's your birthright. That spirituality, that is your birthright, and you need to claim it, because without it, I don't even know how you can exist for one day. Because as this guy earlier talking about loneliness, well, this is what the ego does. It wants to play violin. It wants to it goes extreme in either direction, like more than or less than. It doesn't matter in either direction. You think you've got a headache? Whoa, let me tell you. And it can go the other way. So it wants to make a victim out of itself. And this idea of being a victim, instead of thinking of loneliness, what about solitude? Solitude is a wonderful thing. I recognize that we do need, to complete the sort of yin and yang, we need a partner in life and that kind of good stuff. But there's nothing wrong with solitude. But it's this idea that we make a victim out of ourselves and say, lonely, we're lonely. How can you be lonely if you recognize that divinity in yourself? If you recognize that, you'll never be lonely again, ever. Because you recognize that you are, the other person. You are everyone else. It's a wonderful thing, and this is being kept from people. And like I said, it's your birthright. You need to claim it back. You know, I've said many times to people, this person we're talking about one thing or another, this narrative, another psyop, and my sister tried to kill herself because of this. And I was like, no. Your sister tried to kill herself because she ain't got God in her heart, quite simply. And I realized I needed to walk away at that point. And it's like I said, it's this fear response that you get. Oh man, there's so much I could say on this topic.
Well, can I ask you, Andy, what's the best way, would you say, to bring God into one's heart?
Well, again, this is tricky because we end up. What was the word of the day the other day, SE, from Geo? It was something like ineffable or something like that. This is where this idea God falls into. It falls into this category where words just fall short for me. I definitely understand why people have took this book, one book, and they've said this. The creator's revealed himself in this book. It makes a lot of sense to me, because you can hand it over, can't you? You can just hand it all over, like footsteps in the sand, and say, there. If we all agree that this is the thing that it's claiming to be, then we can all live by this moral code. It makes a lot of sense to me, that. So I wouldn't be surprised if I end up coming back round to that. But again, where I am now is because, like, I've just ordered one of Joseph Campbell's book because I remember I liked him back in the day when I was looking into all these kinds of things. And I think it's just another way of putting off not looking at the Bible, because it's just such a huge undertaking. I'd rather listen to people like North and maybe Whitsitt, or people who've done a deep dive and they can talk about it. But I'm kind of putting off looking into it, I think. But I'm sure I'll enjoy it because I sort of, you know, I don't know. To me, the Eastern philosophies just seemed more playful or something, you know. There's something enjoyable about that. To me, I don't know. It's cool, isn't it? It's cool. That's the word. Not having this judge, this sky daddy. So, to me, I looked into these Eastern philosophies, and they talked about just totally being in the moment, and this is not a popular opinion, I'm sure, but it's to die before you die and realize there is no death. And what they're essentially talking about is ego death. You know, this is why Meister Eckhart said that the greatest obstacle to God is time. And what he was talking about is psychological time. He's talking about thinking. Any thoughts about that which we can't name, because as soon as we name it, it comes, you know, it becomes a thing here. It becomes an idea. And that's already falling short, if you see. So you can only really get to that, access to that, is if you peace, if there's no thoughts in your head. And as you said the other day, Dyslow, you said something about ignorance is bliss. No, it's not an ignorant state. So if you have no thoughts in your head, you will not disappear. You won't disappear, I assure you. All that stuff with reason and logic, it's wonderful. I'm not knocking it, but it'll come back. It'll come back when you need it.
I don't remember the context that I applied that in, but
yeah.
To die before you die, like to me that sounds like liberation or transcendence of one's self, and the capital S of self, not the lowercase s.
Well, it's the death of the little me. That's what it really means. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's the epitome of wisdom, right? It's seeing self in what is not self. It's self proximity. And that's what I think that all these Eastern philosophies were trying to touch on. and maybe some of them were misconstrued or weren't conveyed properly. Because a lot of these so-called Buddhists have never read their own Bible. It's like being a Christian, like claiming to be a Christian and having never read the Bible. So a lot of these, I guess you can call them navel gazers, haven't really deep dived into what the text they're talking about. So it gets misconstrued in translation, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like the fact that sometimes I'll say a few things and then North will come in or somebody who knows the Bible well and they'll say, that sounds like scripture. And then they'll read a passage or something like that. And I'll be like, oh, that's cool. So I definitely need to go and read that book for sure. But like the one I'm thinking of is downstairs and I inherited it off a priest, off a ordained vicar, as we would say.
What? Yeah, I think that Bible
And
is
it's
going to
huge.
be a lot different than the Christian Bible.
Well, it's
And you're right.
it's the Old and New Testament together. You know, it's as thick as 3 phone books. It's huge. It's a massive thing. You couldn't lift it up and you couldn't hold it and read it. It's that big. So
Wow, that's crazy.
yeah, I remember when I put it on the shelf because we built some purpose shelves to store all these books. Basically this library that I inherited that I never asked for, but there was nowhere else. Nobody wanted it. So I remember when I picked it up, and because unfortunately it's 18 something, mid 1800s. I wish it were before that, but anyway, it's still good. I remember opening it up and looking, and I'm thinking, well, I bet the words are huge because it's such a big book. But no, weren't huge at all. The words are just pretty much regular size, and then underneath you have all the citations and all the all the smaller words where So yeah, I just remember thinking this is kind of intimidating. Just opening it was intimidating to even begin. Well, I think I need to start to look through it. I think people need something. Like I'm looking around and I'm thinking they definitely need something. If you see my point, because I was thinking like of doing a YouTube like video of it and just going through it, like maybe. This sounds ridiculous, but like as a child, like with new eyes, and just sort of, oh, what do you make of this? Rather than some,
Well, from what I've heard about a lot of Christians and Bible readers, is they say that the Holy Spirit kind of like reveals different things to you as you read it. So like you could read the Bible like 5 times over, and each time you read it, you're going to interpret things slightly different due to that fact. So basically what I'm saying is God gives you what you need as you need it. And just because the words you're reading at that particular time might not have much context behind them until it's suitable for that particular moment in your life. I don't know if I got that out right, but I feel like I did.
I can attest to that for sure. I mean, the book of Proverbs has 31 chapters in it, so I like to read 1 chapter a day each month, and it seems to be like I get a little something different each time I read it over, even though I've read it many times.
Yeah, I need Torah to walk me through it as somebody.
No, I want to definitely piggyback on what Dyson said. For me, I've never really experienced like something that I would describe like as a Holy Spirit overcoming me when I was reading the Bible, because I've been reading it since I was a little kid. I went to Sunday school. I still have my Bible that I had when I was 8 years old. But I didn't start getting really powerful information from it until I knew why I was reading the Bible. Sometimes I would read the Bible as just like a Hail Mary. It wasn't like a conscious study. It was just like, oh man, shit's going really bad. Like I gotta check all the boxes. Like I'll read the Bible. I'm gonna go to bed. Like it was more of like a chore that I was trying to complete. to like make up for something. But once I was like, okay, no, I need to understand what is happening. And I was like, where do I start? Do I start from the beginning? I'm going to get thrown off by this or that. If you're going to start, dude, I would just start with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. 4 dudes talking about this one dude, you know, named Jesus. And Jesus said some pretty cool stuff. And then you can finish the Old Testament, or sorry, the New Testament. Kind of like see the aftermath. Some stuff as well. That's how I would do it. First, understand like why. Why would you even read the Bible? You know what I mean? And it sounds like you have an answer. I don't mean that. Like, you don't reason things like that. In fact, I feel like a lot of Christians in the chat are like, nobody move, don't say a word, you'll scare them off. You know, like we want you to read the Bible and to get something good from it. So,
I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will. The thing is, I studied all kinds of spirituality for a long time, and then it's like I've said it before, like my cup runneth over, sort of thing. It will like I'd reached a point where I don't know what the right word is. I think satisfied is the wrong word, but it's like whatever that was, it was like I was done with it. I was done, and but I was in a brilliant place as well. So it was like the most rewarding thing I'd ever done as well, and it helped me in so many different ways. But I wanted to say this earlier, but I forgot or whatever. It just came back to me that when I'd gone through this, whatever you want to call it, transformation, I could use words like born again, and everybody like, "Oh no!" Start rolling your eyes now, audience. But I started then talking to other people. I noticed, and still now, and they perceived what I was saying. I saw it as truth, obviously. They saw it as cold, and go one step further as evil. Because I was, I just saw it as this is the way. This is truth, right? And and there's no there's no gray area. It just is, and just face it with no fear. And of course, they've got a head full of silly ideas, whether it be feminism or fucking Marxism, whatever it is. And that's getting in the way of that discernment, that thing inside, that thing we've all got access to. But it's being blocked by all these daft ideas. So that's why when I first came onto these servers, I was all about, just call me the ideology guy, because I recognize how dangerous ideology is. So if that book of yours it is not something that sets people free, truly, in themselves, in the in the mind especially, then I don't know. I can't comment on it because I don't know enough about it, but I'm sure it is, because just as I've said before, that one sentence that's something like the kingdom of God is within. If there's a lot of stuff like that in it where it's pointing away from itself, away from the material.
I think that's a mistranslation. It's actually the kingdom of God is before you.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I remember I was in a little debate. We went to a separate room. There was Travis and Elijah, and they were having and I brought that up, saying the kingdom of heaven is within, and then Travis was instantly on my shit. It was like, no, that's a mistranslation. The original Hebrew says God, kingdom of God. Oh, jeez. Like I keep saying, whatever gets you to the other shore, with these fucking word games, these words that jeez, honestly, it never ceases to amaze me. Do you really think any system, any combination of vowels and consonants could describe that? No, not in my eyes. It makes way more sense that it would be a cymatic sort of pattern. It would be some sort of frequency. I mean, if you think of everything just vibrating, then it makes sense to me that is stillness. That whatever it is, that thing that can't be named. So that I've been into in myself, and I felt very peaceful. I want to guide other people to that, and it's difficult because I've got to use words. It's difficult for me to chuck words out the bus because I love words. Words are wonderful. You know, it's a bit of a paradox. It can only be a paradox if you see, because you need time to realize that there is no time. You see, you need lots of people. Sorry, let me not speak for you. I needed lots of people's words to realize that I didn't need the words anymore. So yeah, it has to be a paradox. And I realize people don't like paradoxical situations. But yeah, I'm just rambling now anyway.
Oh, man, you're good. The Bible says, be quick to listen and slow to speak. So I was just listening to what you had to say. Trust me, I unmuted my mic like 20 times because I wanted to jump in. But I was like, no.
Yeah, the longer I live, the more I realize why they needed this framework in place. Because people are fucking animals. They need controlling. And this was a really good. The issue is that can we agree that this is what it is? And I'm afraid we can't. So, but yeah, I can definitely see why, you know, it's synonymous with law. It goes hand in hand with the law, you know. It makes perfect sense why they've tried to build a society around that thing. And you can see, well, I can see at least, that it's falling apart without it. So
Well, it's like it's a directional compass, right? And not in like a coordinate or Cartesianal direction, but like a spiritual direction, right? If that makes sense, it's a way to guide oneself, right? And there's no particular direction. There's only a destination. Like your journey could be, you know, every which way, but that the destination can only be one way, and either you get to that final destination of transcendence or you don't. Yeah, and if you don't, then you're bound to kind of repeat it. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to that Ayn Rand the other day. Does anybody listen to that old chick? She's she's pretty good. It's like it's like the opposite of Marxism.
She had her own sex cult, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because she comes from the people that call themselves Jays, doesn't she? She's the same. And it's funny that Trotsky and Karl Marx, they were of the same ilk. So you do have to wonder if they were pushing these philosophies just as an opposite. But yeah, basically, Ayn Rand were all about yay capitalism. And it's funny, it's a weird thing into capitalism because I always think, because I'm an old-fashioned liberal before they all went nuts, and so I don't know. There's definitely a socialist inside me, and I'm starting to think that might be wrong because I don't know. It's a weird thing. There's definitely a happy balance in the mix, in the middle somewhere, because we want people to achieve and go out and do good things for themselves. But where I always think wherever there's profit, then there's deficit, isn't there? And if you're gonna just destroy some, I don't know, small ecosystem, whatever it is, a lake or whatever, just because just to add the numbers up, then yeah, where do you draw the line? I don't know. There needs to be a sort of happy medium. Yeah, I've been thinking about that because you can look at Ayn Rand, and then you look at the sort of the Kantian philosophy, which was German, which is like an opposite sort of thing. They were in opposition. One was about sort of the individual, the achievements, Ayn Rand, and to celebrate that sort of thing, whereas Kantian was obviously more influenced by sort of Christian values, I guess. But you can run it all back. You can run it all back to.
Well, I think it's Kant's got like a overlapping of like metaphysical philosophy that can overlap on top of the Christian.
I got a question.
Exactly.
When you get a chance, Andy.
Yeah, go for it.
How do you feel about fate?
Fate, yeah. I mean, it's. I said the other day, another good word for faith is trust. I said
not faith, not faith. Fate, like a predetermined outcome. Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? Like it's all been planned out already for us, and we're just walking in like a tram line?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of getting back to like destiny, fate, destiny. Like, do you think there's something there with that, or do you think that's just a bunch of like hogwash?
Well, that's really difficult to talk about. I mean, I go back to that thing where I think about I put myself in the present moment, and then all the ideas fall away. And I've said this before, and I know Wissy didn't like it, where I talked about hope, and I said, "What is hope?" Well, hope isn't present, is it? It's not the present moment. It's casting you into a.
It's a combination, right? Hope is anticipating something to happen in the future, right? In your predetermined liking.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I call it hopium, because it's casting you into an uncertainty, something that may or may not be. And so it's like I always advocate for being as present as possible, and that includes, it especially means the thinking mind and what it does, and how it you're in these streams of thoughts, and they they pull you along. They say, "Come this way," and you can't help but
it's a meeting. It's a meeting of now and the future. It's like the combination of those two things. Like, you don't hope for stuff in the past. You can only hope for things in the future. So that's why it's like a fine line between the now and what's to come.
Well, that's the point, though, Dicelo, isn't it? Because there is that doesn't exist. That that's the reality. When you think about the future, you do it now. When you think about the past, you do it now. So there is only now.
Right, but you can never stand in a moment. Like, the moment will always
you
pass.
can. There is only now, dude. There is nothing else.
No. I mean, I agree with you in the sense that, yeah, like, now is the only thing that can be accounted for. The past is just a phantasm of memory, but the future, right? The future is never certain. We can only hope for it. But without the future, I mean, what is the now?
Yeah, I mean, this is where, like I said before, when you get rid of all the shit that's been spoon fed to you, and the silly ideas and all that stuff, and you just stand in that, and you face it without fear, then all of a sudden, as I said, it can be perceived by others, I'm starting to observe, as a coldness or something like that. It's not cold. It's not cold at all. I mean, my thing is that I was overly sensitive. I think somebody said empath. I think that's what, maybe, I don't know. I never like claiming stuff like that, because I think of Wayne Benjamin like special boy. I don't want to say I'm a special boy, but I certainly could feel others like pain and stuff like that. And so we're always overly sensitive with lots of things. So this sort of helped me so much. I can't even begin to tell you. And then like I said, I don't blame people for not wanting to face the horribleness, whatever it is inside. But just to say that it's much better once you do, because it appears to be this big monster you want to run away from, but it's ultimately an insignificant phantom compared to the power of your presence. Now, I think of it as God's presence, which sounds a bit weird, I know. Sounds very weird. But for the sake of this conversation, it's probably best just to say your presence. And everything else, all that stuff that seems so terrifying, it really isn't. But it's difficult to convey that to a person because, as I've already said, people would rather cling to that pain, so they cling to familiarity rather than step into the unknown. And I understand this completely, why it's scary. Oh man, so scary. But imagine that people cling to their own pain. They love
Well, that's
it.
true. That's true possession, right? Like, what possesses you is what you cleave and cling to most, whether it be money, fear, hopes, desires, what have you. That's ultimately what possesses a being.
Yeah, and I've seen enough again in that book, or I've had read to me, or stuff like that in the Bible. That's where I thought, yeah, that's great. That's why I know I need to go back and have a look, because just things like what's that? Probably messed it up. Something like don't lay up for yourself things where moss and rust corrode and thieves break in and steal, things like that. It's just so true, you know. Because we're constantly looking for this, like certain not certainty, but we're looking for permanence where everything's finite, finite, if you see. So that's what that means, I think. So there's only one thing in you that's to me anyway that's permanent, and that's not the of the flesh. It's not of the bag of blood and bones, so to speak, or anything in this realm. If you see, I think that's what that's trying to point at. So, like I say, again though, when we start talking about stuff like that, words start to fall a bit short, and we can do as best to point at it, but that's about it. Every time I come in here, Andy's talking. Oh, you want to come and talk with me? I'll tell you what, you come in the VC and you talk. I'll listen. How's that?
Who's saying that?
Let's go, Brandon.
I don't even know if I heard of him. Yeah, I mean, we can get on another topic.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, is there any evidence for this globe yet? That'd be brilliant.
I was thinking of how a caterpillar changes into a butterfly.
That's a good one. That's a real good one.
Philosopher's Stone.
Isn't that like a freaky redesign kind of a thing?
Metamorphosis? Is that the term?
Metamorphic, yeah. Yep.
So now we know that there's something in nature that can make one creature turn into another creature, right?
Isn't that evolution?
I was so hoping somebody would say that. Is it?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so
I was just
either.
being funny. Yeah, I was being funny.
It's probably
Yeah,
the
but isn't
closest
that
thing you
freaky?
could call evolution.
Sorry?
It'd be a good use of the term evolution rather than any other use, to be honest.
Yeah, it's one creature evolving into another one. I guess you could say that. I don't know, but the way other people think evolution, it would have to be something like that, right? In order for us to have started in a pond, a single cell, right? Wouldn't that have to happen? Just like the caterpillar turning into something else, wouldn't that one single cell have to do that, turn into something else? Is there any other option that you guys can think of?
I don't know if you want to rephrase that.
Okay, evolution states that we all started in a pond, right? With a single cell organism. We can
Right.
all agree on that?
That's what it says.
I'm not
yes.
saying I believe it. I'm saying how it's explained, right? How evolution is explained.
Right.
Okay, so
Primordial ooze. Yes.
yeah, so however it happened, we'll give that as a present. We have one creature, right? Boom. It's a single cell organism. Now, in order for me and you to be here, that cell would have had to do what the caterpillar did, right? It would have to evolve into something else, and that something else, and that something else, until we reach us. Can we all agree on that, or no?
No. So the single-celled organism within that primordial ooze started to self-replicate that single cell, right? And then from there, it came out of the water, and then that's where you start getting all these. So think about all these cells, single cells, self-dividing until they become a little bit more complex, and then they reach the shoreline, and then you've got all these different creatures, I guess you could call it, going different directions, taking different paths. That's kind of how they explain it.
Do you think cells reach the shore?
Well, like I said, you have a single-celled organism that begins to self-replicate and divide until it becomes a complicated structure. Once the complicated structure reaches the shoreline, it takes a different path, evolutionary path. And mind you, this isn't what I believe. This is just my interpretation of the claims from science, right? And as they take those different paths, they experience different things, which I guess changes their interaction, their worldly interaction, which changes their physical mechanisms. And this is how I interpret evolution as evolutionary, the evolutionary process.
So where does one creature turn into another one?
Well, like I said, once all these different complicated things reach the shoreline and they take different paths, they're going to experience different things. And those different experiences is what kind of shapes and molds each creature individually.
Yeah, but how does a cell,
or should we call it populus group?
How does a cell that reaches the shore survive?
Well, that's not for me to answer because, again, I don't believe this. So.
Yeah, the problem with this theory they have is that they can never explain the process in between, and they have no evidence for the process in between going from a single cell to working as a community. Like, they just say it just happened, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Basically, that they weren't the moth or what the butterfly. That's what it was always intended to be, right? It was just that was built into its genetic makeup. That's the way I see it.
Exactly. That's not evolution. That's what it is. Yeah.
Exactly. I love that Dicelo was trying to steal my evolution though for a minute.
I tried. I don't know how good I did, but I tried.
Do you guys remember the other day when we were arguing about the second law and the first law of thermodynamics, right? Or the first law, like the what is it? The first law, Newton's law. A body at rest stays at rest, right? A body in motion stays in motion. What about the second law of thermodynamics, though, which states that total entropy of a system either increases or remains constant in any spontaneous process. It never decreases. So for them to say that like they were organizing themselves, that's actually against the law of entropy, or the second law of thermodynamics, where things go from order to disorder. Right?
Yeah, random mutations are never positive, but they try to say it is sometimes.
Good point. Yep.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah.
But the killer of all this is irreducible complexity, right? They can't explain it. They can't explain this.
Is
And
what? I missed it.
irreducible complexity. In other words,
Gotcha.
a mousetrap has to have all the parts all at once in order to function. It can't evolve the arm, the wood, you know what I'm saying? The spring. It all has to be there, the cheese, in order for it to work.
Yeah, there wasn't like an eyeball that evolved, and then from that evolved like a nervous system attached to it, right? It didn't work backwards. You had to have it
Exactly.
all at once
Yeah.
or none at all.
Yeah, like a car doesn't start with an engine and then builds itself from there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody has to take all the parts of the car, put them together, put gas in it, start the car, and have a human in it to complete the system, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you could take the human out. You could even make it automatic, but I'm saying the car has to have all the parts. If it doesn't have gears, it won't work. If you take out the muffler, well, maybe the muffler, it might work, it'd be kind of loud, but you know what I'm saying? It needs all the essential parts for it to function.
So you're
If
saying
you
there
don't
was
have a
never
drive shaft, yeah,
there was never life form that was just like a giant brain that would just like slothing around.
exactly.
Yeah, no, like
Exactly.
back when I believed in space though, right? I used to ask people, yo, if you were like walking on Mars and you found a fully functioning like DVD player, would you think that it like came together by chance? And they're like, no. And I'm like, yeah, but you're like 1,000 times more complex than a fucking DVD player, dude. And you think you came by chance? Like, how? Make it make sense, man.
Yep. Every baller I have this conversation with ends up getting frustrated, yelling, screaming, because they have no way out. All they can say is, oh, you're straw manning. You're straw manning. That's not how it is. Well, yeah, that's exactly how it is. And if you think it isn't, then you don't understand it. Because if a single cell, if your paradigm starts with a single cell, there's no way around it. That would have to mutate and turn into something else. There's nothing that you can say that could go against that. It has to be like that. And if you don't get that, well, that's on you. That's on you.
I like to tell people, if you had like a lot of years and you were breeding dogs, if you just threw the dogs into the water and then you kept breeding the dogs that swam the best, would it ever grow gills? This would be like
Yeah,
directed
it's always going to
evolution.
be a dog, though. So,
But yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, it wouldn't be well, it'd be a dog with gills if it happened.
well, that would be something. I'm sure a lot of
It's
duck
not a very good
hunters would love that.
experiment.
Breed a fetching dog to go underwater, and yeah. Yeah, but think about it. Never in the history of evolution has anybody come up with a chain of events in the fossil record that shows one creature turning into another. That doesn't exist. Think about it. Billions of years, they tell us. There is not one fossil record of anywhere showing this. Anywhere. So that's kind of sus.
Well, no, but they have the bones of Lucy to show you, right? Because she's like the first
Right.
the first suicide bomber in fucking history. Because when I looked it up, they found one part of her one place, and then the other part was like 5 miles away or some shit like that, dude. I was like,
You're kidding. That's what
yeah,
they
no,
claim?
that's
Oh my God.
that's the thing. And honestly, I think it was even further than 5 miles. I think I'm being generous by saying 5 miles. It might have been like 100 miles, dude. I forget, but like it's ridiculous that it's that far apart. And they're saying that it's from the. How the fuck do you know it's from the same thing? It could be a goddamn chicken bone for all you know. At this point, maybe
Well,
not
they did
chicken
make a
bone.
dinosaur after finding one tooth, believe it or not. They found one tooth and they completed the whole dinosaur. Yeah.
Deductive reasoning.
Yeah.
Is that the Megalodon, Essie?
I forget. It's been such a long time I read that article. I forget which one it was.
Dude, that'd be like them finding like your finger and then giving like a full portrait of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Or your molar.
Right. Very, very bold claims.
You want the tooth? You can't handle the tooth.
Yeah. And notice, right? Nobody dares and comes in and even talks about this subject, right? No baller will dare touch this subject with a 10-foot pole because they know.
Why does somebody want to be an accident so bad? That doesn't make any sense. I don't get it.
It's the disbelief in God. It's a God hate, is what it is.
It's
like
probably an ego thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, they're convinced that science is the way, right? Science is the way now. So it has to be evolution. It has to be the Big Bang. There's no way there could have been a creator, right? And I'm the last guy to preach, right? I'm not talking about it in a biblical sense. I'm talking about it in a creative sense, in a mechanical sense, as in an organism needs all the parts to function, kind of a sense. Yeah.
Science is the new religion.
Yep.
Simple as that.
Yeah, there can't be a third option for people. It's like dualism, like dualism. Sorry, it's either religion or science. Well, how about if it's something else? How about it's just creation, a creator, a force you can't imagine? Well, it's like a biblical kind of a power, if you want to think of it that way.
I think it's interesting because when they talk about God, you talk about how he's like omniscient, right? And when you break that word down, it's literally omniscience, which is all science.
Which means all knowledge, because science means the acquirement of knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, all knowing. But now science means believing, not knowing. It's ironic, don't you think?
Yeah, they turned it around. Now it's what a bunch of men in a group say. And if those 10 men say it's so, well, if you convince them, then it's so. No, I don't work like that. Sorry. That's by definition a religion, dogma. A group of people get together and I don't know, maybe they'll follow one guy or two guys and what they say goes. That's by definition a religion, a dogma.
Yeah, I was telling a friend of mine about this the other day about because they happen to mention like peer-reviewed stuff, right? Like these peer-reviewed doctors and everything, and I was like, you do know that the whole peer-reviewed thing is just a gigantic sham, right? Like how, like you have to submit your paper into them, and then like some panel is allowed to say whether or not your paper can go forward or not to be seen by the other doctors now. Like, so it's like gate kept. So if they don't want you to see your shit, then your shit's not going to get seen, you know? Like, it's not like an open market when you're getting peer reviewed. It's not like you just like throw your paper out there and have a bunch of doctors read it, or anybody that is a doctor can read it. No, it has to go through a whole process.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And it's even worse than that, right? Two reasons. One, you have to be part of that group to be able to submit to that group, right? Not just anybody. You have to be part of the group.
Yep,
Second,
you have to be one of them.
yeah. Second, that group says, by definition of your submission, and this is the killer part, right? In order for you to replace the said theory, your new theory, now get this, this is the very important part. Your new theory has to contain the old theory and take it from there. You understand? So if you want to replace dark matter or dark energy, right? Your theory has to include that and somehow incorporate it. Like, you understand what I'm saying? It's complete nonsense. It's unbelievable. What do you mean I have to include this? I'm trying to replace this. What are you talking about? Yeah, I wonder how many people know that.
Probably not many. Well, you know what? Better question is. Sorry, go for it.
I was just going to say the last part. Those people that are voting, whether your theory is good or not, those people are dependent on grants that supports their theory. In other words, if you have a theory that goes against their theory, then you're going to get the new research grants. They're not. So what do you think the chances are that they're going to go for a theory that goes against their theory? It's rigged. It's a rigged system.
Yeah, so here's something fun on kind of a different, somewhat of a different topic. Because a lot of people bring up satellites in here, right? Not the flat Earth guys, but the Globers that come in. They're always talking about satellites, right? Anybody ever check out like the first satellite sent up? Do you guys remember that one?
Sputnik?
Like,
what about it?
No. Like, so does Echo 1 ring a bell to anybody?
Of course. The balloon.
Yeah. A gigantic Mylar balloon. Dude, do you guys remember how long they said it stayed up there?
No. I don't remember. How long did they say it stayed up there?
8 years.
You're kidding. 8
No
years?
joke. 8 years.
Holy shit. 8 years.
Yeah. A Mylar helium balloon.
Wow. Now that I didn't know. That's a good find there. Do you have any documentation of that?
Dude, their own fucking account for it. Because when you read it, so they sent up Echo 1, right? And that was up there for a while. And then they sent up Echo 2, which was like a replica of Echo 1. And between the two of them, I think they were up for like a dozen years or something like that. But here, like, and that's legit like their own account.
I wonder if it was decommissioned because of faults in the balloon or just faults with the equipment itself, and it could have still stayed up there if it was, you know?
Let's see.
So
Do
a
you know?
balloon in space, huh? Imagine that.
When did
Do you
they
know why
stop
it was
saying it was balloons and start saying it was orbiting?
Well, now my question is, why do party balloons lose their flight after like a week or two? Is it because the rubber's porous and it leaks out, or?
Yeah, exactly. It escapes. The gas escapes.
So what about
Oh
the
yeah.
satellites for
So
8 years? Like, how are they dissipating? Is it not in like an aluminum or something non-porous?
Well, they have
they
these special
launched.
seals that last forever.
They launched Echo 1 in 1960 and Echo 2 in 1964, and Echo 1 decayed in, where was it? June 7th, 1969.
What do you mean
5
decayed?
years. Wow.
Do y'all think
Well,
a
no, so the
balloon that is
second one
not
was up for
porous can
5
stay
years, and the first
indefinitely?
one was up for. Okay, so Echo 2 was up for 5.5 years, and Echo 1 was up 7.75 years, almost 8 years. Yeah.
So I'm assuming it's not a flexible material that the balloon's made out of.
It straight up tells you. Okay, so when I looked it up, it's made out of thick ass mylar, dude. Like party balloons. It's made out of a thick ass party balloon.
So you'd think this revolutionary material would be available, no? For commercial use, like?
Well, you see, so
Right?
when I found this out before, it gave me the idea that I wanted to replicate like a mini Echo 1. I wanted to get, because I forget the thickness of it. Fuck, I gotta look it up now. Just so I don't
That's
sound
what
like
I'm
an
saying.
idiot.
There should be balloons made of that don't pop in the commercial market now. Shouldn't there?
Wasn't it? Didn't it have a dispersal system? Like it had some kind of like cartridge charge, and then the whole balloon expanded out. Like they shot it up in the air, and then.
Yeah, they say it went up in a form of a rocket, and once it entered space, it shot it out, and then there was like a powder of gases inside, and they ignited and inflated the balloon. That's the story. That's right.
Helium gas.
Yeah, so apparently mylar is basically plastic. It's it says
it's a
used for
polymer.
helium-filled balloons, food packaging, electrical and thermal insulators.
And in this
So,
case, they would
How
have
come?
been electrosputtered, so it would have had like a metal coating on it.
So
right,
where's
'cause
those? Sorry, I thought you were done.
that's what I was getting at. Is it would have to be non-porous, right? So that's why they put the aluminum on the outside, or
No,
Mylar.
that's for negation of like IR and other like bands of energy. The mylar itself is
to
just
keep
like,
it from oxidizing. Yeah.
It
no.
was 0.5 millimeter thick, is what it was.
Where's this material now? Why isn't it available? Why is all these amateur balloonists? Why are their balloons popping at 120,000 feet? Where's this material?
Dude, SE, that was my exact point when I said I wanted to launch one. I wanted to launch a weather balloon made out of mylar that's 1/2 inch thick, because by what they say, I should be able to go to fucking space with that.
Exactly. Just shoot it on up. It's all a pile of, you know what? It's
They
all a
banned it because it
story.
causes fires.
Where's
I'm
all these
sure.
materials that they supposedly have that are radiation proof? The suits. Where's this fabric of this balloon? Doesn't exist. Where is it?
Wait,
The
you can
American
buy
people paid
mylar.
for it. Yeah.
You could buy mylar for sure. I mean, it's a reflective material too, isn't it? You know, like they put it on the inside of like grow tents and stuff in order to reflect the light throughout.
Well, that's a
Okay,
metal.
so build a balloon
it's
out of it
metal
and
coated.
send it into space. Should be easy,
It's
right?
it's just basically like a clear plastic wrap. But when they run it through like a certain machine that's got like a sputtered magnetron coating, like in a vacuum. It's just like vacuum deposited metal, like that goes to the substrate or whatever. And then that's how they mirror coat plastics and stuff.
You know what this reminds me of?
Thanks, Zach.
Roswell. It's a weather balloon. Well, I think the whole thing is complete bullshit. Like there was no alien spacecraft that came crashing down. Kind of feel like that was the precursor to Area 51. Like oh no, there's not aliens. No, we're not doing autopsy in Area 51, which I don't know. It just seems like complete bullshit to me.
They say they gave us Velcro, right? That's one of the benefits of space travel. Well, they have this miraculous material, right? That could withstand this crazy 10 to the minus 12 torr. Do you know how valuable that would be in the commercial industry? Where is it? Where is this material that could withstand all this vacuum?
Yeah, how do you sew it together without the air leaking out? Like weird.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, gas is pretty hard to contain. Like, how do you contain that for 8, 10 plus years?
It's another story they sold
What about the
people that they
tinfoil?
bought.
Like a pressurized vessel, like a bottle. That's pretty easy to keep gas in, right? Because it's under pressure. But when it's something that's like super light, that's meant for flight, it's not going to be that robust. You know what I mean? Because they're trying to keep the weight down.
If I had this material and I was a salesman, I would be a billionaire within a matter of weeks. I would outwin every top salesman award ever in recorded history if I had this material. Oh, and by the way, I can sell your suit because there's a couple of nuclear power plants that need cleaning. And yeah, I can sell that too. Give me that too. I'll have that part of my inventory. Where are these products? Why haven't they made it to the commercial market? Fukushima, the thing in Russia. Why didn't the Russians put a couple of space suits, and go and clean the reactors? I mean, they were made to protect them from radiation, right? They were on the moon,
They gave
right?
us things that rode upside down, so we're all good.
Yeah.
I even think that's a psyop, like radiation poisoning from Fukushima. What was that? Chernobyl. I think it's all bullshit.
Well,
it's to make us afraid of. I mean, is it to make us afraid of nuclear power plants when I think that's the most energy efficient, clean energy we have?
Dude, it's steam power 2.0 is all it is. They're putting certain metals in water and creating a reaction, creating steam, and then that steam builds up and builds pressure, and all it does is power a turbine.
Right.
Like when I realized that about nuclear power plants, that all they're doing is running turbines to get their power, that like, dude, I was thinking when I was younger that they were like collecting the fucking glow off of radioactive shit, like, I don't know. I thought it actually like gave off power with these metals and stuff, but no, that's not the thing. Like, okay, The Simpsons, right? He works in a radioactive factory. Every time he pulls one of those little things out with the little clamps, it's like glowing.
Yeah, that's for show, man. That's like for shows and
That's
movies.
not real, right?
Right.
Like, all it
It's
does
all
is heat up water
propaganda.
and create steam.
Exactly. They try to spin it off like it's so dangerous, weapons of mass destruction, or they're gonna they're gonna drop nukes and destroy the world. Oh, be afraid. It's complete nonsense. All of it. It's
Yeah,
actually
when you really get
very
those,
clean energy because, see, they don't want us having that. You notice how your regular, everyday Joe Schmo, even someone who's smart enough to run a nuclear power plant, they don't. It's always government agencies. Same thing with the space flight. It's always government agencies. It's never, Joe Schmo. Like, why is that?
couldn't you
Makes me
get in?
wonder.
Don't you get into like major trouble if you were to like build like a nuclear reactor like in your basement?
I imagine, yeah. I would assume so.
Think about this, right? The people that have went high enough to claim that they know shape, right? Those are the same people that deny you the right to go up vertically. Think about that. You can't even fly a drone up to a certain height. So
Yep.
the people that have the technology that you pay for that went high prevent you from going high. Think about that
because
for a
it's a
minute.
safety issue.
Yeah,
Of
it's for
course.
your
Yeah.
safety. It's always about your safety, right?
Yeah, like if you fly planes, right, then like anything like that you hit, it's extraordinarily dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, what if you go above 40,000 feet and it comes crashing down on a plane that's flying under it and kills hundreds of people in an airplane, Like, it's always about the safety, right?
Is that why we're not allowed to shine lasers into the sky at planes?
Now, what
And you
if...
can't emit a bunch of neutrons in your basement with like a reactor because you'll kill everybody.
Yeah. Because they'll leak out and everyone's going to die from nuclear fallout for
Yeah.
years
Which
and years
actually
and years, and it'll be
happened.
inhabitable, and it's going to mutate, and the plants are going to grow all weird. People are going to have 3 arms, Like, come on, man.
Yeah, like
It's
the
actually
Chernobyl, the Fukushima, all those images that they show are always grayed out. Have you ever seen the pictures that people show when they actually go there? It's nice and green. Everything's growing. Nothing has 3 heads and 4 arms and 5 tits.
Yeah.
That's
No,
just the
3 tits,
media.
I could probably, you know what I'm saying?
Straight up Total Recall status, right?
3 is better than 2, you know what I mean?
I always heard 3's a crowd.
When we carpet bombed Japan, when we nuked them with Fat Boy or whatever it's called. The Japanese rebuilt like immediately. Oh, well, what happened to the nuclear fallout? Something doesn't add up.
You know what?
So you're prevented from going up, right? You're prevented from going up. You're prevented from going south.
And north.
Yeah, and
Can't go to
north.
the North Pole. You can't go to the South.
Exactly.
And
They convince you if you go east-west, you're gonna go around in circles, come back to where you started from. Kind of like a cage of sorts, right? You can't go deep in the ocean because you're gonna get squashed.
Well, yeah. You're not gonna be able to go very deep, even with submarines and stuff, because the pressure is insane.
Aren't all these things the same on a flat Earth? Like you can't just go forever. Like,
Well, on a ball you can, because you'll just end up right back where you started.
yeah, but it seems like you guys feel like there's a lack of control. Like over.
Well, it seems like the creator made it so that humans, right, cannot go in these places because of our physiology, right? But now we've attained machines that can do that, right? So it's not the creator preventing us. Now it's man preventing other man that has used those machines to go to the places where they couldn't go before, right? So think
But
about
why are
that.
they preventing them? Like they just did the first. Like I'm sure you believe it's a psyop, but real people are going into space on private things, right? So
They go into low Earth orbit, as they call it,
right.
not space.
Well, but like, isn't the Tesla thing, the SpaceX, isn't that a real thing?
You mean the Tesla they launched into space? The
No,
CGI?
no. The SpaceX.
You mean
SpaceX?
SpaceX that says they're not associated with NASA, but needed to have NASA like bail them out, and is pretty
Oh
much now
yeah,
they're
no,
dead?
he's really smart at taking like billions in government money. That's how he's profitable, right?
Yeah, and his parents sold gyms, and they were making bank. So he was born into riches, and then obviously has connections because the dude just sprouted up he came out of nowhere. Electric cars. We're gonna build electric cars. That's a new way.
They actually introduced him in the Iron Man series before he was popular.
Building is shitty cars that nobody wants. Sure, that might be fast, but really, electric cars. If that would have taken off, it would have already taken off like over 100 years ago. Because we had
It's
electric cars
gonna be better
before.
now. They're charging in 15 minutes now. I mean that is a game changer. That's out right now. The Hyundai Ioniq charges in 15 minutes. It's on the streets right now. I mean that is a huge game changer.
So, but they want everybody to like move to electric, but they can't handle like most of these cities if they all need to turn their air conditioners on at the same time. But they think everybody can charge their cars at the same time.
Yeah, that'll have to be solved, and thankfully we're doing a lot of renewable that has to go somewhere, so we can probably charge the cars when the solar is charging that nobody can
The fact
use,
that
right?
mining the batteries is actually worse than the carbon
No, it's
emissions from cars.
no, it's not.
Oh, it's not.
No.
Have you seen those lithium mines and shit, dude?
Yeah, it is. The
Yeah,
battery
I've seen them.
process and mining it is super energy intensive, man.
It's not as energy intensive as like the gas, right?
Yeah, it is.
And you
No, it's not.
destroy the environment
No,
around
it isn't. No, it isn't. No.
Say 4,000
And
tons of
lithium iron batteries have a life cycle of like 6,000 or 7,000 life cycles. So
I don't buy that.
6,000 cycles, right?
6,000 cycles.
That you can just buy. You can just buy a lithium iron battery, right? You don't have to depend on the government to look up the life cycles of lithium iron phosphate, right? You can
look it up right now. They're by Panasonic.
You don't have to look it up. You can buy one and do it. You can do 6,000 cycles right now.
Are we talking full charge and discharge cycles? Or are we talking?
Yeah.
That's how many years, approximately?
So that would be lithium
more
polymer,
than enough. Like
not lithium ion.
The issue with the Teslas isn't not lithium polymer, lithium iron phosphate.
How many years would the battery last?
It will, by the time you use the car, you can never get it below 80% of its life. I mean, it will never run that long, right? But it's in miles. It's about like 3-4 million miles. You'll never get it to that. The battery will fail well before that.
Okay, that's not what I heard. And I heard those batteries are really expensive, like a third of what the car costs.
Oh, probably more.
The car is total
Probably
that
more.
the battery pack goes out.
Yeah. The issue's never been with the electric cars. It's never been with some of them, it's a battery capacity. But with Teslas, they baby the batteries so well. Even when they were using lithium ion, you'd never see a Tesla with less than, like I said, 85, 90%, unless you're using it top to bottom, right? Full charge to discharge, that's a different story. But the way that most people drive cars, the batteries are so large. It's just like if you want to do a battery backup system for your house right now, it's amazing. You just go buy server rack batteries, right? They're about $1,300 for 5 kilowatt hours. You need about 15 kilowatt hours. You're looking at about $3,000 or $4,000 for lithium iron phosphate, a complete battery backup system for a house, right? Is now like $3,000 or $4,000. So if you're a prepper, I'd recommend do that. It's very cheap.
That's pretty good. I rigged my house with a generator for a couple of thousand, maybe 2,200, so about 1,500 American. You can rig your house to run on a generator.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like that the batteries, they're warranted. I mean, I don't trust any warranties, but they are warranted for, these are like name brand server rack batteries that like Google and everybody uses, right? SOK. And they're warranted for, I think, 15 years, because right, with that many cycles, it's like you could use them every day. And
keep in mind though, if you rely just on battery and solar, you're going to be limited.
Yeah.
Like especially where I'm at, if it's a cold climate and it's cloudy and you don't get much sunlight, I mean, yeah, you got to think about that.
You need more battery than for sure. It gets more expensive. But it's cool because it used to be like if you wanted a battery backup, it was like $20,000 and it would work for like 8 years, So it's nice that that's changed.
Well, if you can do that for a couple of grand, like 3,000, that's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're in a hot place like Texas or anywhere down south, I mean, it's easy, easy money, as they say.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're called the SOK server rack batteries, and they run about $1,300 for 5.5 kilowatt hours. You can get them in 48 volts or 24 volts or whatever you want. They're like 50 pounds each, pretty much, like 50, 60 pounds. The nice thing about lithium iron, right, as well, is this is why I hated the Teslas before. Now all the Teslas have switched to lithium iron. Is that if you get hit or you puncture the battery, you're on fire, and nobody can put out that fire. But lithium iron can't go on fire like that. Even when you could stab lithium iron batteries and nothing will happen because it doesn't have the ability to do that.
Yeah, but think about it now. I know the electric cars are a big rage and all that, right? You're cool, you have your Tesla, but how limited you are, right? If let's say you want to bug out, right? Your car is totally useless, your electrical car. You might as well just throw it in the garbage, right? You got 300, 400 miles, then it's game over. But if you have a gas car, you can fill half your tank with with gasoline.
Yeah.
And when you run out of gas, you just pull over, fill up, and you keep going to your bug out location. Same with a boat, right? You just make sure you have enough gas. Yeah, you can't do that with an electrical car.
Like I said, I agree with you. And if you like road trips, I also don't think electric is good. I mean, if you're just about the finances and gas is expensive where you live, hybrid is definitely like better if you want to be gay. But like electric, the thing that I like about it and what's changing everything is the charging speed. So this is what's going to happen. Here's the roadmap. It's going to be the choice is these batteries are going to get smaller and smaller as the charging is faster and faster. And what's going to happen is the price of the car is going to drop dramatically. So that now you can buy an electric car for $15,000 with like a much smaller battery than the Tesla, right? Enough battery, let's say, for like about 100 miles. But it's going to recharge in about, 4 minutes. So it'll be even faster than like filling up gas, and the price of the car is going to be cheap. And that's how we're all going to go electric, because I don't want to spend $30,000 on a car. I'm cheap, right? And so if I can get an equivalent like car for about 15 or 12 or whatever, brand new, and when I have to go out of town, I'll figure it out because I barely go out of town like that. I'll rent or whatever. Then I think that's going to be very powerful, at least for cheap bastards like me.
Yeah, good luck with that. I'm sticking with my gas.
Do you have an electric car? By the way,
I don't know. I haven't. I get around mainly on like e-bike, to be honest.
Why not? Why don't you have an electric car?
Because I don't need because I don't need a car right now. I have an e-bike.
I mean, he's on an electric bike.
Yeah.
So my biggest fear with all that would be because the Tesla can just automatically download new software, right? It connects to some sort of wireless communication.
Well, they can do that almost any car now.
They all are now.
That's what I'm saying.
They're all hackable. They're all hackable. They control the steering. The government can literally kill you. That is the way I think that governments are killing people, right? They just drive you off a cliff and nobody knows, or into a wall.
Well, unless you drive an old car or truck. Like my truck is 23 years old. They're not going to hack into my truck. There's nothing to hack into.
Yeah, that's right.
It's been that way for a hot minute.
This electric car stuff.
We've had electric rack and pinion cars for a long time now.
Is that what that?
The wireless connectivity? That's a different story. It hasn't been wireless too long.
Is rack and pinion the steering?
Yeah,
I don't know what that.
Oh, sorry, I'm wigging out. Yeah, the steering thing.
Let's say everybody has electrical cars, and you wanted to explore somewhere where the government is doing some testing or whatever. Let's say you want to go into the desert. How are you going to do that? Say you want to go camping. How are you going to do that?
I think there's a lawsuit right now against. I think there's a lawsuit right now against Nissan for selling people's data. The telemetry, like your location. Whether or not there's sexual activity in their car, and it's all in the EULA, that you have to sign or whatever.
Yeah, that's crazy. But they already have that with our phones. But you're not understanding what I'm saying, bro. They're gonna be able to limit where people go.
Oh, well, it's only a matter of time till there's speed governing too. You'd have to be. I mean, why wouldn't they? They're going to regulate, if you're on a public freeway, why would you ever have to go 100 miles an hour? So they're going to limit that, I bet you, in the next 10 years, for sure.
Think about
your boy got shot and you drive him to the hospital.
They already are limited, though. Like, my car can only do 120, I drove a Mustang the other day. It'll do 100, and the fuel will just shut off until it slows down enough, then it'll kick back in.
Oh, really?
It's like going on the brakes at that speed. Yeah, you let off the gas going over 100.
How do you turn it off? Because if you go on a private track, how do you turn it off?
Well, they have a tuner or standalone ECU or whatever. There's ways around it. But yeah, they already limit the speed of vehicles.
It's called cut the governor off.
Right, it's a governor, yeah.
My concern would be what they did in allegedly a lot of the people that survived in Hawaii were the ones who went around the roadblocks, or they just said, hey, they I heard one guy went and cut a lock off of basically a Forest Service road, and a bunch of people went around the police roadblocks on this Forest Service road. So they were the only ones that were really able to get out. And if you're in some electric car where they can just control every aspect of it, there could just be a point that they could use through their GPS or whatever, where your car just doesn't go anymore. I mean, you hit that point and then that's it. Your car dies, and then you're stuck.
Well, yeah, and how many people really died in Hawaii? I feel like they're covering that up, because of the tourist industry, I guess. But that's crazy. They're actually covering it up, in my opinion.
Well, and the ones
100%.
who survived to tell of like what was going on were the ones who didn't listen to authority. They were like, "I'm not going to sit here in traffic. I'm going to go right through there and get out of here." And then they were the ones that were able to tell the story of, "Hey, the police were blocking us in. They had us all blocked off." You know, that's insane.
Yeah, they're trying to make up some law. I forget what they called it, but they're like, "Oh, you can't just park here on the side of the road. That's illegal." And they whatever they called it, and they wrote him a citation and everything. He was live
If you
streaming
pull
on
over on the
YouTube.
highway, police will come and get you. Here, if you pull over in the highway, there's gonna be a cop car within like minutes.
Oh, I know. I
Yeah.
had an idiot do that. I mean, I had a rental because I have an e-bike, and it was making a noise, like a really loud noise, like something was scraping. So I pulled over, and this idiot cop, right? He pulls up. "You're not allowed to stop here." And I said, "Oh, I know. I have a vehicle emergency." He's like, "No, unless the vehicle's on fire, you can't stop here." I said, "Really? Is that the law?" Like, it's because I'm hearing a loud noise coming from my vehicle. I can't stop. He's like, "It's for emergency." I said, "This would be an emergency. Yes, I'm allowed to pull over, sir."
Yeah, it's
Like,
unbelievable. Yeah.
So it's not about preventing fires. It's only about acting upon fires. I would have got that guy's name and reported him, dude.
Yeah, they get away with so much worse.
Yeah, like
I want to
that'll
fight them. I've got to fight them on something good.
Well, you can file a formal complaint against them though, and that does go against their insurance, even if they don't get reprimanded by their unit or whatever it's called. It still goes on their insurance, and when they get enough of those complaints on their insurance, they can't be indemnified anymore.
Insurance of what? What kind of insurance?
All public officials like that have to have indemnity insurance in case they injure somebody.
I think it's covered by their department, right?
Yeah, and if they get enough dings, that's why you can bar grieve lawyers. You can do I'm forgetting the technical term for it, but you can make grievances against judges. And the bar association may not do anything, but all of that goes into is taken account by their insurance company. Once they can't be bonded or indemnified, they can't practice which they couldn't practice anyway, but they would have to be solely financially responsible for any damage they caused anybody, and they're never going to do that, you know? So anytime that stuff
Are you sure?
I don't know if that's...
I don't know.
If that's the case across the board, man.
It is in the States. Absolutely. I don't know about anywhere else, but it absolutely is in the States. Yeah, people don't know this stuff, and they don't utilize it. I did have a question on the battery guy. So are these batteries not? Sorry, and I'm driving a tractor right now, so I can't see who else talking. But are these batteries not toxic? They don't have toxic chemicals.
Well, so lithium iron phosphate, right? It's a certain chemistry. It has the iron. It has the phosphate. It uses less. Like, it doesn't use cobalt. That's another reason Tesla switched, is because the cobalt mining is like really, really bad. But are they toxic? I mean, lithium is, when it's given as a medicine, you have to have blood tests, right? So, I mean, of course, if you're like eating it, but no, if it's just like sealed up in your basement or whatever, I think it's fine. But are you talking about when end of life?
Exactly. What do you do?
Yeah, but so here's the problem with all of these arguments is that, like, the amount of energy you're getting out of that box is so much more than at the end of its life, is so much more that it is actually many by order of magnitude high, like way better for the environment. And that's something that, like, that is a meme I push back
based on what?
No, that's not a fact.
Based on what, though?
It
Carbon
is.
emissions? Is that what you're basing that on?
you do look at it by carbon emissions. You could look at it by the amount of people injured by refineries, right? There's a certain number of people that are getting cancer and things like that that live around refineries, that work at refineries, that have to help get the gasoline, right, the oil out of the ground and stuff like that. And it is way higher. I mean, it's not even a competition.
Well, do we know the cancer rates of people that mine these chemicals, and do we know what the cancer rates would be if batteries were being?
Yeah, there's approximations, right? I would never like rest my laurels and say, "Oh, they know exactly," but there's approximations, and they're probably good, plus or minus 40%. You know, which is good enough because it's like orders of magnitude safer. But that depends on the batteries actually being used, right? So it depends on some assumptions and things like that. If you're just buying all these batteries and then to use in your cabin that you're using, it's like we could discuss.
Well, I'm thinking about like hundreds of millions of cars and vehicles that are all using these batteries,
Yeah.
and crashing on the interstate and.
Yeah, well, because every time it's totaled, right, they're not going to want to take a chance or whatever. I mean, I guess they are using batteries out of totaled cars, so I mean, I have to look into that more, but yeah, I think that it's still, like I said, it's like many orders of magnitude safer than the gasoline.
I would love to see the numbers too without carbon footprint being attached to it in terms of the environmental impacts, because the whole carbon industry is a lot of pseudoscience, and they don't take
it's the projections. The projections are wonky for sure. Like when they try to say, if everybody goes vegan, then we'll use 4 times as less land, right? But then you look at what land are they counting, and if the cows graze, they're counting the grazing land of the cows and saying, well, all that land is being turned to trash, but it's not. It's unarable land anyway. And when they say, oh, it takes this many calories to make beef versus vegetables, trophic levels, energy levels, but then you go, but the calories you're putting in are useless. It's unarable grass. Nobody could grow or do anything on this. So I get that's kind of what you're getting at, right? Things like that.
Well, not really, but grassland isn't unarable. I mean, grassland is I'm a farmer and a rancher, and rangeland is like a healthy, thriving ecosystem if it's done properly, and you can sequester carbon.
What do you mean by arid?
Your management practices.
Yeah, I was referring to cows that graze on unarable land, right?
Like
that is
what?
a big thing.
Well, what do you mean by that? Yeah, can you touch on that?
Yeah, there's a lot of land out here anyway, and I'm in the West Coast that and I think in Arizona as well, where they don't grow anything on that land. There's just like sparse grass growing, and the cows graze on that.
Are you talking about private land or open land versus federal land or something?
It could be both, right? I know the federal government leases land, or not leases, but allows people to graze, right?
This reminds me of the Clyde Bundy situation that happened a few years back.
Yeah, so that land, the reason that land is as environmentally degraded as it is attributed to grazing, but it's because of bad grazing practices. It's not because that land can't be grazed on. And if grazing was managed properly in a regenerative way, and it coincided with, here's one of the problems with farming and ranching. Farmers and ranchers nowadays mostly don't know how to farm and ranch, and they do it the way their grandfather did it and their great grandfather did it. But it was a completely different environment back then than it is now, and a lot of that does have to do with agriculture. But so in the West, what you could do is you would graze really hard during your rainy season, and then moving into your dry season, and then you would all of that land would need to rest for basically the full year until the return of the next season. When you do that, you allow those plants like ample time to rejuvenate and
Yeah.
regenerate their roots to the point where in Arizona, Nevada, Utah, New Mexico, all those states, you would have a lot more ground cover. So if you read old accounts from settlers, they'll talk about riding through Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and the grass being above the back of their horses, which you don't see that anywhere in the West now. And that is because of bad grazing, but that can all be reversed through proper grazing management.
Yeah,
So,
I was more referring to how the vegans are counting, like, I don't know, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a bunch of land in this country that just is unarable. Like, there's like, giant rocks and like, it's just not being used to grow. And the cows can actually turn that into useful land. And the vegans count that against them.
yeah,
And they
so
shouldn't.
you can take highly degraded land, and by adding organic matter back to it, which is what manure is, and the urine from cows is full of microbes, as is their manure. Every time you put microbes into that land and then you let that rest, you're rebuilding soil. And the reason that all these places are considered to be not arable by vegan propaganda is just because they were mismanaged for like 100 years. But you can reverse all that in way less than 100 years. You can reverse a lot of that stuff in 10 or 15 years of good practices. And what a lot of vegans don't know and vegetarians don't know is tillage is one of the main contributors to.
I was just gonna say. Yeah, I was just gonna say the natural tiller is the groundhog and the prairie dog and stuff, all which have been hunted past the amount that's required to sustain that land naturally. Like things that burrow do serve a purpose, and a lot of it is to allow oxygen and air into these pockets so that the microbes can flourish properly. Something that's highly overlooked.
Yeah, no, he's right. And then those microbes store carbon in the soil. So every time you till that soil up, you release carbon. Yeah, I'm not sold on the battery thing, but I agree with you. Oil refineries and like I'm in Texas, and there's a lot of, they call them ghost wells, and these wells leak all sorts of toxic chemicals that were used to frack and pump gas and oil out, and they're basically becoming super fun sites. I mean, it is complicated, but freedom-wise, right now, gas and oil, and I drive a diesel because I could haul heavy things with it. That seems to be the way to go.
Bro, they build these car batteries in factories that are powered by by gas and by the fossil fuel industry. So it's like they're not getting away from it. And then most cities, most countries, they're still on fossil fuels. So even though you're charging your car, they're hooking up to a fossil fuel grid. So you're just adding more to the fossil fuel.
So that's true.
So counterintuitive.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, if your electricity is completely dirty, but in much of the United States, like, I don't think it is anymore, but in many places it is.
I'm sure the majority
in the United States. Is it? I mean, I thought that even.
You think the majority is on renewable energy right now in the United States?
No, but the majority have renewable components, so it's like maybe like 10% or 15% or whatever.
Nothing, though.
And natural gas really isn't that bad. Like I'm not. I mean, I don't think it's great, but it's way better than like the other stuff. Like natural gas, we're blessed in this country. We have a lot of natural gas, and we've converted most of our. Haven't we converted most of our electrical to natural gas? I don't know, but it's very cheap.
A lot of people think wind is like one of the cleanest forms, but if you look at what these windmills are made out of, how long the blades on those windmills last, and what they do, how they dispose of them, those things are leaching tons and tons of chemicals into the ground. I mean,
not just like the maintenance of them is crazy. It's not effective.
Yeah, no, I think solar's definitely has like it's there. I mean, even in places where it's windy, sometimes it's better to put solar because it's so cheap. The Chinese have made it like extraordinarily cheap, and I mean, these things are lasting. At least as far as we can tell, they're lasting a very long time. So like they're promising 25 years, and it seems like we're getting at least like 18 so far. So we'll see how that goes. But
yeah, all of this is explosive technology, though. Like, we need to be touching on implosive technology if we want to get, like, reduce the carbon footprint and make things efficient. And in my opinion, like, this is the big conspiracy science, is the fact that they've been kind of shunning that and, like, sweeping it under the rug for a long time. But these are the things that we need to be diving into, is like ion propulsion technology and things of this nature. Yeah, we keep staying on this same course with trying to utilize explosive technology rather than implosive. We're going to be stuck in the same hole, dude, just with a different label.
Tell me more about ion propulsion technology.
Oh, there's a video you can you can watch.
I said, tell me.
Yeah, well, like I said, there's a video you can watch. So obviously, I'm telling you, I'm not going to. So if you want to watch the video, you can watch it.
Fair enough, Dice Low.
But basically, to sugarcoat it, it's essentially over Unity technology. So the output's greater than the input significantly, if not like 300 times greater.
I'm wondering, how do I build a hydropowered engine that just runs on water?
well, even if you did, the California would claim that it's not renewable. So that's because we suck. We don't count hydro as renewable. Can you believe that?
I wouldn't tell anyone. So, like, I could. I mean,
It's pretty easy. I mean, it's actually pretty easy, and it can be one of the most reliable and cheapest ways. Like, if you want to talk about, right, the conspiracy of like, oh, they want to deny you like easy power. That's actually true. Like, you can, if you have a river on your land and you put in like some minor, small, cheap turbines into a river, you will make more than enough electricity for what.
Yeah, but he's talking
need.
about an automobile, like that utilizes that.
Okay. Wait.
So you would have to have storage of energy, or you would have to have the mechanism within the automobile itself.
Oh, you're talking about a car running on hydro?
Yeah, hydropower.
Yeah.
What is that? How does that even work?
Well, there's a guy supposedly that invented it back in, I want to say the late 80s. And the legend has it that he got whacked by the government.
But, I see.
Yeah.
They're running on water bullshit. I remember that. Yeah.
You talk about the guy they found his body in a river. guy who invented the water vehicle.
Death by water.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's fucking insane. Thanks for ruining my day, guys, ladies and gentlemen.
My bad, bro.
What do you know about him, Chetty?
About the water vehicle guy?
Yeah. Well, specifically how he made the water vehicle.
I don't know anything. I'm not gonna lie to you. I saw a meme about it like 2 days ago, and now I'm hearing y'all talk about it.
I remember seeing it on TV in the late 80s. There was a British TV program called Tomorrow's World, which has like futuristic shit that was being made, and they had like a showcase on that dude. But I'd have to go and see if I can dig up any videos on it.
Like, I'm wondering if it's just like steam powered or how he did it.
Yeah,
I want to say, yeah, it was something to do with separating the bonding between
the hydrogen.
The hydrogen, yeah.
Imagine if we knew how to like jimmy rig an engine to do this. We wouldn't have to rely on any like gas anymore.
Dude, you just put water in the gas tank. Just try it.
That's wow. Think about that.
Can you imagine like they can guys trying to start that?
How long ago did this event happen with the water guy? I'm gonna call him the water guy.
Late 80s, I think. I don't know.
Oh shit! It's a long time ago, man. Wow. Another interesting inventor's death. There is a guy in upstate New York, and he was a victim of this mass shooting. He was in a supermarket, and some crazy guy came in and killed like 10 people. And they tried to play like it was a race thing, whatever. But apparently, the guy invented some type of generator that was able to suck in, I guess, the water from the air, and it was able to generate electricity or something like that. But unfortunately, he died in that.
I didn't hear about that one. I did hear of one where, which I thought was pretty ingenious. A guy took a wood burning stove, and the exhaust from that, I guess you're able to back pump into the generator, and run the generator off of just the exhaust from like a wood burning stove.
Oh.
And then he like made it more efficient by adding like a fan to kind of supplement oxygen enrichment to get like more better burning efficiency and like less carbon byproduct, which kind of clogs things up. And then another guy took that and basically took like crude oil or like used motor oil and created an oil burner. So it basically just like drips a drop every few seconds, and the heat from that dripping of those drops burning is enough to create a fuel source for the generator. And you can get like a 50-gallon drum of used motor oil for nearly nothing, which will last you pretty long amount of time. I thought that was pretty cool.
So I just put in the chat, Stanley Meyer, the guy was called, died in 1988. He was in a restaurant with his brother. He died choking, saying, "They've poisoned me, they poisoned me." There's a wiki about him. I've put it in the chat.
Yeah, I remember hearing that story. Yep.
Dang.
That is fucking crazy, man.
Did you say anything about how he built the engine?
Yeah, it might be there in the wiki.
Why would they poison it? Like, so if he knows that they're onto him, right, and stuff like that, like, why wouldn't he just release everything, in which point there's no point poisoning.
There's some unknowns that we just don't know. That's a good question, but I guess we got
But
to.
yeah,
Well, yeah, it sounds like horseshit.
that's how you would do it.
But it
Yeah,
sounds
that's
like
how you would do it. You would keep the information, right? Like supposedly Ken Wheeler's got a solid state device that has no moving parts, which generates a pretty good output with no input. And he took the blueprints of that and dispersed it amongst like several friends. And he said that if anything were to happen to him, like mysteriously, that this would automatically the blueprints to the design would automatically get distributed throughout the internet. So it's kind of like a fail-safe backup, I guess. You have to prints and have it already pre-set up in such a way to where if anything did happen to you, it would just like kind of trigger this. It's called mutual destruction.
I think I've seen that maybe on a movie once where it was a situation like what we're talking about.
One technology that surprises me is underutilized. Of course, the wave technology, but I was thinking of, you guys heard of of course, a Stirling engine?
Yeah.
Why is that technology not being utilized?
I don't think it's very efficient, right?
I don't know. It seems pretty good to me. All you need is you need a difference in temperature.
yeah, because it sucks.
Yeah.
Like I said, you guys. I mean, the tech's all out there, right? You just buy fucking like this rancher guy, right? He's the smartest one here. He's probably got land with like a river on it. If he wanted to, he could just get as much electricity as he wanted. If he had to.
That's really good.
It's probably not even. It's probably not even worth it for him, right? Because the electricity is so cheap or whatever. I don't know.
Well,
It's
where
a
we're
river.
at, speaking of rivers, right? Where I'm at in Quebec, in Montreal area, we have one of the greatest hydroelectric operations in the world. I think we're probably the only area that could run everything, our cars, everything on renewable energy.
You know what Heaviside said about that the hydroelectric dam that they built in was it Hoover?
The Hoover Dam, yeah.
Yeah, he said that he called it churning the ether. Churning up the ether. He says scientists in my day have done a great job at churning up the ether. What do you think he meant by that?
He meant when the magnet goes over the copper, it creates electricity. Now he used the word ether, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's
In other words,
seemingly
it's
like
there.
perpetual,
He's trying
right?
to say. Well, he's saying it's already there. If you're saying you're churning something up, right? He's not saying creating.
Churning.
Yeah.
It's CHURING. Churn.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I suddenly have very strong feelings about Ken Wheeler, and I don't fucking like him anymore. He's got an energy device that could fix so many problems, and he's just not releasing it.
Well, no, he's that he's not releasing it. He's talked about it on several videos. He's got a few prototypes. He's trying to perfect it, I guess.
Yeah, so why wouldn't you let the thing come out and then we can all work on it together? Why is he keeping it hidden in secret? Fuck Ken Wheeler, he's a bitch.
Oh boy,
the boy's a bitch.
What do you think happens, Jeremy? This is kind of like what we're talking about right now. Like when you have,
Yeah, and I think when you keep it secret, they kill you, and if you put it out there, there's no one to kill because everyone has it. He's either retarded. He must be fucking. Is he retarded?
Settle down, bro. Let's settle down, all right?
No, he's a scammer.
retard.
Well, make me mute you, bro. But yeah, basically he's talked about it. He's, it's not that he's hiding anything. It's just the fact that humanity hasn't quite caught up yet, and he doesn't want it to get into the wrong hands. That's the whole point. Like, he doesn't want the government to get a hold of this. He wants the people to wake up, right, before it can just get taken from you. Like, you don't think we've had
I'm with
these...
Jeremy. Cry us a river. I say we impeach him now.
Yeah, I have a bridge to tell you if you believe that. No offense.
Away for a minute. What are we talking about?
We're talking about technology that could revolutionize humanity, and the fact that it's being stonewalled from the general public. But in all actuality, it's the general public that's stonewalling themselves from understanding it. And that's the point I'm making.
Well, let's see the blueprints, and we'll see if we understand it or not. Who gives a fuck if we understand? I don't understand how a cell phone works. I don't understand how a cell phone works. Who gives a fuck?
All right. When you settle down, bro.
Blueprints. If we saw the blueprints, we wouldn't be ready.
Okay, yeah, he's just basically talking about a dielectric reflector. So it's no different than any other arch form, except for the fact that this has no moving parts. So it's utilizing the geometry, the dielectric geometry, and the Earth. And he said that on a full moon, it actually doubles in its output. When the moon is directly overhead and full, for whatever reason, I don't know what it has to do with, but yeah, you can go source the information yourself and try to replicate it. But again, it's going to take a lot of understanding to even wrap your mind around what the fuck's going on.
Is that
so he's got the blueprints.
So is that an equine manure generator?
One mic, guys.
So he's got the blueprints out there for this energy device, then you're saying?
Yeah, he's got the blueprints. He's talked about the blueprints. The only thing he hasn't released is the actual prototypes themselves. He's got like 3 or 4 of them. They're about the size of a pocket knife, and it's got no battery, no input, and it's got a small amount of output. And he says that when you take this thing in your hand and you were to drop it towards the ground while, simultaneously holding on to it, you can feel that it has like this weightless effect to it. Like it changes its weight as it's accelerating.
Yeah, I must have misheard you. What got split up amongst his friends and is going to be released if he dies?
The prototypes. So he's got like 4 different prototypes, and he holds one of them. The other 3, 2 or 3 are dispersed amongst friends or family or something along those lines. And he's still trying to perfect this thing, but so it's not like completely all worked out. It's not like he's got the fucking the magic genie he's holding on to here, like, so to speak. He's working towards it. Is basically what he's alluding to.
How do you say bullcrap in French?
Well, I was just going to say, this sounds like an interesting idea for an equine manure generator, right? I mean, this is a bunch of horse shit, right?
Yeah. Come on. This is the same guy that said he's going to find an equation that explains the whole universe and put it on a playing card. And he proceeded to doing that. So personally, I don't take this guy serious at all.
I mean, if he's got the blueprints out, why aren't we building these shits? Does it work? It must not work. I don't know. Does it work?
Well, I mean,
from what he says, yeah, you can measure a small amount of voltage coming off this thing. It's got no battery, no moving part. So what the fuck is that?
Let's build one of these things up.
I say let's build it because the last thing we want to do is let the government know that we're able to generate electricity without them being able to put a meter on it. Because I think we know what happens to people who do go public with it, right? So I think he's on the right track. Like he sounds like he's got his head on his shoulders. You know what I mean?
No, he certainly does, man. Despite what other people say, I think he's got the right idea. Insurance of mutual destruction is the only way to kind of secure things in today's world.
A what?
The mutual destruction, like the supposed nuclear standoff between Russia and America, right? Like,
I saw your mic's fucked up.
My mic fucked up? My bad. Mutual destruction insurance, bro. Like, you kill me, now the secrets that you're trying to prevent are coming out. You know what I mean? It's kind of the idea. Kind of like the nuclear standoff between Russia and America. You know, you nuke one side, the other side nukes the other, and nobody's left standing. So it's kind of like a way to ensure peace while simultaneously having the threat.
So one man created a device the size of a pocket knife that produces free energy.
I'll start watching.
Small amounts, not much that you can do anything with. But again, like if you can perfect it and ramp it up, then you know what I mean. It might be worth utilizing to some degree.
And where is this energy coming from?
The ether.
How does he capture it? By coils? By what's the mechanism? Of course, he doesn't say the mechanism, right?
Calls it a dielectric reflector.
A dielectric reflector.
Yeah, that's kind of like that's the same thing as what an AC generator really is. It's just it's an arch form. It's a dielectric reflector.
I'm trying to figure out what that means.
Well, that's the whole problem. Like everybody's like, "Oh, just release the information." It's just like it would be like fucking Chinese to you, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. There's no point in releasing something that no one would understand just to fucking ensure your own
Nobody
death.
would understand it. There's like tons of people that would understand it, just not us.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Like, what that's saying is like this one guy is smarter than everybody else, or it's somehow cryptic. Like the plans are cryptic in a way that only makes sense to him. Right.
Oh, it's the problem is everybody's been taught the same stuff through the education system. So, you know, that's the real issue. Like, people don't really have answers. What? Too many people are getting on me.
I thought you said he did release it.
He showed the device. He talked about it. He didn't fucking hand it to me.
We don't have like. Does he have like the blueprints on his website or something? Or
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Forget
I'm just saying, man.
Sounds like Tesla stuff.
I'm just saying, bro. If you got something, if it's small or whatever, I don't know. You could build 100 of them.
How you doing? Let me just get my paperwork together, and I'll be over to help you.
Guy, you're hot, Michael.
This one straight ahead? Okay. All right.
I moved him to the fucking hot mic room. I mean, the thing may be real. I don't know. How much voltage does a human give off?
Bro, you can get a couple of volts from the ground if you put like two different metals. You've seen those things, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if a car's not maintained and you never change the coolant for the engine, it eventually turns into a battery, and that's what eats away like the heater core, like the part that gets hot in your inside the car that warms up the air. Like it literally turns into a battery, you know, just like a lead acid battery, right? You got different metals within an electrolyte, which is, you know, the liquid. And one becomes the anode, one becomes the cathode. Called I forget the name of it. But yeah, you got different metals in the cooling system, and if you don't have the coolant in there to, you know, stabilize everything, then you can actually put a voltmeter in the fluid and then the other probe on the ground, and you'll read a voltage. And then people wonder why they have coolant running on their floorboard. It's like, yeah, change your freaking coolant every 50,000 miles. Even that long life stuff, like I don't trust it. It wears out. Anyway, I'm rambling.
Electrolysis.
Electrolysis, yeah.
Do you think that goes with the old coolant that they used to have, or just for this newer stuff that has to be EPA friendly and all that?
Well, they have extended life coolant, which is they claim like over 120,000 miles, but nah, like I'm. So that means if I have an automatic transmission car and it only lasts 250,000 miles, that means I would only change the coolant 2 times in the whole life of the vehicle. It's like, nah, I'm gonna change it sooner than that. All about that preventative maintenance, son.
Talk about preventive maintenance.
Him with shovel, or you're going to be behind him or whatever. And just kind of don't chuck it, but throw it in enough that you can get it. And then I'll see if I can do it.
I think that's a hot mic.
Pipe work pretty good, huh? Yeah, sure are, buddy.
What'd you say, Hammer? Mike's hot? What?
What's that? Hey, they may be here. You never know.
Yeah, we got a hot mic.
Who is it? Who is it?
I think it's Platypus.
Lion, your hot mic in.
Supposed to be 12:30 the other day too.
Just put him in the hot mic room.
I did it. Thanks. Thanks for guiding me through that, Dice.
You're welcome, bro. I got you, bro. I forgot the WWE music, but I got you.
I'm very wary of people who claim to have free energy devices, and they don't put them out, and we're not using them. Like if somebody had one, they would have put it out, and it would have. And if it works, it works. Great.
Not too many people want to get whacked, Jeremy. I don't know what you know.
Nobody's gonna get whacked, dude. You get
people
whacked
are getting whacked.
Bro, you get whacked when you don't put it out. Stanley Meyer, did he release his info on how that car ran on water? No, he got whacked. If he did release it, who are they going to whack? Who do you kill when everyone has it? Everyone? You kill everyone?
Well, it seems like they're doing a pretty good job, whatever they're doing.
You know what I'm saying, Dysol? There's no one to kill. You put it out.
You hit the Mandela button.
I'm just saying, bro, there's no one to kill if you just put it out there.
If he was worried about getting whacked, he wouldn't announce he has a free energy with blueprint. If we could just find someone to walk us through the blueprint, maybe we need to see the blueprints first to even notice.
Nobody's trying to get whacked or offed or whacked off, okay?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a cutoff. So I'll go ahead and try and finish. Maybe we should see the blueprints and try and, figure out the blueprints, or get someone like, I don't know, the person who wrote the brief blueprint to walk us through it.
Talk to him.
Or that guy is just full of it, and he just has a bunch of followers because he knows a little bit about magnets, and everybody thinks he's a guru. Could be that as well.
That's possible. This is possible. This is possible. But I'll put my hopes on he's got something. I don't know. It's about all I can do, buddy.
No, I'm not hating on you, bro. I'm just saying a statement, right? Because these guys have a point. If he has this thing, he should put it out. And like Rakia said, if you don't want to get whacked, don't say you have it. I mean, it doesn't make sense, the story, either way.
Oh, he talks about all that stuff on the video. So if you guys want to try to find it, or I could try to find it later. But I got to get to this job here. I'll be listening.
You know what I find interesting is how we don't have technology, or not that I know of at least, to generate electricity without, the government being able to put a meter on the damn thing so they can charge us for whatever. How come plans aren't being released to the public and then spread like wildfire? Like, how come that hasn't happened? Like, is the government really good at whacking people like that? It's like, oh, they're coming up with this idea, and then whack them.
Well, if they don't,
whack-a-mole.
yeah, if they don't put them out, if you don't put it out and you try to get it patented and you try to make $1 zillion off it, you're definitely getting taken.
Oh, 100%. But I'm talking about not patenting it and just releasing the information so that we could build it, right? Put it in a layman
That's
terms.
what I'm saying. That's what needs to be done for some kind of free energy device. Otherwise, they're just going to get whacked and they're going to sit on the information, right? The only way to do it is to put it out there. That way, everyone has it. And what are you going to do? You can't kill everyone.
Right. So that's my question. How come that hasn't happened? That's kind of suspect, right?
Because it doesn't exist. That's why.
That's what I'm thinking. It just doesn't exist, or it did, or maybe it does. Somebody figured it out. They whacked them, and then they're sitting on the plans right now, and no one's ever going to fucking see it because they're in a dungeon in the Vatican or something in the Vatican.
No, but think about it. Before, they could have, but now with the internet, if you have something, you can put it out. Surely that would have been out already. Somebody would have said, you know what? Okay, I'm going to just put it out there. How come no one has done it? Before the internet, they were coming out, risking their lives, showing their cars. But now with the internet, no one has put it out. Come on,
Unless the powers that be or a creator or whatever you want to call it, I don't know. But what if they were able to do mind control to where we can't think too far into things? Like there is an actual mental block. I don't know. I'm just trying to, look at outside the box. You know what I mean?
I'd like to add though, a lot of people would only buy a product that's I'm not saying that we're buying the invention, but would only trust it if it was it went through some type of approval system, and you have to get the patents on whatever you invented, and all that type of shit.
That's the thing. We don't need anything to be patented. That's just for copyright and to register things so that someone else can't steal our idea and we'll be able to profit off of it. But if we're doing this for the betterment of mankind and not care about money, just to help out, the community, you just release it. Boom. It's on the internet. It's
I mean, you don't even need a patent. You don't even need a patent to make money off stuff. You see any ice cream patents? Everyone's selling chocolate ice cream. No patent. They're killing it on chocolate ice cream. All types of shit. Bicycles. Just think of something. No patent.
Right. How come it hasn't happened yet?
Let's do a hypothetical situation. Let's say like one of us, we invented something amazing. We invented it in our room. Nobody else knows about it except us, the inventor. How would you go about, like sharing the idea and getting people to use it? What I'm saying is unfortunately, it's just so much more easier when you get it patented and you have all these tests done on it, it's approved or whatever, and people will take it more seriously. I don't know.
I'm going with it's a convenience factor. I mean, you could have a rain barrel on the side of your house catching rainwater right now to give you free water to water your garden or whatever you want. How many people are doing that?
I was thinking the same thing. There's already free, right? You have free solar. You can have a thing for wind. If you're near water, you can do that. So the free part, well, almost free, right? You have to maintain the equipment, but the energy is free. But how many people are going to do that, right? It's a good point.
Oh, we got solar panels coming. We already ordered them. We're going to be at 96%.
Tori, you're in a similar
household
situation.
needs? Jeremy, 96% of your household needs?
Yeah.
That's great. That's amazing. Really?
Yeah, we were going to be at 100 and something. We were going to be at 100 and something, but the 4 extra panels they couldn't get to fit, so only 90 something.
Summer, winter?
That's just estimated for like year round. Somebody else is trying to have a convo. Go ahead. We'll talk about this later.
No, I was just gonna comment on a couple things. Just trying to get in and not overtalk people.
Go ahead, April.
Yeah. So, Tori, you're in the same boat as me, living in a state where you're running your AC often. I've started catching the condensation off the AC to water plants. I need to try to rig up something better to where I'm catching more of it because I'm still overflowing my catchment container because that's producing basically quote unquote free water that I can use to at least recycle that water.
Unless you're going to sterilize that water, napalm, you might want to be careful because there's going to be a lot of potential bacteria, fungal things, and even pesticides and all sorts of stuff you don't want going into your plants. Like I was doing an indoor thing, and I had a dehumidifier that I was capturing water from, and I considered doing the same thing, but again, like you're opening yourself up to potential issues in doing that.
I actually work in air conditioning, and I would if you can filter it, I agree with Dyslo there because it is very acidic water that comes out of your air conditioner. But sometimes acidic water is good, like plants like that too. So, but there is a ton of like skin cells and all kinds of bacteria in that water for sure.
Plants generally want between 5.5 and 6.0 depending on the particular plant. That's going to be like optimum for like nutrient uptake. Anything below that and you're going to get nutrient lock, and anything above that and the plant just won't uptake any nutrients. So there's like a fine pH balance as to optimizing nutrient uptake.
Well, yeah, I'll test the pH on it and see where it's coming out right now. But yeah, and as far as solar is concerned, at least in my state, there's a lot of potential for solar, but then there's also a lot of companies that are scamming people, I guess you could say, because a lot of companies are coming in and saying, hey, we can install solar panels on your roof. It's not really much of a cost to you. All that's going to take place is basically we're going to replace your roof. We're going to install the solar panels. We're going to give you a guarantee on them for a certain amount of time. And they get you into basically a mortgage, and they get you into a contract for almost like a 30-year period of time where you're basically paying what your electrical bill is at right now for all of the panels, the installation, all of that shit, but all of it's hooked back into the grid. So basically, you're locked into, let's say you're paying $300 a month for your electrical bill. They're going to come in and say, for $300 a month, we'll put up panels for you. That's going to be your flat rate cost. All of your electricity is going to be taken care of. You don't have to worry about it, but there is no battery backup to any of that. So if the grid does go down, you don't really have a backup charge or anything like that. In the evenings, you could run all your shit during the day, but as soon as the sun goes down, if you don't have power, you're not really, or you don't, yeah, you don't have batteries, you're not really powering anything. But then you're also
Yeah.
hooked into paying that for like 30 fucking years.
Yeah, obviously you have to check the company you're getting solar panels off and make sure they're reputable. The battery thing is, I mean, dude, if you want to have batteries on your solar system, you're going to end up with a 30-year mortgage because batteries are fucking expensive, especially for your whole house. And
Solar
if I was
panels
in
are
Florida, and if I was in Florida, I'd probably be doing 200% instead of 96 or whatever it is. Because we got winter here and shit.
That excess. So here's the rub on that, right? I think they get some sort of like the company gets some sort of contract to that you've signed, so they get the rights from the electrical company. Because if you're dumping more back into the grid than you're using, lots of times you get paid by the electrical company to do that. So these companies come in and say, okay, you're paying $400 a month for your electrical bill. It's never going to raise. It's never going to increase. We'll lock you into that 400 for the next 30 years, and everything's going to be taken care of. Panels will be replaced if they need to, yada, 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 so on and so forth. But if you're producing 200% of what you're actually consuming, instead of getting paid back for that, that company's getting paid back while you're paying them. So, yeah, there's a lot of things you need to pay attention to in the contract.
No, have you ever thought of? Go ahead, Die, go ahead.
I was just gonna say real quick. I think the best we got as far as solar panels go, the technology is like monocrystalline, which is like still decades, out of date. So that's like the only hurdle I got in buying solar panels is that I really feel like we're on the verge of having some better technology come out.
No, the ones I got are good. I think it was, I forgot the exact numbers, but I think it was 86% after 30 years or some shit. Like, it was phenomenal. The degradation rate, it was great. But at Napalm, have you ever looked into there's this way of cooling where, like, when water evaporates, it creates coldness. So they have these AC units that like just work off of that. You ever,
Yep,
you
we
ever
use
like
them.
try that?
So when typically we have a huge 4th of July party at my house, and my wife works for a company that we can get those like outdoor portable AC units for free to use while we're having our party, and they work great. And all it does is you fill up a reservoir in the bottom of it, or keep a continual hose to it, and it just drips water down a cardboard like filter, and as that water is dripping down that filter, it's being sucked through a fan. That's it. That's the only mechanism.
What about popping a block of
yeah.
dry ice in the water reservoir? Do you think you would drop the temperature, the output temperature down like some degrees? I think so.
You probably could, yeah, if you put some ice in there.
How come you don't use that for your house though? Isn't that cheaper because it's only moving parts?
No.
So we did one time. We had before we replaced our whole entire AC unit, our AC went out, so we immediately, luckily through my wife's company, were able to get those units immediately to have inside our house. The only risk that you run there, especially down here, is your humidity level goes up so much that then you start to get mold issues and shit like that if that's what you're constantly using.
Respiratory issues too. Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. They do that in Arizona though. That's called a swamp cooler. A lot of people will use that instead of their air conditioner in spring and stuff like that. But in Florida, it's way too humid to make good use of that.
Like all
Right.
you really need to do is just drill down under your house, like, I don't know, 12 feet, and just pump the air through that. Like the ground's, I think past 6 feet is a consistent 62 degrees. And then you add like a little bit of mist to that, like you already got with your system. And voila, dude, like you've got a natural fucking AC system.
Yeah, geothermal is great, right? Like a lot more people should be using geothermal, especially up north. Down here we have a really high water table, so I don't know how well that would work, but
Yeah,
I think
that's
they
a huge
just
point
drill a
though.
hole.
Apple Store is cool with just taking pipes. They put pipes in the floors, in the walls, in the ceiling, and they line the walls with these pipes, and then they just make the temperature of the water whatever temperature you want the inside of the space to be.
Yeah, this shit works in the fucking hottest parts of the world, bro. Like I don't understand why we're not utilizing that.
Imagine hanging a
They're
picture on
expensive.
the wall.
They're very expensive systems to install. I
Not
mean,
at
the way
all.
you said it, where you just dig a hole and then have a fan blow the air up. I don't know if that's going to cool a whole house down, but
Yeah, it will.
Well,
Like
I think
if you look at the ancient pyramids in Egypt, like there's a consistent cold breeze blowing through them, and it's the way they've created the chambers to be bigger and smaller by volume, which creates high low pressure and differences, which generates air movement, and the air down there is obviously much cooler, so it just creates this whole convection cell of cold air consistently blowing through all the chambers. Pretty neat.
yeah, it'll work for sure. So my grandparents built a house, and the style of the home is what they call passive solar, where it's basically built into the earth. They only have the one side of their home that's exposed, and that's the southern side, and it's all windows, right? So in the wintertime, you're getting that low southern sun on the horizon that comes through the windows and helps to heat up the home. But being built into the earth, it keeps like those walls keep a constant like cool temperature, right around like 60 something degrees. 65 degrees or whatever.
I
yeah,
thought
living in the earth.
geothermal, they pump the water through the ground and they use that to cool the evaporator. Or am I mistaken? You're saying they
Yeah,
pump
that's
air in
bullshit.
there?
That's a horrible way to do geothermal. Is when you pump. Now you're pumping fluid. You know how much energy it takes to pump fluid. The way Diane, that's the move right there. Because now you only got to have a fan powered.
Well, that's the original
But,
way I said. But the ancient way is no power, no fan. It's all based on geometry, creating high low pressure pockets, which creates air movement in itself. And when the air is circulating through that cold environment, being below ground, subterranean, you have a natural AC system with no power required.
So what is it, like a bunch of radiators, like say like an aluminum radiator in a car, but like it's attached to the ground inside, so air flows through there and cools it down, or how exactly does this work?
You've got a circuit going from above ground, below ground, and back out above ground, right? It's just a loop. And through that loop, you've got different volumes. Like the chambers will be different volumes. Some will be tighter, some will be bigger. And in doing that, if you can get the geometry right, it creates those high low pressure pockets, which creates air movement. And when the air is circulating from above ground to below ground and then back out exhausting above ground, now you've got hot air coming in, cooling off due to the temperature down there as it is already being cold, and it's pumping that cold air up through the upper chambers, and it's all doing it through high low pressure and differences, seeking equilibrium. So there's no moving parts other than the air and the geometry of the chambers that were designed.
Oh, so it just works off convection. It's just the rising heat will pull the heat. Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, though, probably the best way to do it is just to build a fan, or just to use a fan because we can't be using here. Or the best way is just to live it, do what Napalm's grandma does, or whoever that was just talking about, and just live in the ground. Honestly, that's the best way. Then you don't have to have no fucking system; it just automatically happens.
Yeah, but you still want air movement Like, you don't want to just be in a fucking hole underground with stale ass air. Like, you still want air movement. And that's why I say, like, utilizing the geometry to create those, you know, hot to cold, high to low indifferences
No,
is
you know
what's
that.
going to give you.
Yeah, you know that city in Turkey they found that could house 20,000 people. It was all underground.
Darren Kuyu, yeah. That's
Yeah,
utilizing the same concept.
The geometry.
Yeah, I thought about that, but what about sunlight? Isn't that the biggest issue? How do you get sunlight underground?
You have
with the
holes,
passive
so
solar
there's
house, like my grandparents, right? Like they just had basically almost 3 sides of their home up to the roof being covered with earth, right? So then they still had a normal roof on their home. Like you could literally just walk right onto their roof. And within their roof, they had skylights that they could open up, right? So you're getting light from the skylights. So even though 3 walls of your home don't have windows, you've got skylights in your home that are bringing in light. Plus, you can open them up to create airflow, right? And then one hole, like the one wall that did have windows, that whole wall was windows. Like literally, the whole entire side of the house was pretty much windows.
That's pretty.
But yeah,
neat.
there's an orange grove in California where this guy came from Italy to buy this land in this inhospitable area. It's merely a desert, and his idea was to create this orange grove because that's what he knew. And come to find out, the soil wasn't permittable, but he dug down below the topsoil and found out that soil was actually fertile for oranges. So what he did was he started digging and he created this whole infrastructure underground. And he's got these, I guess you can call them skylights. They're just basically portals that allow light to come in. And all his oranges are growing underground, utilizing those pockets of light coming in. And I forget how many trees he's got within this. I want to say it's like 5-acre spread, but he was able to do it and to live, and it's all underground. It's pretty neat. I think there's another place in China that did the same thing. It looks like a whole neighborhood of houses with basements where all the houses are removed and all that's left is the basements, and all the basements interconnect, and they basically got this giant community or city, if you will, underground. And they've been doing this for, I forget how many hundreds, if not thousands of years. But I don't know. It's a no-brainer to me, dude. Like, I think that's what we need to be doing. Because at that point, you're not robbing from the environment to create materials, you know, or textiles to build the house. Like, the earth is the house. All you're doing is just kind of removing some stuff to create volume so that you can live within it. Construction waste, dude, is pretty bad, and there's a ton of it.
Yeah, for sure. I had this office in my shop that I moved out of, my automotive shop. It was like about half the size of the shop. So about 650 square feet. Took the whole thing down. The amount of trash that I acquired from all that was unbelievable. It was so much. And
Right.
I reclaimed all the good material because it was all screwed together. All the 2x4s and everything was all, you know, Phillips and Torx screws, and I took it all apart. I even took it, you know, by the wall as well. So much trash, it was unreal.
Right. And when you think about every household, you know, only lasting about 50 years on average, like before, you know, laws change and permits and stuff change, like all these things are continuously changing. So after like 50 years, things become obsolete to the point where it's like most homeowners would rather tear it down and rebuild than to try to like remodify something that's like so old and decrepit. So, and you think about how many houses there are every 50 years getting torn down and rebuilt, like it's pretty bad.
Yeah, we build homes like fucking idiots.
Yeah, especially in the South.
You look at Italy, you can get a house for $1 in Italy. They got that €1 initiative act that they're trying to implement to create people moving into these communities that are ancient, like literally over 1,000 years old and still standing. And it's all out of stone, and the walls are like 2-3 feet thick, and I mean the shit's still standing, dude. There's no waste behind that.
You ever heard this song, Little Boxes? Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes made of ticky-tacky. Little boxes on the hillside.
Full of weeds.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop it in the chat. It's pretty funny. Houses full of ticky-tacky.
Where the hell's Kosho been, dude? I was about to drop a Kosho mom joke, and then I realized he hasn't been around for a bit. I probably wouldn't be good. Hopefully he's okay. Kosho, if you're out there, we miss you.
There you go.
We miss your mom more.
Garbage material,
really.
like drywall. Freaking hate drywall. The worst.
Yeah, it's such a friggin' waste. We gotta start building homes out of like the same thing they did with the pyramids, just solid brick pieces of stone.
But why?
We're always
Why not just core into the ground, dude, and build like into the ground, or like a mountainside or a hillside, or like even natural caverns. Like I don't know if you've seen houses like that where they've literally built a house into a side of a mountain where a cave once was. Those are like the coolest fucking houses ever.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it, is to be inside the ground. Yeah, but I mean, if you can't be in the ground, then there's just not places where that's possible. Look at where Napalm lives. Napalm, you got any mountains we can drill into in Florida?
Like Dr. Evil,
Zero.
his evil lair.
Yeah, and you can't go down because the water table. So what do you do in Florida? We gotta either evacuate Florida or build the houses there out of fucking solid stone. Or just keep building these throwaway houses out of the second little piggy from the big bad wolf gonna blow your house down.
Bro, our shit's made out of cinder block down here. Come on.
That's better.
Well, some of them probably,
Cinder block
but that is
stop laser weapons.
I mean, imagine if you could buy a plot of dirt, rent a machine that's already got the software into it as to the design of your house, and all this thing does is just core into the ground and literally carves out all the rooms that you want. And here's the thing, like when you build underground, there's no restriction. Like if I were to go and stake a mine claim, right, I only get 20 acres above the surface, but below the surface it's indefinite. I can go from here to freaking China if if it'll connect, but which we all know it won't. But point is once you go below surface, you can increase your land by as much as you want.
Yeah, but it's
Most
not
people
worth
don't
the
think
effort.
about that.
Digging into the ground is fucking hard, and
It's hard. It's hard, but if you think of the cost of building material and the expertise to fasten all that together versus a machine that's just literally going to dig your shit out for you, no manpower required. It's literally just a freaking machine that cores the shit out. And then from there it's up to you on what you want to do with that opening. But my point is you can have as big of a house as you want, as wide, as deep. There's no limit.
There's no machine like that. Digging into hard rock is like really hard.
not everyone's over hard rock. I mean, it's all going to be based upon your composition. But yeah, obviously hard rock wouldn't be ideal. I mean, it would be ideal structurally, but not ideal efficiently. But yeah, I mean, I think if you look at how much money goes into infrastructure and engineering and all that stuff, and then like harvesting all the material for all that to get put together, like, and you took a small percentage of that and put it into a device that could do just what I said, I think it could be done like almost overnight. That's just my opinion. You know, and then it's like, what do you really need? You don't need AC at that point. You don't need a heater at that point. You might need some light, but what's a few openings with some mirrors and stuff to kind of like help that out, or even a few solar panels and some LED lights, which has like a very minimal draw. I don't know, man. It just kind of reduces the amount of material and energy required and increases the amount of living space. It sounds like a no-brainer to me. I don't know.
It's very hard to dig in the earth, though. That's the problem I see. It's fucking hard. Like, even when you're
You got a
using
machine that does it, though.
No, yeah, but those machines are hard to build. What is it? Air hammer, tricone drill, augers, all that shit. You need like a operator to operate the machines. The machines are big, heavy, take a lot of energy. Like,
yeah, but that's old school. I mean, we've got freaking lasers now, dude. We've got all sorts of stuff, dude, that could basically vaporize anything in its path. You know, I don't know, man.
I don't think they're gonna let us use the lasers. I think they're just gonna shoot us with it. But I mean, if we could get our hands on the lasers that they're currently using to murder us, we could probably build something nice with it.
Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're just building underground cities behind our backs. I don't know.
Well, there was like a conspiracy theory or something that they're using nuclear bombs to hollow out the earth or something. I don't know if you guys believe in nuclear bombs, but essentially the theory was that like when there's earthquakes and shit, not all of them are natural. Some of them are people literally trying to, I guess, detonate these nuclear bombs underground and hollow out large portions of rock. I don't know how true that is.
I've heard similar stories, but the stories I heard were a little bit more far-fetched. It was more of like a battle underground between the military and the native inhabitants, if you will. Prior
Were they lizards?
I don't know. Well, you've got the Hopi Indians that talk about the ant people. You've got all these different cultures that talk about different deities or entities seemingly emerging from the ground and then re-emerging back into the ground during like these cataclysmic events and stuff of like the great floods and certain things. So I don't know. It seems a little interesting how you've got all these cultures that weren't necessarily connected, whether it be, you know, anecdotal or geographical, that all talk about these portals in the ground where either they emerged from, like the Eskimos. That's where they say they came from, was the inside of the earth in the furthest northern regions. And I mean, you've just got all these different cultures from different time eras just talking about similar stuff. I don't know. Seems interesting.
Yeah, I don't know about the laser methods or the nuclear bomb methods or any of that because obviously I'm not privy to that type of technology, given I'm not a murdering Mason shill. But digging underground with traditional means is fucking hard, dude. Like and when I say traditional means, I'm still saying like diesel engine, big rigs. It's just still hard, you know. But
well,
dynamite is pretty Like, we have a rock quarry right next to where we live, dude, and these guys just blow the shit. Like, all we hear is them blowing shit up with dynamite. So maybe explosives is a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on the composition, right? Like some of the stuff, is fairly soft, and other things are pretty hard. But like if you look at the old miners and stuff, these, like my mine per se, it was two individuals that tunneled out a network of exceeding 2 miles in a matter of a decade. Back in
What were they using?
This was prior to World War II.
So they're using dynamite, weren't they?
You know what? I'm not too sure. I know that it's got a 700-foot vertical shaft, and then the rest of it's all kind of horizontal. And I think dynamite only is good on a horizontal rather than a vertical coring. So I'm not sure, man. It's a good question, but at the end of the day, I'm just saying, like, if these guys could do it back in the day in the middle of freaking nowhere, most of these places are like, good luck even getting there with a 4x4. And they did this with like, mules and horses and shit. And like, we're able to get these huge, if you look at the infrastructure these guys got, you're talking like massive, massive amounts of material. And most of it's giant, because to support all that weight. I'm just saying, like, where there's a will, there's a way. It's just a matter of putting our heads to it. What's an acre going for roughly? Quite a bit of money, right? Depending on the area. But what if all you needed was like a small sliver of an acre and the rest was underground and it costed you, a couple $1,000 to buy it. Now the rest of what you need is just going to be about digging and supporting that cavern under, you're talking like fractions of the cost of what it's cost to buy a traditional home. I don't know, man. Seems like a no-brainer, bro. I just don't understand why people aren't doing it. And then funny enough, mushrooms like the same kind of environment. Dark, cool, moist conditions, requires minimal energy to produce. Like you could just be growing your own freaking mushrooms under there and all sorts of shit, dude. You don't need to be on the surface per se. All right, well, I guess new topic. I'll have to build your grave later, Jeremy.
They love their ISS so much, don't they? It's incredible. If you try to take that away, it's like you're taking away, I don't know, patron saint or something.
Have you seen it?
Have I seen it?
Yeah.
The ISS?
Yeah. Like actually like with your own eyes, with a telescope or whatever.
I filmed it. What they say is the ISS. I filmed it.
Do you have the video online?
Yeah?
You got a link?
On my YouTube. It's really crappy though. I did it by hand.
It's alright.
It's really not a good video. It's just by hand. I did it a few years ago. All you see is like a light. It's not like it's not like I zoomed in and got, when people superimpose it, like when it passes the moon and you can see that it's not like that. It's just a light.
Interesting.
So there is something there, if that's what you're asking. And it moves really fast.
I heard someone say it's a hologram.
Nah, I don't know. Look, I don't know what it is, but I could just tell you what I've seen. I can tell you another thing, though. 4 out of 5 times that I look for that thing with the app, it's not there where they say it is.
Can you have a hologram without light?
What if it's not what if it's a fucking living thing? What if it's a fallen angel? And those
That's what
things called solar panels or its wings?
That's what I'm getting at. Like, I think it's something other than what they're telling it is. You know what I'm saying?
What if it's a mirage reflection of something terrestrial, only being emanated as being celestial?
Maybe. Or maybe it's like in that Transformers movie where like one of the satellites is literally a transformer alien thing and it's like out there like floating around like, and then it was hacking all the computers and sending the wrong signal to the US government and shit. Like it could just be a fallen angel just hacking the
I
shit
think
out.
it's a military thing, personally. Something military.
I was actually looking at it the other day and it quacked at me. So maybe it's a duck.
It quacks like a duck, looks like a duck.
No, but it could only possibly be one thing, right? Something in space, in a vacuum with people in it. That's the only thing it could be, right?
I mean, no. I don't know where anyone.
You got to cover all possibilities, SE. Like I just threw one out there that I don't think anyone's ever even said before, let alone like put much thought into if they even heard it. But I'll say it real quick one more time. What if the celestial observations we're seeing are literally terrestrial reflections? Not anything taking place up there, rather a reflection of what's taking place down here. Have you considered
Why is
that?
it so hard for people to believe it's a military craft?
Do you have evidence that that's the case?
Do you have evidence that there's people in there? Whatever that is?
No, for the terrestrial thing, saying like how it's a reflection.
Right.
Yeah, is there evidence for that? Or is it just an idea?
I mean, it was more of an idea that came from someone else, but
Okay.
But I'm sure I could find something to kind of like either correlate or maybe luckily hopefully find a causation to support it. But yeah, I've often heard that the ether only exists terrestrially, and that everything what you consider outside space is nothing more than a terrestrial mirage. So that's kind of where I got that.
Okay.
And here's one fun fact to kind of help support it. Like, in order to have illumination, which is what you're all talking about, visible light, it requires a medium or an object for light to interact with. So if outer space is the absence of material and a medium, then how would you have illumination without contradicting what illumination is?
Yeah, and one thing I want to say, the ISS, the reason why I'm so sure it's not what they say it is, where they say it is, because if it's in a vacuum, like they say it is, and if they have a cupola, like they say it is, and if they have a mechanism that drills right through the hull, which is 1/10 of an inch thick, and there's 7 of those holes that turn dynamically with O-rings on them, that's impossible. So I'm not just saying, oh, I don't believe it. I told you, there's something there. I filmed it. Whatever it is, it's really quick. It's there. But there's no way that there can be people in there. There's no way that's a pressurized thing up there with people. No chance. But that's just my opinion. And I'm giving you a reason why. I'm not just saying nah. I'm giving you a physical reason why.
If the government is talking, they're lying.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, it just pisses me off the more and more I grow older and wiser how much the government is just a thieving organization of thieves and liars. It's just like, wow. And then people like put their faith in these pedophiles as if they're some sort of holy men when they're actually just the worst of the worst. It's crazy.
Yeah, it appears you have to be compromised some way for you to be in a leading position.
There's a new Republican candidate, Indian guy. I can't remember his name right now, but someone was describing him to me, and I like instinctively was like, probably a Jesuit. And then I fucking checked his early life, and he was.
I don't know who just said that, but cheers.
Or at
Can
least
you
went to a
repeat that?
Jesuit school. Sorry.
Can you repeat what you just said? Sorry, I kind of zoned out for a second.
There's a new presidential candidate for the U.S. politics. The Indian dude, I'm blanking on his name right now. They were talking about him, saying how he was like so well spoken and stuff, and I instinctively guessed that he was Jesuit, and then I checked his early life, and he went to like some sort of Jesuit school.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Weird name. Is his name something like Vivek Ramaswamy? Is that really this guy's name? Is this supposed to be like the next?
That's his name, yeah.
Vivek Ramaswamy. I mean, I'd rather have him than an Indonesian guy posing as a black guy with a black tranny any day.
So you've heard.
Dude, I've seen scars on the on the side of the head.
I thought you were about to say you've seen something else. I was like, oh no.
No, we've all seen that. It's actually that they should be arrested. That children have seen that. That they should be actually indicted. They should be indicted. Not saying that the Masonic female to Donald Trump shouldn't be indicted. They should all be indicted, but not for what he's indicted for. They should just be indicted for being traitors to humankind, essentially. But I mean, if you're walking around and your junk is hanging around and kids see it, you should be considered a pedophile and put to death in my book. Unpopular opinion. Everyone at a pride parade would die if I was the king of this place.
Yeah, there should be no mercy for pedophiles. I'm with you on that one. No mercy at all.
Well, kids are going to drag shows. Like, they're being overly exposed at these, weird ass drag show things.
Are they going
Yeah,
willingly, or do you have to drag their ass?
how demon possessed do you have to be to take a child to a drag show? Like, you have to be like mentally deranged. Like, I'm sorry, but you should be put in an institution if you think kids should go to a drag show or whatever. You should be. What are those things that they had back in the asylums? They should bring asylums back because we have a lot of crazy people out here that need to be put in the asylum.
Pretty much.
So if
Like,
you spank your
what do you
kid on the
think?
hand,
What
they
do you
could put
think
you in jail, but
BDSM is?
Sorry, but if
Satanic
you're a
rituals.
full-grown man and any of your junk is seen in public, it should be cut off and you should be put in an asylum. Sorry to say, we live in this is 2023. This isn't fucking BC. This isn't sheep goat herders. This isn't fucking no, bro. This is 2023. If you're seen with your junk out, it should get cut off and you should be put in an asylum.
Oh, I hope you're never on a long road trip and got to pull over and pee on the side of a tree somewhere.
No, not like that. I mean, like,
Oh, not like that. Okay.
yeah, not like that. Like how they do it in these fucking drag shows where they're walking around with their penis out in the city, showing it to little kids.
What if you're wearing short shorts like Grandpa used to wear, and you put your leg up on the chair, and all of a sudden there's a dead bird sitting there between your legs?
Too late. We're taking just the tip.
Well, they've been normalizing all this satanic rituals forever. I mean, just look at BDSM. What do you think that is? Right? And they're trying to do what?
What does that stand for? I hear people say it. But what is it? Is it?
BDSM. Let me look it up.
It's like blood dominance, sadism, or ism, and masochism. Like I this all the words.
Bondage, indiscipline, domination, and submission.
Basically, mental health is required.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen the videos of the rituals outside, like the Hadron Collider? That shit's crazy.
Or how they're trying to normalize the word pedophile. They're trying to differentiate the word pedophile from someone who is attracted to minors. Like they're trying to separate those two words as if they're like two different things. Have you heard those TED Talks?
Yep, you're right. That's what they're trying to do.
I watched Under White Belly or White Underbelly or whatever it's called on YouTube, and I guess there was a girl on there who has like severe OCD, and supposedly like pedophilic thoughts coincides with OCD. I never knew that. I thought that was kind of interesting.
I don't know about all these terms they're throwing around like OCD, ADHD, and all this stuff. It's like, how about embracing that we're all different, right? It just seems like a way to just make everybody like, you're not, following along with the program, like a cookie cutter stamp. You all got to be exactly the same, go through the same school, everybody taught at the same rate by the one teacher in the classroom.
But I mean, something's going on.
Like,
something's being implemented here because it's like we didn't have like major issues with autism like early on. We didn't have all these like issues with OCD, and then the fact that those two things are connected, and it could be coming externally, being implemented into our environment, like all that just seems like super sus.
I think it's a chemical. They're doing something with a chemical. Like they put it in the Clorox.
Right.
I'm not saying it's in the Clorox, but I'm saying like it shows to be some sort of chemical reaction that's affecting our children. And so there's some sort of chemical that they're putting into our environment. That's because there was no fucking autistic fucks back in the, what is it, like before World War II, whatever those fucking days were called, the 1800s or the 1900s. Shit always confuses me, but essentially there was no autistic people during the Civil War. I mean, sorry to say, it's some sort of chemical they're putting around us, and it's affecting
Right.
the children to develop, or even the women when the children are in the womb.
But just
I
think about
agree.
that for a second, because if that is the case, and this whole pedophilia thing is connected to that, then what does that tell you? Like, it's
Well,
all
yeah, like artificial hormones, I believe, is part of it, right? Look at the chickens that are growing twice as fast, like the size of a chicken from the 1950s to versus now, and we're eating that. Well, I try to avoid chicken, but anyway, it's chemical warfare. You know, it's like it's warfare on all sides, psychologically, emotionally. You know, electromagnetic radiation warfare, airwave warfare. It's just we're at war at so many different angles. It's unreal, and I
well,
think
when you
all
concede to the
these
chemical, is it
diseases and
warfare?
stuff. Do what?
When you concede to receiving the chemical, is it warfare?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
When you concede, meaning when you agree to receiving whatever particular chemical or concoction being given, is it still warfare when you're willingly accepting it and taking it?
No. Well,
okay. I mean, I
well,
would say it's still warfare. I wouldn't.
because they're deceiving people and telling them, oh, this prick is gonna prevent you from whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a deception. So in that sense, I would say that yes, it is warfare.
Right, but it's more of a warfare upon information, right? Like what information's correct and what isn't, and like what you're agreeing with, and if that information's correct or not. Like, it all kind of boils down to that. Deception versus truth, and what you're coinciding with. Like, what are you agreeing to, right? Like some people willingly take the deception as truth.
Right.
And even when
But
truth is given, they still deny it and say, no, sorry, it's wrong. So it's like, I don't know, man. It's definitely warfare, but
No,
I
that's
don't
the
think it's.
spiritual. Certain people can't recognize the truth because they're being spiritually blocked from recognizing it. They're spiritually blinded. Just like you can be physically blinded.
yeah, I agree with that. But
Well-
even if it is a deception, they say, "Oh, this prick is healthy for you. It's going to prevent whatever." Even then, they still chose to get that dose. That was their decision in the end.
I mean, this whole autism thing could be many reasons. One of them could be how we're using our water, what we're doing to our water. You know, we keep recycling the drinking water and recycling it, but every time we recycle it, I don't know if they're getting all the chemicals out. Like, I think there's an issue there.
Yeah.
It's a lack
have
of
a good point.
bacteria caused by pasteurization.
Everything that's flushed down the toilet that goes down the drain in a big city, or in a city and not use well water. Yeah, it's just your poop water, and all the pharmaceuticals people urinate, and it all gets pumped right back into the municipal water supply.
Dude, whoever said that took the words out of my mouth. I was gonna tell Jeremy that fuckers who take like those drugs and shit, pharmaceuticals, they can't filter that shit out. So essentially, when you're drinking municipal water, you're going on a trip, buddy. Like, you're going on a light level trip. You're doing a mini trip. You're getting
Exactly.
fucking hit by all sides by all kinds of fucking essentially sorcery and witchcraft. They used to call these guys who would put powders and potions, they would call them witch doctors back in the day. Now they just call them doctors without the witch part. But essentially, yeah, you're getting drugged by a witch doctor every time you drink this refiltered water with these pharmaceutical people.
Yeah. And in some states in America, if you capture your own rainwater, well, that's supposedly banned, right?
No, that's not banned anywhere. There's no state where that's illegal to catch your own rainwater. At best,
No?
they limit you. No, at most, at most they limit you to how much you can catch, but you can still catch it.
They try to limit us? That's ridiculous. Like, oh, you can capture 100 gallons of water, but you can't capture 200. Like, that's
Something like
crazy.
that. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of look at that as firearm control, or trying to control weapons. Okay, you can have 8 bullets in your clip instead of 12, or it's that slow encroachment of our rights being eroded away, right? So they start off going, oh, you can only capture 100 gallons, and then next thing you know, it's 80 gallons, then 20, and then 0.
Well, yeah, bro, if you had to have a street fight with someone and you were just getting them drunker and drunker and drunker until a point where they were sloppy and throwing up, you wouldn't even have to throw a punch, dude. They would just defeat themselves. So all they're doing is essentially that same thing. Just weakening you over time so when the time for confrontation comes, you're fucked already, dude.
100%. Yep. Codex Alimentarius. The limitation of the nutrients in packaged foods. They can't have more than this much copper, iron, whatever. Especially copper. They're trying to strip all that out. Very important for our diet.
Copper.
Yeah.
I have copper wire that I've been fucking collecting because I heard it was worth a lot, actually. Just a bunch of copper wiring, dude, that every time someone throws it away or I see it or something, man, I've just started collecting it when I was like younger. Now I just have a bunch of copper wire.
You can strip it and bring it to the metal guy, or you can just bring it in with a plastic coating around it and sell it as dirty copper. But yeah,
number 2
copper is one of the most expensive scrap metals you can get. Yeah.
For sure, yeah, I do AC, so I got copper all the time, and yeah, it's usually around hovering around like $3 a pound.
That's all?
Well, you have 100 pounds, which can add up pretty quickly. I mean, there's $300 right there chilling. So I mean, yeah, no,
Is that
it's
clean
good.
copper or dirty?
Yeah, that's number 1 copper. Number 2 copper is just yeah, if it's dirty or if it has welds in it, things like that.
Like whenever they throw wiring out at the school I work at, I just take all the wires.
Heck yeah.
Hey, Jeremy. That's what I
I'm
do.
gonna slave some copper right now while y'all are talking.
Dude, I don't know. I was thinking of maybe trying to make something with it, or maybe selling it. But I don't know. It's just ever since someone told me it's worth a lot, dude. I just never let those little things I never let it get thrown away, man. I just collect it.
Good. Yeah.
I would hang on to it.
I don't even know if it's worth that much. I don't know how much.
At least around $3 a pound. Yeah, I mean, I save up all my copper for the summer. Save it up to whenever wintertime comes, like Christmas for the kids or whatever. I usually make around $1,500 to $2,000 in copper.
Make some coils, put it around your plants. Run some power through it and watch your plants grow like wildfire.
I was thinking of doing some experiments with the copper that I have. Some sort of Maybe trying to make one of those Corona motors that everyone talks about, man. I don't know. I just think it would be kind of cool if I just had a motor that just runs itself for free, essentially off of the fucking air, essentially. You know what I mean? Like, that'd be kind of useful if you just had some small machine, bro. I could just use it to power a fan or something, you know? It doesn't even have to be anything big, but it's just free energy, essentially, with these Corona motors.
Why do you guys give this guy audience, man? I don't get it.
What guy?
Maktoon.
I don't.
I was listening to him over in what is it, Medicinal Mass Media, when he had a debate there, or like argued to people. Like whenever I tried to talk, they would just kind of ignore me and talk to like one of the worst representatives of flat Earth I've ever seen. That's the only person they would talk to.
Bet you he wouldn't come in here. They're too scared. Like we go into their, shall we say, backyards. I went into Gems the other day.
Ew.
Yeah, it's a sick feeling, I know, but you know, I don't know what got into me.
Feeling squirrely, huh?
Yeah, it was like a pylon, you know, 20, 30 against one. It brought me old memories. Yeah.
It's weird that something like that's actually around. Like, if they believe it's so hardcore that it's, real or whatever, why don't they just move on? That's what I don't get.
Well, some of these guys have channels, so they have to keep up the hype, right? So
True that.
so guys like that, they just get flat earthers on and ridicule them and make a lot of super chats. That's what they do.
Do they really get paid that much money though? To be worth it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, they make a living off of it. So yeah.
You really
You
think
see
so?
sometimes hundreds of dollars of super chats. Sure.
Oh, you mean where they donate money? Like right there? Like in the chat, you'll see, he donated $10 or $20.
Yeah, and also they have like supporters monthly. They donate monthly. They have all kinds of ways you can donate. You can give them money. Yeah, that's how they do it. So they need content all the time. Content.
What is a simp?
You have to Google that one.
That was a joke.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I wish Brian well, but I already know how this is going to go. And I'm sure everybody here knows what I'm talking about.
The physicist, Brian, or Town? Oh boy,
Sorry?
that does like surveys. Come on, that Brian
Our
that starts in
homeboy,
here, right?
Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's he doing?
He's debating McToon.
When?
I believe tonight. He just popped something in the live chat.
I got you. Yeah, that sucks.
I like how Toon is in his name, like Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
I'm sure there will be an entertainment value. Like kind of a Jerry Springer-ish. Look, I could be wrong, right? But yeah.
Pretty much. I've talked to him before.
Well, we could be surprised because there was like a love-a-thon with two people you'd never think. Jaren and Fight the Flat Earth. It
Yeah, I
was
saw
like they were
that. That
almost
was
kissing
interesting.
and hugging each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys
I don't
catch
think it was
that?
terrible. Yeah, I did. I think it was completely terrible. I think it's more of like just trying to come to some kind of middle ground, which I don't think is terrible.
Yeah, I guess, but it depends what you come to terms with. If you come to
Right.
terms with fantasy, yeah, I mean, what good did you do, really?
True that, dude. I'm ready for some cooler weather.
This is the hottest
Did you know
month
that?
right here.
Speaking
you
of
at?
Jaren, oh sorry. So I was gonna say, speaking of Jaren told me that if you have a 50-mile track, like a NASCAR track, and you keep your steering wheel pointed straight, that the car will go around the track on its own and come back to where it started from.
Pretty much.
You agree with that?
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
they actually steer to
the
the
heel.
left. Like you have to fight the car to go straight because they're designed to turn. Like it's set up, the suspension. Yeah, pretty much.
I think you misunderstood his argument.
Because of the curves, how it's got a incline, causes the wheel to turn.
You mean the
I don't think
banking?
his argument was that the wheel would be straight. I think his argument is you wouldn't feel the turning on a 50-mile track.
Oh,
No,
true
his
that, yeah.
argument is the wheel straight. You keep the wheel straight in the car, and the car goes around the oval track.
I've talked to him about this. I didn't come across to me that was his argument.
No,
It
he
came
told
across
me that.
that you wouldn't feel
Ask
the
him.
turning.
Ask him when you talk to him.
Probably what it was talking about is the car is set up to turn left, so that when you let go of the steering wheel, it pulls really hard to the left. Like you have to fight it.
Nah, the car.
Maybe I'm thinking of something else. But sorry, go ahead.
No, he specifically said the car wheel straight, dead straight.
I must be thinking of something else. I thought he was fighting against the argument of people saying, well, you can just go east and you're not going in a circle because you're not turning or whatever. And he was fighting against that, saying, if you go 50 miles in a circle, you're not even going to feel that you're turning. So there's no way to know you're going straight or
20
turning.
miles even.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, that's what he was alluding to. Yeah, yeah.
So you don't agree with that?
That's because it's just so slight.
No, that's not a good example, because if you have a car and your steering is straight, dead on, that car will never go around an oval track ever if you don't
Right.
turn the steering wheel. That's
I think
impossible.
he misspoke if he said keep the steering wheel straight. All I've ever heard him say was you won't feel yourself turning. You won't know that you're turning if unless you have something to reference yourself to, going in a 50-mile circle.
Yeah, even if you don't have anything to reference yourself to, you don't think you'll know that you're turning?
No, not at all.
So you think you can have a car with the wheels pointed straight, but if you don't
I'm
have
not
a reference
saying the
of
wheels
anything
pointing
actually
straight.
turning, sorry?
I'm not saying the wheels. I'm saying more like on a boat in the ocean. Like you won't know that you're going it. Like if you just say you were following, say a 50-mile circumference near the North Pole where you have to go east, you wouldn't know that you were turning if you were 50 miles away from the actual North Pole and you went around in a circle. I don't think that you would know that you turned. You wouldn't feel it.
Sorry. So you think that you can travel east in a car? Let's say it was possible. Travel east, keep your wheels straight, and you'll come back exactly where you are.
No, that's not the argument.
Sorry?
That's not my argument. I apologize. That's not my argument. He may have said that. I'm saying, say if you didn't have a steering wheel and you were tethered to a center point on a track and you're going 50 mile, it was a 50-mile track, that the car just automatically went in a circle without without you steering it, but you didn't know that it wasn't steering, that I don't think you could feel that you were turning.
Well, we already gone over this, SE. Remember I told you if the ground is turning below the object doesn't have to turn itself.
That's not equivalent to this argument.
Well, yeah, you said it yourself, the bank. That's what I'm implying when I say the ground turning. Like the topography of the ground is changing and the object or the vehicle is following that said path. And if that bank, right, is taking you to another vector, then the object is going to follow that vector that the ground is upon.
Oh, I remember the convo, but didn't you yourself say, yeah, but it would hit the banks? It does hit the banks when you were referring to that toy car. Remember?
Well, I analogized it to the there's a machine that maybe some of you remember as a kid where you can donate some change. You could put like a quarter or a coin in this thing. And it was kind of like a toilet bowl where the coin would follow this curved path all the way down to the center nexus of this thing and drop down the hole. It wasn't that the coin is turning. There's no steering wheel or anything to guide the coin other than the path that the ground is taking. So it seems like the coin is turning, but in all reality, it's just following the path before it, which is a turn in
The
itself.
geodesic? It's just following the geodesic?
I don't know if I want to use that word, but yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but now you're changing the scenario. Now we're talking about a car with the wheels locked straight in a dead straight position.
Yeah.
I say
It's
it
no
can
different.
never go around an oval track without you turning the wheels.
It's no different. SE, it's the coin doesn't have a steering wheel. The coin doesn't have anything to change its direction other than what it's imparting upon, which is that pathway being curved itself. So the coin is turning and turning and going and processing around in this circle, so this circular fashion, but the coin isn't turning. It's the path that's turning. Kind of like the car. The car is fixed. It doesn't turn. But if the path that the car is on is turning and the car is following the path, then the car therefore will turn with the path.
Sorry, buddy. I don't see that. I can't support that. Sorry. That's physically not possible for a car to have the wheels locked and go around an oval track, 50-mile oval track. Not possible.
It's no going down that toilet bowl. If you the quarter or the coin doesn't have a steering wheel. It's just one wheel. Therefore, it's fixed.
Agree. Yeah, but he's right. If it's an oval track, there's going to be straight parts. If it's perfectly circular,
you're thinking of a flat oval track. The whole thing is banked. It's like one giant toilet bowl. It's not a flat oval track. It's a curved oval track.
But even if it's oval, then there's straight parts. That's not a complete circle. It's got to be a perfect circle to not feel it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. My bad, guys.
Yeah, the thing is these straightaways, that is flat pavement.
Right.
Only the turns are banked, like big time.
Right.
They would have to be at those speeds because they would just fly off the track, you know? Like think of a slot car or the track, right? If you didn't have the corners banked, the cars go flying off so much easier, you know what I mean?
It's kind of like a dirt bike. When you take a sharp turn and you hit that berm shot, you don't actually turn the front tire. You lean into it a little bit, you apply a little bit of the front brake and a lot of throttle, and the ass end kind of comes around a bit. So I guess one of the wheels kind of technically turns a little bit, even though that rear tire is unable to turn. It's turning to the amount of torque being applied to it. I don't know. I think that one gets a little more complicated, probably.
So how do you guys envision this happening on Earth? Because from what I take it, we have two models, and they both are like kind of ooh. So the flat earthers think that you go around in a circle like a pizza, and the ballers think you go around a globe. It's another circle. So we have two models that straight in one means a circle, and in the other one means a circle. How do you guys? What's your comment on that?
I think they're using the wrong term because a circle doesn't actually exist in three-dimensional reality, only two-dimensional reality.
Why are you saying flat earthers saying straight is a circle? We just say east is a circle. We don't say straight is a circle.
Okay, so what's east then?
It's a circle, but it's not straight.
You just said, bro. I mean, you just said it yourself.
What do you mean? East is always 90 from north. So it's going to be around a center point. So it's going to be a circle. But that doesn't mean it's straight.
So what is it? So is east, west, north, south, are they straight lines?
North and south seem to be straight.
How about east and west?
Circles.
You see? So you got
What's difficult about that?
What's difficult about that?
Yeah.
Are they perpendicular?
I wouldn't say they're perpendicular.
So you have a circle meeting a straight line?
Well, which
Yeah.
east and west are you talking about? Are you talking about the direction or the magnetic?
Yeah, true.
East, west, north, south, right? The cardinal direction?
Again, cardinal direction or magnetic?
Just said the cardinal direction.
All right. Well, in that case, I don't know what to say to that.
I don't know why it matters.
Well, because the magnetic's
Because you
always
said
going to be.
yourself, you said a straight line makes
the
a
magnetic's
circle.
never straight.
Okay.
You have magnetic directions; they're never straight. They're always circular.
Right. No, I know. I get that. What I'm saying is, what does it matter if east and west are circles compared to north and south?
Then how do you have perpendicularity?
What do you need perpendicular? Why do you need? Why do you need perpendicular? You know what I mean.
You don't need perpendicularity for east, west, north, south?
Why do you? I'm asking.
I'm asking you. I'm not.
No, I never claimed you did, but I don't know why it's important. I'm literally don't know. I'm just asking a question.
He might not be aware of the argument.
Okay, well, if you can envision going north-south in a straight line, you can envision going east-west in a straight line as well. Like, when does that straight line east-west, when does it become a circle?
I don't consider it being a straight line. Ever.
Isn't
So
it?
you don't consider. Okay.
I think
celestial navigation.
Can you imagine?
You have to correct for
Can you imagine?
the magnetic declination. So like you're always correcting.
You're always
That's the
correcting the
circle.
north. Right.
Well, didn't he say north and south were straight? It was east and west that was circular.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you're always correcting the north if you're going east or west. Because that's all the compass points to is north.
Right.
So if you have a car and you if you have a car and theoretically you can go east-west without worrying about water or whatever, and you travel in a straight line.
How are you going to know you're traveling in a straight line?
What happens there? Let's
How
say,
do you know?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
How do you know you're going in a straight line? If you're following a compass, you have to be compensating to north.
There you go. That's a good question.
So you're
This
saying
is where we get into. It's where we get into Operation Broken Compass.
You never know if you're going straight. You never know. That's what I think the whole argument with Darren is you can go in a 50-mile circle radius and not know you're turning, like, because it's such a big circle. I see what you're saying about keeping the wheel straight. I don't agree with keeping the wheel straight, especially on an oval track. But I'm saying you can't feel that you're, like, if you're open ocean and you're compensating to north, going east, you'll not know that you're turning, unless you're in a super tight circle.
It's assumed you're always turning. If you're going any direction other than north and you're following a magnetic compass, you're not going straight.
I agree.
Now think the implications of that. The compass always points to one direction, no matter where you're at. It's another big thing. Another pet peeve of mine, if you want to call it.
What do you mean?
No matter where you're at, it always points north.
Yes, correct.
So think about it. If you're always going east or west, right, in a straight line, you got to think you're going in a circle. I'm not
You are.
making fun of anybody. I'm just putting that out there, right? Now, does that make logical sense?
Yeah. Well, this seems like 2015 stuff. What do you mean?
Well, since it's 2015, explain it to us.
I just did. What do you mean? Like, what's so hard to understand if you're always compensating to north that east and west are circles? Because north is one point as we know it, as far as we know. North is one
So
point.
you're saying you're
And
never listen to what you're saying now. You're saying, admittedly, you're never traveling straight. This is what you're saying, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's
As long as you understand
if you're a dead perfect east, always 90 degrees from north, you were in a circle. Just depends on how big a circle that is.
All right.
How would you ever know you're going in a straight line?
That's what I'm asking.
You wouldn't. But why do you think you would
So you're
know?
saying So you're saying it's impossible to travel in a straight line, east-west.
So the thing is if you're
not stay east, no.
If you're traveling east or west, you'll always end up in the southern hemisphere. Why is that?
Well, if you deadhead, yeah. Like if you clock your east and you could go straight without referring back to north, you would be going south eventually. Because you'd be going away from north. You wouldn't be constantly correcting to north. So if you went east, it would constantly kept going, southeast until it's all the way south.
Right. This is the Operation Broken Compass thing I came up with. Like if you left the coast of California, right, and you set your direction west off that shoreline, and you headed in that singular vector west, would you end up hitting Japan or would you end up in Antarctica?
You would end up in Antarctica.
Right.
You'd end up in Antarctica according to the pancake pizza model, no matter which direction you go. Think about that.
Exactly. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
But if you thought about it, you would do the same thing on a globe, really.
That's what I was trying to tell you guys before. Both models think the same thing. One thinks, remember how I started this off? One thinks
I don't see the problem,
you go around in a
though.
circle like on a pizza, and the other one thinks you go around in a circle on a ball.
But is that the case on the globe model? Is that on a line of latitude?
Well, we're not saying on a
that
line
is
of latitude.
not a 90 degree from north. Is that the claim on the globe model? Whoever the
one-sided. That's one-sided.
The only place it's 90 degrees on the equator, they say.
Yeah, but they have one line being straight and the other one being a circle, like you said before. Remember how you were thinking of it?
So latitude lines are not 90 degrees to
they're not.
longitude
I
lines?
explain why broken compass is fine and it isn't the same on a globe.
This is what FTFE just had to concede to Jaren.
What did you say, Fundy?
I'm saying that you guys were making whoever said that you'd end up in Antarctica, either model is like only partially correct. It's possible to reach Antarctica doing your deadhead reckoning, whatever east, then go straight, but only if you start heading east from 70 degrees north latitude, because you can on the globe model, you can, if you're following a straight line heading like east just and deadhead it, then you'll only ever go as far south as you started from. So if you start heading dead east from 30 degrees north latitude, you will reach 30 degrees south latitude, but at that moment, the process reverses and you'll start heading back north to where you started from so that you can return back to your 30 degrees north.
Wouldn't it change at the equator?
No. Well, the equator is where you would have, on a globe, the equator is where you would go straight and never gain any north or south latitude. right? But if you start south on a globe from 10 degrees south latitude, you'll cross over the equator. You'll reach your maximum latitude of 10 degrees north, and then it'll reverse, and you'll start wrapping downward around it. So, so you possibly can run into Antarctica doing Operation Broken Compass on a globe, but only if you set your deadhead east, wherever Antarctica is south latitude, 70, 80, whatever, right? So Dyslow's Broken Compass is fine as long as you start, anywhere below 80 degrees north latitude, which is very easy.
I agree with that.
The problem is, of course, everyone knows, how do you make sure you're going in a straight line? And that's just
I came up with a way, using multiple lasers in tandem, and just kind of leapfrogging them to carry that same vector.
Yeah, you could do that. Potentially.
But I think that was the only thing that I was able to come up with.
Yeah, so basically it would be a geodesic on a globe, like you would keep circling. Whereas it would continue straight to Antarctica on a flat map or AE style map. But I don't understand what the contention was with SE about that.
Oh, he said you'd end up hitting Antarctica on the globe, but like I said, that's only if you start it, not 80 degrees north latitude. Anywhere below that, you'll be fine.
Yeah, but I think he was having contention about just, you think on a flat map that you're going in a circle when you're going straight or something. And I was trying to explain my side that you would never know if you're going straight, if you're following a compass or, following east around a compass.
Yeah. I mean, you can say you can say east, north, south. It's all perpendicular at any like singular point. But as soon as any sort of lateral length is involved, then that correction starts, and it's out of sync. But then that's a new position of east. I mean, it's like an infinite perpendicularity. No matter, they're all different from each other, but they're all perpendicular to north and south, east, west. Yeah. But that's because it's a circle. Even on a globe, it's a circle.
I agree.
Yeah, it's just weird the fact that you always end up in the south, and we say the south is the outer edges, right? It just, I don't know, seems kind of funny. Whether or not you would end up in the same spot if you kept going long enough is a whole other story, but so I'll leave it at that.
I don't know how you can think you can have a car, go straight, keep it straight, and turn on a circle. To me, that's ludicrous. Sorry. I don't care who says it. It's ridiculous.
It's kind of like a roller coaster, dude. The roller coaster is going to follow the track that it's attached to. If the track is banking and curving and turning, the roller coaster is going to bank and curve with the track. So that's
but the roller coaster is not going straight, Dyslow.
Right. I agree, SE. If you keep your wheels straight and you're going straight on the track, you are not going to go in a circle if you're going straight. Like,
SE, but I think you can make something like a circle with straight lines. Like if you make short straight lines, right, and you stick them together, and then you zoom out, you're gonna lose the straight of the lines, and it's gonna appear like a circle. I think the same thing happened with airplanes. Like they go straight, that you can make it a circle, but it's straight lines.
You're saying connecting straight line segments.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think. Straight lines segments can make a circle.
I don't. You're gonna have to take that up with SE, dude. I don't think he's gonna like that too much.
Straight line segments, huh? Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's how they fly. I think they fly as a big segment of a straight line, right? That's what I think.
Oh, you mean the planes that they
Yeah,
fly?
the planes.
Yeah. I think they just fly in level flight. They put it in autopilot, and that's it. They stay at a certain. I think the nose is what 2% up, and that's that. The plane keeps going straight. Yep. It doesn't turn. It doesn't nose. I mean, it turns, but I mean, on the autopilot, it doesn't turn. It doesn't go up and down unless there's wind, right? And it just keeps going. Yeah.
I think the best one is a submarine traveling. You know, you put it a few feet below the water and have it travel at X speed, and it's either going to remain below the surface or it's going to emerge if it, doesn't trim itself.
Yeah, this.
Do you understand that, SE? Even the Globers agree to that one.
Say again. Say that again.
A submarine versus an airplane, right? Where the submarine is a few feet below the water, traveling in a straight direction, let's say, on a ball. If that submarine didn't trim itself to maintain its I don't want to say elevation because it'd be the opposite of that. Its depth. If it didn't trim to maintain its depth, then eventually it would emerge to the surface.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
With the missile, yeah. With the yeah, that's right. The torpedo, same thing. Correct. Yeah, there's so many things, man. They're fantasy sphere. Forget about it. It's just not. It's all in their mind. It's a non-existent thing. But now you got to come to terms with that east, west, north, south, right?
Says who?
Both ballers and flat earthers, I think.
I still don't understand the problem with the flat Earth circle east and west. Like if you're compensating the north, what's the problem with that?
It's not a problem, but you're not going in a straight line. You're thinking of a magnet pointing you to a certain direction, and you're thinking of going around a circle around that.
Right.
But there goes your straight line. You no longer have that straight line.
Why do you need the straight line?
Well, you have east, west, north, south, right? Cardinal directions, perpendicular.
Why do you keep thinking that there's straight lines east and west?
So, bro, you don't understand. You think that you cannot travel in a straight line where you're at. You don't realize what you're saying.
I can definitely locally travel in a straight line, but that doesn't mean it's going to stay east.
So when in your mind, if you travel straight in one direction, when does that change? And you'll understand why I think it's a problem. Well, I think maybe you might have a problem.
Okay, you're saying keeping the airplane like for 24 hours flying on a straight line on a east direction, SE?
Yes.
Yeah. I see the problem. I don't think. Yeah, you need to stop and then you need to land and then departure and make another straight line and land. But if you're talking about keeping the compass, you going east for 24 hours, you will hit the South Pole if you go on a straight line.
If you believe in the flat Earth model, correct?
If you believe in the flat Earth model, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to tell these guys.
Yeah, no, because if you're on a flat Earth, you need the router on the airplane to keeping you turning. Like you put the airplane flying on a straight line, but it's not actually straight. You put the router you give it a couple degrees, and then that's gonna keep you like turning, right? It's gonna keep you turning.
The thing
But I don't.
is
They don't do
even the
that.
Globers admit to it though. Like they'll admit that you'll always end up in the southern hemisphere, which seems like highly odd given their
That's
model.
true. That's true, Daiso.
That's
Jaren did this, right? With the lines on their map, the coordinates. And if you keep straight, you end up in the South Pole.
the southern hemisphere. Yeah, like I addressed this years ago, and they conceded to it, but I don't know if they provided any like affordable answer
argument
as to why. Yeah.
But SC is concerned that say you're flying 500 miles and you're dead right, or you're staying east, compensating the north, that you could feel the turn. I don't think you could feel the turn if you're staying compensated.
What do you mean compensate by what? What do you compensate?
Compensate to keep 90, like to keep
to keep
the
a
north
90
straight to your 90 on you.
So you're turning.
Like, yeah, you will be turning, but you will not notice. That's what he's saying. I mean, and to be honest, SE, there's no way you can notice, right?
Because you know what that turn is? For every 69 miles that you're flying, you're only turning 1 degree.
Yeah. Yep. 69 nautical miles, just to be precise.
So you're keeping your wheel straight, but you're turning. This is what you guys are saying here.
Well, in the airplane, you use the router to turn. SE, you wouldn't notice. Right?
Okay, forget the airplane. Let's say you were on the ground and you did that thing, and you had a car and the wheels were straight, because that's the example he gave, right? He gave a racetrack, right? So let's envision it like that. What would have to compensate? Because you're on the ground, you got wheels, you got the rubber on the ground. What would have to compensate to make the straight turn and you not feel it and not notice it? What would you have to compensate?
Well, that's a hard one. You can, right? I mean,
that's reality, bro.
Yeah, but we're not talking about but we're talking about our airplane.
Thank you.
No, we were talking about a racetrack. That's the analogy given by Jared.
Yeah, with a big racetrack, you would not feel it if you were turning like a 100-mile racetrack, like a perfect circle 100-mile racetrack. I'm not saying you could keep the wheel straight. I'm just saying if you didn't know which way a wheel was turning and you were going around a racetrack in a perfect circle 100 miles long, I don't think that you would feel that you were turning.
Well, you would turn your tires from the beginning, like point whatever degree, and you keep it that way the entire way, right? And I don't think you can notice how much your tires are turned at that point. If you're talking about 1 degree or like pretty much half of the degree on the tires, but over time, those tires you're gonna be making a turn.
Right.
Like you're gonna be going on a circle.
So think of it this way: over a straight line track, over 60 miles, if your tire deviates a total of 1 degree from your starting point, that would be the equivalence of the turning around like the equator.
Exactly.
Yeah, but at that point, again, at that point, it's
You would never
impossible to notice. Yeah, exactly. It's too small to notice, or even on a car.
That's why I don't understand. Sorry, go ahead.
Now put yourself in a boat with rough seas. Good luck.
Oh man.
Yeah, for sure. Ezzy, I think that you took the argument of him saying keep the wheel straight on a 50-mile track. I don't think it's possible, for one, because it would have to, on 50-mile track, you would have to turn. The car would have to turn 100%. But I think the argument is if you would feel it going, definitely the 60 miles, 1 degree is what it would be, or whatever, you would never feel that.
Look, I wouldn't have said anything, but somehow he made a thing and saying, there's a guy that thinks I'm crazy. Yeah, it is. It's a crazy statement. Sorry,
To
like,
say the wheels wouldn't turn, I agree. But to say you would
yeah.
feel it, I don't. I do agree that you wouldn't feel it.
Yeah, but this brings the argument, though, that you have to take in consideration the two models, right? Because I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I'm not saying that I have the answer, right? But think about the two models and think about the implications of north, south, east, west. And think about
I've
traveling
thought
in a
about it a
straight
lot.
line. And yeah.
I don't see an issue with it on the flat map. If you think that you would feel going in that big of a circle,
Do you see an issue on the flat map, SE?
Well, a straight line? Yeah, because if
No,
the issue is with you guys, because you think you can go in a straight line.
SE, travel. I mean, we don't travel for periods of 24 hours, right? First of all, you need to see that in reality, we don't do this, right? That's a fact. Because I understand your argument, but you got to put yourself on how in reality we travel. And we travel on periods of straight lines. So if you do that, you are able to travel in a circle around the North Pole based on straight lines, on segments. It's really simple. But if you in your head you wanna say like, oh, but you're gonna start traveling for 24 hours, then I do understand your argument and I agree with you. But this is not reality.
Yeah, but you see, well, bro, and you're one of the guys that thinks clearly, but now you're breaking up reality into segments to make sense of it.
No. Okay, your argument is about how the lines work. You are right? There's no way you can make a straight line be a circle. That's just not possible. But I thought we were talking about what the subject that we're talking about is how you go around a flat plane around the North Pole. You go around in segments of straight lines. I thought that was the argument.
Huh? Segments of straight lines. Okay, I never heard that one before.
Segments of straight lines.
Yeah. Okay, but at least you have to admit that you are changing your heading, right? When you do that?
Yeah, of course.
You're not going in a straight line, correct?
Of course, yeah. No.
Okay, all right. We're good, yeah.
Yeah, because no, I agree with you, but that I would ask that from the Gloverts, right? The Gloverters, they can take off, go on a straight line, heading east the entire time, and they should end up on the same spot, right? If it's a ball, right? But they need to demonstrate this being done. They haven't done it, so they do the same. It's only segments of straight lines.
Yeah, but think about it though. In the flat Earth model, any which direction you travel, you're gonna hit south eventually.
If you travel for a long period of time, yes. Yes, I agree with that.
So south is everywhere, every direction.
Yep. Like I said, this is the caveat that you need, Essie. This is the caveat. You need to point this out. Is it has to be done for a long period of time, and it needs to. If you're claiming it to be true, it needs to be demonstrated that is so. Otherwise, we're just using lines and geometry, which I do agree with you. It's there's nothing to argue about it.
All right, I just want people to think on this one because this one is a tough one.
Mm-hmm. Not to me.
About my buddy Pete. About my buddy Pete. What do you think? He seems to think I never bring anything to the table. What do you think on this, Pete? Monsieur Dodo?
Pete's muted, dude. You're gonna have to unmute him.
Oh, we'll unmute him.
lately I've been listening to Bev, right? For some reason, I don't know if they are doing this on purpose or not, or what is the deal, but they say like, well, the earth is not flat. And I understand their point, but I don't think they're understanding the flat earth argument on good faith though. Because
Well,
the flat earth argument,
I've heard Bev use the argument that the UK's lay down grid squares, 90-degree angles with straight lines. It can't be curving because of that. I mean, I don't know. These guys are fucking. They got mad contradictions going on over there.
I mean, no one second.
that's what I say. They need to think about, like, let's say you gotta put yourself out of the earth, right? Like zoom out, and it's like if you have let's say you have a piece of glass that you feel it really, really, how you say, soft, like it's flat and soft, but if you see it like in a microscope or whatever, it's gonna have little whatever dots and stuff in it, right? It's the same with the earth, I think. If you like, when you are on an airplane and you're not that far, and little hills and stuff, they look flat.
Okay, 1 second. Let me get in here. First of all, I want to say thanks to SE Montreal for unmuting me, or whoever did. I have nothing against you in the sense that the ball is already fucking so debunked, it's unbelievable, right? But now what remains for us to sort of get some sort of grasp upon is the actual reality. And this is where the last comment I'll deal with as well, which were Bev talked about how the UK was laid out in grid lines. You see, there are lines on a flat earth, but there are straight lines on a flat earth, but there are none on a ball earth. So, yes, if there is a reality in play, what can we make of that based on, I guess, our experience, also the thing that we've left behind? And that's what I'm saying, Essie. I'm not criticizing you in the sense that, okay, the ball is busted, but can we make anything out of the earth itself then? Or are we just are we going blindly into something that we have no hope whatsoever of coming to terms with? It's a possibility.
Yeah, and Pete, just for the record, bro, I have nothing against you. It's only... And Pete, you got to understand, bro, everybody has told you this, right? You have good ideas, but you just tend to go on for too long, bro. It's the way you are. You're like a poet, you know, you just can't stop, bro. But don't take it personal when somebody tells you, you got to keep it short, bro. That's all. I don't have nothing against you.
All right. I know, I appreciate that as well. It is a passionate sort of topic, a passionate area. So I'll do better, I guess. But that's what I was just saying there. Can we know anything, SC Montreal, as we come to flat Earth, outside of knowing that the ball Earth isn't a thing? And I'm genuinely asking that because there's a possibility we can't, and we're just lost in a labyrinth and a mire of creation. What do you reckon?
Nah.
Sure, we can know stuff.
I don't know what's going on with the flat earthers, man. Like this fucking infighting with the among flat earthers is not good, man.
But
I agree with that. Yeah.
Let me say this. I believe myself personally now, right, that the only quest for the individual is to get some sort of grasp on the greater reality, which has been hid from us purposely for so long. Now, can we make inroads? I think we can, based on what's given to us. After all, the ball, or the spherical ball, or coordinate system works in a sense. We'll all agree with that, right? We'll all agree with that. It's not completely fucking useless.
The problem with it.
What do you think,
Whatever.
Jeremy?
Sorry, Jeremy.
I just wish
Well,
we
well
could
done,
all
well done,
just
Jeremy.
come
What do you think? Is it
together.
all useless? The ball
We
Earth,
could
and
just
all
all
this-
come
Jeremy, what's
together.
next, though?
The problem is, I don't know what infighting are you talking about specifically?
Well, first of all,
Me?
People
you're
saying
asking me,
Earth's not
first of all,
flat,
the
and then
infighting
but we're
we have?
saying it's flat.
Yeah.
Pete. Oh
I
my
thought you were
God.
asking me. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
I'm talking about infighting right now. I'm talking about, like, specifically, I'm gonna say it about Jaren talking about science doesn't prove things. Bev saying about like attacking Nathan on the 90 degrees thing, and those kind of things.
Anyways,
And Dell is saying that
I
the
just
Earth
wish
moves up.
doesn't
I
make
Dell
just
is
sense.
saying the
wish
Earth
we
moves
could
up.
all just get just regardless of our beliefs or ideas. I wish we could all just come together and just just talk about stuff and not be like, like a football game. You got team A versus team B. It's like, oh, if you're not, with this team or that team, then you're not playing the game. Like, who are you? It's just,
No,
what I mean?
no, it has to be that way though, because if Jaren is saying that science doesn't prove things, now he's validating everything that the Glover's been saying for a couple years, right? That they moved the goalposts. Whenever this started, they used to say the whole body of science proof the Earth is a globe, right? This was something that they used to say, right? Then we show on the flat Earth side that science is a specific method that needs to be used, right, to prove cause and effect of things on the natural world, right? That's what science is for.
Right. Yeah, I
And
get what you're
then
saying.
and Jaren used to say that too, but then I don't know. Recently, I heard that he's saying this other thing, and I don't know why is he doing this shit.
Right.
Here we go again. But what I'm getting at is, what if the Earth isn't flat? What if it isn't a globe? What if we're all wrong? That's what I'm getting at.
What if it's a
Right.
simulation?
Now, can I
Now
comment
you're
here
talking.
briefly?
You see, that's
Yeah.
brains at work right there.
But then what is the point of you being here, right? Why are you even here? What is the point if you think that it doesn't really matter? Why even join a
Who said it
conversation
doesn't
about
matter?
I didn't
topic?
say
Who
that.
said it
That's a
doesn't
non
matter?
sequitur, bro. He gave you a third
Oh,
option.
sorry. What
Yeah,
is
he
the
gave
third
you a
option?
third option. He said, what if it's not flat or a globe?
Right.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah. What is that the third option?
Let me deal with
That's
your
a
point.
non-option, SE.
Let me deal with your point, Silent Zero, because it's a very good point, and I have a background in science. People might think I'm a fool. I have an engineering degree, and science's position was always that nothing can be proven, because the point was that whenever you look at a phenomena
What?
and you're trying to, yes, listen to me on this one. Because whenever you
Oh
look at a
no.
phenomena, you always know that you're dealing with an effect and you're trying to establish the cause, but you can only try and ascertain the cause via experimentation or whatever, via known possible causes. So you line up maybe 10 possible causes, but if ether is a perfect example, actually, because if the ball earther who doesn't consider ether as a possibility hasn't even okay, I'll slow down a little bit, hasn't even considered it, but then if it is the ultimate cause of lots of different things, they don't know about or disregard it. But ultimately, the point would be that the scientific established mindset would be that, okay, I can list a possible number of causes, but I'm aware that there might be a possible cause that I don't know. It's like the unknown knowns and the unknown knowns, or the unknown unknowns sort of thing. So that was always the position of science. Now, let me say one thing just to finish, which is Nathan Oakley's position, which is very interesting. When science can actually prove something, it's like me saying, looking at something, a bin, and saying, well, that's a bin, or it's or an inanimate or an animate object. We can all observe, we can all test, we can all say it's an inanimate object, so therefore we've proven that it's not an animate object or an animal or a
That's
rabbit.
not his position.
It sort of is, if you think about it.
No, it's not.
Go ahead, Dan. Correct me.
Well,
How does science prove things? Go ahead.
His
You're right,
position
Dodo.
is all right. His
No, go
position
ahead,
is that
Zero.
you use the scientific method to prove cause and effect of something that we observe in natural world, right?
No.
And you may
No,
have
that's not right. That's not right, though.
yeah, that's his position though.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. His position. No, hang on, bud. You can only
that's
not
right.
rule it out. You can only not rule it out in a true scientific
Ho-
sense. Whatever Nathan Oakley's position is, in a
What
true
what
scientific sense, you can only ever not rule it out. So there could be
Pete
also causes that you don't know about that you're not
Pete
considering. Okay, go ahead.
Pete, but that's why you use the scientific method. The scientific method is that's why has to be rigorous, right? one independent variable. And you can have, like, let's say in this example, you can have one observation in the real world, and you may have 1,000 hypotheses for the cause of that effect, and you may have different causes.
Yeah, you're breaking up,
Hear me?
Zero. Yeah, you're
Can you hear me?
breaking up there. You sounded like you were getting passionate. Go ahead.
Yeah. And you may have different causes that different causes that cause the same effect, right? But for each hypothesis, you must test one cause so that you be sure that that's one of the causes for that effect. And you may have different hypotheses for the same observation, right? But if you apply the method the right way, you're gonna know for sure, you're gonna prove for sure that heat will boil water. And then that pressure boils water too. And then, but you need to do different tests with a specific, with only one variable that you move.
How does pressure
so
boil
that you
water?
can prove?
If you don't mind me asking,
That's
how
not
does
true,
pressure
though.
boil water? How is that proven?
That's not true, though, man.
Yeah, but
That is
hang
not
on,
true.
one
What
second,
is
one
not
second.
true?
How
What
does
is not
pressure
true?
boil water? If you don't mind me asking, because I have my own thoughts on that. But how does pressure boil water?
Oh, because you apply pressure and it boils the water.
So you would say that if there was less pressure, then the water would be less inclined to boil.
I don't know.
Can you name something
hang
else?
on. The point of me asking that was if you put a glass of water in a vacuum chamber and you take the pressure out, then
It
they
will
say that
boil.
the water boils. So what's going
Yes.
on?
I don't know what's going on. I don't know why. I don't know why. Those kind of questions we cannot answer. The why of why things happen. Like why does the
Yeah, we can. You just
I
said
can
it.
answer it.
You just said it had.
Well, you can assume, right?
To be boiled.
Oh, I can answer it. I can answer it.
Really?
Yes.
Tell me
really.
why.
Can
Well, I
you
tell
give
why.
one
Yeah,
other
let me tell
thing
him
that
why.
science
Let me tell him
proves?
why now. Let me tell you why, Zero. And you've been in here a long while. Very capable mind you are as well. They have fucking twisted everything. Everything to do with the ball is misapplied.
You were about to answer the why. Go ahead. Why?
Yeah, let me answer you. When they talk about boiling water in a pressure vacuum, right? A vacancy of the pressure. What they're actually talking about is just a transition. If you think about a vacuum chamber,
Yeah, that's what
and an
boiling
exit
is.
port. Let me just say this: if you think about a glass of water in a vacuum chamber, an exit port which is sucking everything out inside. Once the air is exhausted, right? The suction has nothing else to work on except, well, not the glass, not the sides of the container, the liquid inside. So what they talk about boiling is actually the opposite. If you take a straw and blow into it, it's just a opposite sort of scenario. So it's just a change of state, but there's no heat involved. There's no
Is that
heat
your
involved.
answer to why?
Yes, that's
I don't
exactly
think
my
you
answer to
understand
why.
what it means. Why? I don't think you understand what it means. Why? That
Maybe you
wasn't
didn't
an answer
understand
to
my
a why
answer.
happens.
What do you think then is
No,
happening
that's
in a
not
vacuum chamber? What do you think
What
is
is happening is a change of state, but that doesn't
Because-
answer the question of why.
You
Because
said there
pressure
was
and
heat.
temperature
Hang on, bud. He
correlate.
said that there was heat involved. So heat and pressure
No,
equals the
no.
boiling of water. Go ahead.
No, that was a different example. Heat is one example, pressure is another example, and we might find different things that cause water to boil, right? But if we use the scientific method, we can prove that heat will cause water to boil. We will
No.
prove that no.
Not
Science
absolutely.
science disproves things. It doesn't prove things.
Holy shit! All right, I mean, I could disagree, bro. That's okay.
It's a basic principle. Why are you not understanding that the science man, a general science man, Rob Notches here, is humble? They say that, okay, we're dealing with reality in man's brain, man's mind. We don't know the ultimate cause of every effect. We can only suggest things, and we can sort of be confident that there is these associations that you mentioned, but we can never prove it. First of all, you don't know what heat is. What is temperature? Tell me, what is temperature? They told us in the ball earth what temperature is. What is it for a flat earther, Zero? Honestly.
Well, it's fire to me.
Yeah, but there's no fire in the vacuum chamber, which causes the
Yeah,
the
but at
water
this
to
point,
go out.
look. If you're gonna be good faith, you gotta stop playing semantics, right? You know what I mean when I say heat. If you want to start playing semantics, then I'm out of this conversation. I'm trying to have a good faith conversation, and when you hear me
Okay,
say heat,
okay,
and in your head you need to have fire, right? If you're gonna start playing semantics, then
okay.
I
Don't
don't.
be out of the
I'm not
conversation.
interested in having a fucking conversation
Okay,
about semantics, about what is
okay,
heat. If you don't know
okay.
what
Don't
heat
be out. Hey, bud. This is a
is,
fucking vast area in
I don't
terms of
care talking to
physical
you.
research,
Hey, are
which is
you
thermodynamics. Man, let
semantic?
me ask you a question as a flat earther. Then, is the sun hot?
I would say yes.
Well, then, man, I would say you
I
haven't
don't
paid enough
know.
attention. You haven't paid enough attention.
Oh, hold on. Demonstrate that the opposite is true.
Okay, would you agree with me as you rise up in
I
the
don't
hot air balloon?
no. Listen to the words.
You asked
Listen
me to
to the
demonstrate.
words, Pete. I don't want rhetoric. I want demonstrations. And that, my
Well, let's
friend,
meet.
you cannot do.
Where
That,
are
my
you in?
friend.
Yeah,
First,
where are
let's
you,
start by
Zero?
this, Pete. You cannot demonstrate that, right? Are you gonna agree with that or not?
You haven't heard the example. You cut me off one sentence in, half a sentence into what I was going to say.
Oh, you know, okay, you know what I'm asking of you. Repeat what I'm asking for of you.
Yes, to demonstrate what I'm talking about
What?
here, which is
What is it?
the
Demonstrate
sun.
what?
Well, you see, you're cutting me off now, and you talk. Oh, go ahead, Zero. Go ahead if you
Well,
want.
then, no, because I need to know that you understand what I'm asking of you. To demonstrate what?
First of all, you told me that as I was making reasonable statements, you were
See?
going. Hey, you're not in Bev's now, bud, or Nathan Oakley's. Take it easy. I asked you, was
I
the
don't
sun
care about
hot?
your rhetoric,
I
bro.
asked you, was the sun hot? And you said, yes, it was. And
No.
I said,
Uh-huh.
well, you haven't learned enough then. And then I started talking about why I'm going to show you that the sun is not hot. And you immediately came in and said, well, you have to demonstrate it. Don't talk about it.
Exactly.
Say,
I say I don't want rhetoric. I want demonstration.
all right, where are you? In America? I'm in Ireland
Yes.
here. Let's meet in Barbados or something next Tuesday. And we'll
I
work
don't have
something
the
out.
money.
Right,
I
okay,
don't have
forget
the
about
money
that
to
then.
travel.
Let's engage in a thought experiment now. Or even, you've been to the top of mountains. Does it get colder or does it get hotter as you go to the top of mountains? As you're in a hot air balloon, does your face get roasted? Why do you put on scarves? If your face was roasted, the rest of your body be roasted. Why do you put on scarves and heavy clothes? What's going on as you're getting closer to this object, especially outside of the interfering air? Tell me what's happening.
On the sun that you are.
How about, that's why I asked you about the sun. Is it hot or cold? You said it is
No,
hot.
no, the zone depends on
Sun?
which zone you are. If you're in a mountain, I've been in mountains where it's so hot, hotter than when I'm down on like in the, let's say, on the bottom of the mountain.
Well, that's interesting then. Why did you wear bodysuits when you went to the top of the mountain?
No, that's what I'm saying. Shorts and stuff. Like that's what I'm saying. Depends
Yeah,
on
but I'm talking
if
about I'm talking about going up to fucking Mount Everest. I was going to mention the example of going up in a hot air balloon, which goes well, not higher than Mount Everest, but as you get higher to those levels, what do you imagine that you need loads of clothes or less clothes?
that's my point. Depends on which mountain you are, Pete.
Yeah, I'm talking about going towards the sky, going towards the sun. As we rise and get closer to the source of heat, we should get hotter, right?
I don't know. I haven't experienced that.
Anyone
How do
else
you
have a
experience
point of
that?
view? Let me say this. I think the sun is neither hot nor cold. It's an intense frequency reflection. And what we experience as the heat is the interaction between these energies, like a microwave, and the air, the atmosphere. Atmosphere. We got to decide what the fuck is going on in our flat earth reality. And I think there's a force coming from above which pushes the atmosphere down,
That
from the enclosure
that
itself.
that I agree with, Pete. Like I'll take your point, and it's really possible that what you're saying is true. But again, we were talking about demonstrating if the sun is hot or cold. What you're doing right now is giving an example of me going to a mountain that is higher than the ground, and then you want me, as because it's colder, you want me to infer from that experience that as you go higher, it gets colder. Therefore, the sun it's cold. And what I'm
Not
saying is that's not a right way to think
right.
about what the sun is, right?
I agree
The
with you,
right?
and I never said the
All
sun
right.
was cold. I think it's neither hot nor cold. So these are relative
I don't know what
terms.
it is.
Yeah.
I feel it hot when I have the sun in front of me. I feel it hot. That's why I say I think it's hot, right?
That's fine. That's fine.
I
But
go.
these are relative terms of consideration, and these are all terms given to us by the ball. Of course, they will tell us in their own way different details. But temperature itself, right? So the measure of hot or heat or hotness is they will break it down into the vibrational rate between atoms, right? You agree with that? The quicker the
Yes.
vibration, the more heat is generated.
Yes.
So it's a secondary
So they
factor of
say,
the heat itself, right? The
right?
temperature is only a measure of the frequency of vibration. The sun is a massive, intense frequency, no doubt, but if it has nothing to interact with, then it's harmless. It's harmless. There's no interaction. But if it has water particulates or other, then it can cause, like a microwave, it can cause massive fucking heat to be experienced if you want.
And let me tell you an experience that I have often here. You know, I'm a truck driver, right?
Yes,
And
I do. I do.
often what happens here, and as I'm driving, you know, when it goes from night to day, the sun is coming up. So sometimes I have the temperature on the air inside here, the truck, a little warm. Like it's not too bad, right? And as soon as the sun rays hit the like the inside of my cabin, I can feel it change temperature like really fast, like high temperature. And that to me is something weird. I don't know why that happens. I can tell right away when the sun hits the cabin, the temperature goes up really fast.
Hey, I got a question for you,
I don't know.
Odysee. You said that heat causes water to boil, man. And that's science proven things.
No, that's science proving
natural
that
law. No, that's not science, man. According to science, that's the law of thermodynamics. That's natural law. That's entropy.
Yeah, but you're
That's
using the scientific. You're using the scientific.
That's not an entropy. It's not a law.
You're using the scientific method to demonstrate cause and effect of something, right?
It's not a law, though. Entropy is not a law.
Yeah, but hold on.
Here's the thing. Hot or cold.
Who's talking?
I was going to ask you a question, Silent, real quick.
What's up?
Anyway, water boiling falls under thermodynamics. Well, yeah, of course, but that's the reason. Well, there's a reason why it boils. Can you differentiate between? And this is for Silent. Water boiling and water evaporating, just so we are clear about the causes of this change of state, because I think there's a difference. I mean, Zanuck, hold on, man. Hold on. This is an internal issue, dude.
Well, it's very loose. It's very loosely defined.
Let me just answer.
I just asked Silent.
What is your name? I'm missing your name right now. I know your name. What is?
Yeah. Zanuck?
No. The other guy that is talking to me. Brian, yeah. Give me a second, Brian, to answer this guy that asked if I can differentiate between evaporating and boiling, right?
Right.
We had this conversation a couple years ago because as you can hear, English is not my first language, right?
No, you do a great job, by the way. You do well,
so I ask what is boiling means to you guys in English. So I remember that day was Sanic and a couple other guys. So we went and researched, and boiling it's the change of state from water to gas, right? From water to gas. So and I thought it was bubbling. I remember that. I thought it was bubbling that what was boiling, but no, it's a change of state. So if you ask me, can I differentiate between evaporating and boiling? Is that the question?
Yeah. It's not like a gotcha. I want to set a stage for a question about heat being a cause of something.
I think that's. I think
Brian,
evaporating is boiling. Yeah, I think evaporation of water is boiling. It's
Okay, well,
changing
you
from
can
it's
see
changing
that,
from water.
Brian, you got it. You got to stop, Brian, for a second. This is
And
just
Zedek,
need like a
this is
minute.
kind of internal, man. I've been listening. I go to say one thing and you jump right.
Go ahead,
No, we
Brian.
were having you back
Go
and
ahead,
forth, Brian.
Brian.
You're interrupting.
Can I
Not
please make a
interrupting.
comment?
Hey, you're talking to
don't say.
Brian.
Hold on,
You're
hold on, guys.
interrupting
Hold
Brian.
on,
Go ahead, Brian.
hold on.
Thank you, man. You
Zanuck,
jumped in on us. Sorry.
I'm just gonna say
Okay.
one thing. Zanuck, you were muted yesterday for this very reason.
I was muted yesterday because
Just please
illegal
don't do
was
it.
calling me
Don't do it
names,
because I'm
and
gonna
I was
mute
trying
you
not to
right
say
away,
anything
bro. This
bad to
time I'm
him,
gonna mute
and
you.
then I
I
got
swear.
muted.
Yeah, Zanuck, I asked him a
Let's keep
question. You
content,
jumped
please.
in on. But I wanted to say that here would be my point is that is the laws of thermodynamics. That's what water boiling falls under, or evaporation, all that it just does. It's not science according to the strict definition of natural science. The laws of thermodynamics is not. You don't use the scientific method. You'd have to say it's pressure, not heat, if you wanted to get technical, because I can change the pressure of an ambient temperature and get water to boil without changing the heat. Okay, I cannot change the heat without changing the pressure. In other words, if I heat, the pressure of that water is going to change no matter what.
That's not true.
So if I was going to give it, what do you
I
mean?
can have a certain pressure and add temperature and have it boil, Brian.
I agree with you, Brian. I agree with you.
Pressure. Sorry.
I was gonna say I agree with you, Brian, on the thermodynamics, but what I'm talking about is I'm talking about the scientific method applied to something, right?
Yeah, as far as that within the scientific method, we could prove or disprove a hypothesis. But
yes,
once you step out of the scientific method into reality, then you can't prove shit. Like Pete was saying, you can't really prove anything because, look, you could take the latest hypotheses and be like, look, we proved that the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy. Bro, do you know how much went into that, dude? For a couple centuries, they thought that being out at sea for too long caused scurvy. Like literally, they really thought that.
Brian, I have something to say about that you might appreciate.
Wait, one other
and I
thing,
think you'll
Pete.
love it. But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
One other thing, and then I'll pass it over to you. Is the lack of vitamin C? Vitamin C was just redefined in like 1902 or 46 or whatever it was. Like they just changed the whole entire definition. But here's the thing. So the vitamin C is what helps the body produce collagen. As soon as we find a way to introduce a compound where the body can produce collagen, then the lack of vitamin C won't cause fucking scurvy. As soon as we
Brian, but answer me this question: does whatever you can change, right? You can change whatever you want, but is vitamin C is that ever gonna change?
Yes. If the
no. The effect. Brian, you're not understanding my question. Brian, hold on. Give me a second, Brian. Listen, bro. Listen. So the hypothesis that
re-ask the question, bro, and then interrupt me again.
All right, Brian. Vitamin C. What was their proposition that vitamin C causes, or what is it?
Vitamin C causes scurvy, or the lack of vitamin C does not cause scurvy. So as soon as we find a compound that we can introduce to the body where it produces collagen, then the lack of vitamin C will not cause scurvy. That's a crude example, but you're talking about clinical studies, bro. And there's always fucking variance in clinical studies. It's never, you can't show me a clinical study that's ever 1,000% true. I mean, dude, it 100% will not cause scurvy, the lack of it. If we can find like I said, a compound to help our body produce the collagen, then we won't.
Kind of got off the rails here. I want to have that question. Let me know when I can have the mic to just ask the question to silent again about.
Well, let him respond. Let him respond because he wanted to say something, Zanuck, and then you're Zanuck.
Yes, and let me just answer to him. Brian, but you having vitamin C and not having what is it, scurvy? I don't even know what that is, but is that having vitamin C on your body and not having scurvy is never gonna change.
Why
That's
you don't even
been
know what
proven.
you're talking about, and yet you're being so insistent
I
on
didn't
cutting off
I didn't bring
Brian,
that
right?
fucking example, Pete. I didn't bring that example. So I'm sorry. I gotta work with what Brian brought it to the table. I don't even know what scurvy is or vitamin C.
Why are
I'm
you
talking of
talking and being so passionate then?
what the fuck? Because he's asking me a question about the method.
It is pretty
You
funny.
having vitamin C will never
Like how
change
mad you are.
the effect.
Like how
You
mad
don't
you
even
sound.
fucking know
It's
what
funny.
scurvy is, so what are you talking about? You don't even know
All
what
right.
you're talking about.
It is amusing. It is totally amusing.
It'd be a lot better if you let me join in silent because I
Yo,
had a.
stop,
I
Xanax.
Go ahead, bro.
You'll
Yeah.
just make it worse.
Okay, no. Let me. Can I have the floor for a minute or
No.
two? Just nothing really involved. So the evaporation and boiling, yet they both are change of states, and they both follow the
Boring.
laws of thermodynamics. They're very different.
Hey,
It's
Brian,
quite
I'll answer
simply.
about vitamin C. My thoughts on the
Oh
matter.
my God!
Go
I mean,
ahead,
seriously,
Danny.
can I just have a minute with
Fucking Pete,
silence?
you're a fucking moron, bro. Holy shit.
Zero. I know you're on
Xanax, stay out of it for a minute.
Sorry after admitting that you're fucking clueless.
Do you understand that I didn't bring this example, right? But I do understand. The problem is that my English is not good enough to understand what if the lack of it causes it or so I
Yeah,
don't know.
lack of it
I get
causes
loose on this
disease.
shit, bro. That's the
It's a
fucking
disease,
problem that
Tyler.
I'm having. Okay, that's the problem that I'm having. Explain. That's why you think that I'm confused. In my head, I'm not confused. It's just my fucking
fresh
words.
fruit and vegetables on a long ship journey was said to cause scurvy because there was a lack of vitamin C. That's the cause of it. If you didn't know that, that's not Brian's fault.
No, he doesn't. It doesn't matter if he knows or not. He's talking about the methodology. Just for the record, silent. Scurvy is a disease you get if you don't have vitamin C. That's all it was. So that's why they called the British that were on the boats limeys because they brought limes along with them so they wouldn't get scurvy.
Well, there you go. Then, my point was that my point was that it's been proving that you having vitamin C, you will never get scurvy if you have vitamin C.
No,
that's been proving.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
It's wrong.
That
How
vitamin
is
C
it wrong,
prevents
Brian?
the hypothesis. Listen, is that the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy. Like I said, as soon as mankind can find a way to fucking introduce a compound in the body where we can still get our collagen, and
Brian, he said that. Brian, he said you have vitamin C. You won't
I'm
get
trying to
scurvy.
explain to him that
he
can't
said
change
that,
the
Brian.
hypothesis, bro. Xanax, you just quit repeating that I just said that. My point is you can't change the hypothesis to like you can't reverse the hypothesis and say that vitamin C prevents scurvy. It's a hypothesis. It's a lack of vitamin C.
Oh, who are you to say that you cannot change your hypothesis? Who the fuck are you? The arbiter of the hypothesis?
As soon as we find a way to do the collagen,
Silent
like
Zero,
vitamin
we're on the
C
same
won't.
side here. Zanuck is against us, but you seem like you're on Zanuck's side, for fuck's sake. What's going on?
I'm on the side of whoever has the reason.
Right, I'll give you something to consider now as a
And Brian, just say right now. Brian, just say right now that I cannot change the hypothesis.
Let's let
ridiculous, bro.
let Pete have the floor for a
Live up to
second.
your name, man. Listen, more than speak, right? Now, it's Brian, how about this, bud? We breathe is most vital. As you're over the ocean for long periods of time, what do you breathe? You breathe fucking salt air. You breathe salty air consistently as it's evaporating, right? So what if that was the ultimate cause of this deficiency and you didn't have something to sort of fight off of that that content, that salt content in a sense? Maybe vegetables, I bet you limes or something like that would probably have some resistance to the salt. That's another hypothesis as well, but that's a different matter. Go ahead,
Yeah, but
Brian.
dude, you know how many
Listen to what Brian is saying, though.
That's good idea. Somebody should have said that.
Oh, yeah. Can I speak now? Brian, you said that you cannot change the hypothesis. I think you're wrong on that. I can make a hypothesis where I can put my I can say you having vitamin C will prevent you having scurvy, right?
Oh,
And you can prove it every single time.
I agree.
It's
then
proven.
It's not proven. No, wait. If you just say you prove that hypothesis, and I find a way to introduce something else to the body to produce the collagen, then the lack of vitamin C does not cause scurvy.
No, but you're changing my hypothesis at that point. Brian. Do
No,
you
no.
understand what you're
I
doing?
just said
Yeah.
the same hypothesis, bro.
Repeat.
You're changing
No.
hypothesis.
No.
If you do that, I'm good with it.
No. You stick with my hypothesis. My hypothesis is that having vitamin C on the body will prevent you from getting scurvy. That's a hypothesis. You cannot change
That's
the
not valid.
words, right?
That's
Who are you to say that it's not valid?
It's not negative.
You said it's not valid.
Yeah, but that's a
hypothesis.
problem, right?
I agree with Brian. How have you tested that
What's your
under all
alternative then?
circumstances
What's
and
your
ruled out
null?
any other possibility, Silent
The
Zero?
null is that if you don't, the
Be
null
very
is that
critical
if you
of
don't
the
have
scientific method.
the null
You
is that you don't have if you don't
He's
have
very assertive.
hold on. The null is that if you don't have vitamin C and you gotta stick with the hypothesis, and my hypothesis is only one bear. Listen, Brian, I'm explaining, bro. There's a null, but I
I
know
wanna
what
yell
you're gonna
too.
say. Okay, let me get my mic a little bit farther. Sorry.
Oh.
So,
Say
Brian,
your hypothesis again. Repeat your hypothesis, please, because no, but I'll hear it.
having vitamin C will prevent you from getting scurvy. Pause. Let me keep going. All right. So the null is that if you don't have enough vitamin C, you will get scurvy. Pause. Don't talk again. Let me finish. In my hypothesis, the variable is vitamin C. You cannot introduce any other thing in this hypothesis. If you do so, you are invalidating the hypothesis as it is. That's why
Sure, repeat it one more time. Repeat the hypothesis one more time. See if you catch it, so I don't have to point it out. Repeat the hypothesis one more time and then slow down.
Go ahead, Silent. Go ahead.
Hypothesis that if you have enough vitamin C, you will not get scurvy. The null is that if you don't have
enough vitamin C, I will get scurvy. Your hypothesis is the null. It's a negative. Say it one more time.
Very true. It's true. If you have it, and if you don't have it,
Brian. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's true, Brian.
You're trying to prove that having enough vitamin C will prevent you from having scurvy, right?
No, the hypothesis is the lack of vitamin C will.
That's you because you want to introduce.
The null is the lack of vitamin will not cause scurvy.
That's your hypothesis because you wanna because the problem that you're having is that you wanna have so that you can say, well, it's open to introduce a new agent that I'm gonna manipulate, and then you will see that even without having vitamin C, I can get you not to have scurvy. That's what you wanna do, right?
Yeah. 1 second, please.
I don't understand what you're saying.
To a T, then, right? You've said what is vitamin C in this scenario? You've obviously described it.
Because vitamin C is the variable that I want to manipulate. That's the only thing that I want to.
What is vitamin C?
I want to. Pete, I told you I'm not interested in fucking semantics. Okay, I don't care what it is or not. Vitamin C. What I'm trying to prove. What I'm trying to prove is if vitamin C or can prevent you from having scurvy. That's what I want to prove, or not.
Bro.
That's it.
The effect, and the lack of vitamin C is the cause. So tell me the new effect. Since you changed the hypothesis, what's the new effect and what's the cause?
The no effect in my hypothesis is that you not having vitamin C will cause you scurvy.
No, just the effect. What's the effect?
Scurvy, right?
What's the cause of that effect?
Not having vitamin C.
No.
So you gotta manipulate.
Body's inability to process.
So you manipulate. So you manipulate the vitamin C to see if you can cause the effect. There you go.
We're agreed, bro. We're agreed.
All right, but in this hypothesis, Brian, but in this hypothesis, we have proven that vitamin C or the lack of will cause the effect. Vitamin C. Now, what you want to do is, but I can, because the problem is that you are working with the negative. If you're working with the negative, when you say the lack of, you can.
Negative, bro. Are you kidding me?
Oh, shit. That's okay.
You guys aren't giving the mic up at all.
Go ahead, Sanik. I'm done.
If
Let
wait, if
Brian
Zanik
go
and
in there.
Pete would
Brian,
let us talk for 1 minute, dude. Zanik and Pete can't stay out of it, man, for 1 minute. We're trying to have a little discussion, and they're
No,
just.
it's been 20 minutes. It's been 20 minutes. I just want to have a quick input. You're right, Brian.
You can't give us
Brian,
5
please.
minutes, Zanik. We're having a battle to talk to each other, Zanik. You
No,
can't literally give us 5 minutes.
It's been 20 minutes.
Zanik is after agreeing with you, so let Zanik go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. So,
No,
and
how
that's
can you not agree with me?
I want
Dude
to
just agreed
I
with
want
me
to help
too.
you,
He
Brian.
changed his
Brian, wait a
hypothesis.
second. Brian, I understand what you're saying. Silent has.
I don't
it's
care
not
if
his
you
first language.
understand, Zanik. I'm trying to
I do
explain to
Okay,
you
understand.
okay, guys,
Listen to
whoa,
me.
this is not gonna
If
work
you
out
don't, if you
like
don't
this.
think I
Just
understand in 2 minutes,
hold on,
if you don't think
please,
I understand in 2
guys.
minutes, I'll stop. I promise.
Zanik, you're going on mute if you don't stop talking.
Can I make one
Brian,
comment?
go ahead, please, and then you can go next, Zanik. Come on,
thank
man.
you, man. Thank you. So when I just say the cause and the effect, trying to make an argument, then you pretty much said it valid. If we got to establish the effect. The effect is scurvy. The cause is a lack of vitamin C. So your hypothesis would be the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy. Okay, you can't change that. And now you're going to say the no would be the lack of vitamin C doesn't cause scurvy. And like I said, that hypothesis has changed like crazy through the years, and some have been more valid than others. But that's the modern day clinical trials. But it still ain't 100%. But here's the thing: it's like I said, as soon as we introduce something else, then the lack of vitamin C won't cause scurvy. So that
Can
is
I
not
talk there?
proven 100%.
Okay, let him go now, Brian. Don't just keep going on and on, guys. Make a short
All
and
right.
sweet statement. Come on, there's 100 people
Thank you.
here.
All right, Brian. That's where I disagree with you, right? Because when you introduce something else, that your hypothesis is no longer a hypothesis of one thing. Now you have two variables. You're introducing another thing into that hypothesis, and that's where the problem is to me. That's why you need to be rigorous with
Silence, I can help
scientific
you.
methods.
It's my turn next, right?
Do you understand what I say, Brian?
Yeah, dude, I do, bro. But I literally just give you a way to prove the null to show you that that is not 100%.
But that's another test. That's another
Okay,
hypothesis.
Let Zanik go ahead now. For God's sake.
Thank you.
ahead,
I didn't want to make it more noise. I just wanted to help. I just, please, Brian, everyone be quiet for a second. Man, I got a serious headache just listening to this. I hear what both you guys are saying, and you're both right, Brian and Silent. What Silent is not picking up here is that Brian is saying that we know the effect of lack of vitamin C causes a disruption in collagen, which helps these cells and things repair and in structure be kept intact. So when you don't have vitamin C, the collagen can't be produced, and then you have and this disease is allowed to run rampant, and you can die from it. And so he's saying if we find out some way of making collagen repair or propagate throughout your body better, then vitamin C won't matter. But Silent's saying is that if you don't have vitamin C, that these collagen won't be able to be produced correctly, and your body will get scurvy. And that's the hypothesis, and you can make it as detailed as you want. The test is different. The experiment is different than the hypothesis. You can change the independent variable. You can see the result. That doesn't mean that the hypothesis has this cause and effect that you're pinning on one element like vitamin C.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, as long as you give a cause and effect.
Yeah, and so you're both right. Can we just, God, seriously, it gives everyone a headache, I think. Listen, you guys both go vehemently fighting each other over something silly like this. So the hypothesis, Brian said very clearly.
Hold on.
Silent said the hypothesis very clearly.
We got it,
He's
Zanik.
right. And there
Going
could be a new hypothesis down the road that would be different, and that's what Brian is correct about.
But my point that I was trying to make is that having vitamin C on your body has been proving that it will keep you from getting scurvy. That's been proving.
Yes.
It won't change even if you find even if you.
It is.
Oh my God, Brian, you are not the one who says how you make hypotheses. Who the fuck are you? Everybody can make their hypothesis as they want.
Moderator status anymore, bud. I'm in moderator status anymore.
Give it a no.
Yeah, I'm here, guys. Everybody settle down. All right. Everybody settle down.
Thank you,
we don't have
Daiso.
to agree.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. So, this is where I disagree with Brian. He keeps saying that I cannot do that with my hypothesis. He's wrong. I can do whatever the hell I want with my hypothesis.
Yeah, make a new hypothesis and then
fact,
go
you literally
provide
repeated
evidence
the
for that.
original hypothesis, right? You can't. The
Who
way you
cares?
presented it is not a valid hypothesis. You
You
presented
guys are
a
done with this. I want to
Oh my
ask
God!
Brian.
Somebody explain to Brian who is he, the arbiter of how you make hypothesis or what?
Well,
Yeah,
school me.
finally, you're right. I think you're right
So
there, Simon.
repeat it again and tell me what your hypothesis is, and tell me the effect and the cause of it, and you'll just repeat what I was saying. And
Let Zero and Brian hash this out for a couple of minutes. What do you guys say?
Brian,
Give Brian and Zero 2 minutes or 5 minutes.
They've
Go,
already had
guys.
20 minutes, SE.
Answer real quick.
Janek, I didn't ask you.
I formulated my hypothesis a couple times. You keep trying to change it to fit what you have. You
I
keep
say
trying
the
to.
hypothesis is the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, and the null is the lack of vitamin C does not cause
That's your.
scurvy. Now,
That,
so the
that's
effect is scurvy. The cause is lack of vitamin C. Say it any other way than that, and I'll listen to you. What's
no,
the
no, no.
effect?
The problem that you're having with this plan, how you are postulating your hypothesis is that you leave it open so that something else will come and disprove your hypothesis.
Well, tell me
That's the
another way to
problem.
state the hypothesis, and
I told you, having enough vitamin C in your body.
What's
This
the
is a hypothesis.
What's the effect?
Boring.
The effect is getting scurvy.
And what's the
You
cause?
drive a lot. I see. You drive a lot, Silent Zero. So the next fucking half an hour is just.
Pete, let them go for a couple of minutes, bro, and then you can go. You can go next,
I'm
bro.
done, bro.
It's-
People can fucking be quiet, man.
Sailing across the
I'm
world
done.
in ages to come to a destination has been long since sort of surpassed, right? So scurvy is a thing of the past. You've got to define now what vitamin C is. And Brian is going into that sort of area, but you haven't fully committed, have you? Go ahead.
Well, I was taught that a valid hypothesis is which is the dependent variable, and then the cause of that effect. So if he's going to give a valid hypothesis, it's got to be the effect and the cause of that effect, and you.
Trying to get to the truth.
Hypothesis. So if he says it honestly, he's going to have to say that the effect of vitamin C. Say it some other way.
What is? No, hold on, Brian. So what is your independent variable on this hypothesis?
Vitamin C.
All right. So let me ask you a question. Why are you inserting new things to manipulate on your hypothesis?
Because if the lack of vitamin C does not cause scurvy by producing collagen with another compound, I've proved the null. And what you think was proven the whole time, there's no arguing against it. A way for another compound to make the body produce collagen will not cause scurvy. I've literally proven the null after everybody thinks we've 100% proven the alternative. And it's not true. Nothing's ever proven 100%. In the method it is, but once you step out into reality, and we're talking clinical trials anyway, bro, it's a gray area.
Brian, may I talk? All right, Brian, but isn't you inserting a new compound into your hypothesis is invalidating your experiment?
You're talking fucking fancy talk for a Mexican.
You're breaking up. Or is it me?
No, because
what are you at here, Silent Zero?
Is it me?
We're talking about flat Earth and beyond. Talking about
Pete,
Pete,
let them finish this off, dude.
The whole point is, Silent, is that we can't control every other variable in the entire world. So just because you starved me of vitamin C, if I somehow was getting a compound in my diet, then it would still disprove. I'm not changing the variable unless all I eat is vitamin C. That's the ridiculousness of it, especially with clinical trials, is to think you could control every other variable ever known to man and ever going to be known to man. It's ridiculous to think that, bro. We've been brainwashed. I'm trying to unbrainwash you.
Brian,
Nathan Oakley is Silent Hero's hero.
No, I'm trying to explain to Brian that the moment that he inserts a new substance in his experiment, he's invalidating because he's no longer testing if vitamin C causes or not think I'm breaking up.
No, you're
I'm
good,
not,
bro.
I'm
Go
not
on.
saying
Go on.
conduct a whole nother experiment with another variable. I'm saying
Yeah, there you go.
body of
You
vitamin
do.
C, but I'm getting that other compound. Okay, so I'm
Yep.
sticking with the independent variable. I'm depriving the body of vitamin C, but I'm not getting scurvy because of that compound that we found that we haven't found yet. But when we do, it prevents scurvy. It's a better way
Brian.
to produce collagen. You see what I'm saying? There's no way
No,
around
Brian.
this, bro. I'm just trying to
Brian.
de-brainwash you, bro.
Brian. If you're gonna introduce a new compound, you need to do a different hypothesis.
I'm not introducing a new compound. I'm still not. I mean, vitamin C is still the independent variable, bro. The
No,
lack
if
of it.
you're using a different thing if you're using a different, if you're using a different thing to avoid the effect. At that point, you are introducing a new variable. What the fuck are you talking about,
Think of what you're saying,
Brian?
bro, before I respond. Just think of what you're saying. Well, you think that all the people had in the clinical trials was vitamin C and didn't eat nothing else in the entire world? I'm not changing the
That's
independent
what the
variable.
control. That's what
I'm still
Sonic's right. That's
starving
what
the
the
body
control
of vitamin
variable
C.
does.
I'm just
That's
not
the
getting
control
scurvy.
variable, Brian. That's a control
Right. You can
variable. You
everything
got to control the variables. Once you change the
is
control
the
variable, that experiment, forget it.
Zanuck, let them hash
Sonic's
this
correct.
out,
You're just not
please.
getting it.
Let
See,
them hash
Sanic,
this out.
this is what I mean, Sanic. You can have infinite number of hypotheses to test the variables. Oh shit! Hold on.
Yeah,
Yes,
what's
but
wrong
we're
with that?
I'll
right.
be right
Your
back. I'll be right back, guys.
hypothesis,
I'll be right.
silence hypothesis sounded fine. What was the problem with it?
No, he repeated it fine. I agree with that. As long as you're given the effect and the cause of it's lack of vitamin C. When I got him to slow down and tell me a dependent variable, which is scurvy, and the cause of it, the lack of vitamin C, then I agree with that. But then when he tried to go on a rant, he tried changing it to the null, which just opens up the door to all kinds of bullshit. The point is it's not. It can't be 100% proven that the lack of vitamin C will always cause scurvy because we can starve the body of vitamin C and find another way to produce the collagen and prove the
But
null.
Brian,
Shit
Brian,
can
but
change
that's
tomorrow,
not that.
bro.
But Brian, that's changing the
That's not
control
introducing
variable.
independent
You
variables,
have a
bro.
serious issue with not keeping the hypothesis differentiated from the experiment. The dependent-independent variable relationship is not the hypothesis. That is a test or experiment. The hypothesis is the story, the whole entire story. And Brian, he made it very clear what this story was. You were conflating the hypothesis with the experiment and the independent-dependent variable relationship in the experiment, which you can't do. It doesn't work that way. So you're wrong.
That is exactly what you do. That is exactly what you do. Your experiment is a hypothesis test. So you have a
Yes, it is. You're
hypothesis
right.
with an independent and dependent variable,
Correct.
and then you experiment on that specifically independent and dependent variable. So your hypothesis tells you exactly what your experiment's going to be testing.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with you, Jeremy. What I'm saying is, in the experiment, the dependent variable, which is the effect, and the cause being the independent variable, can be numerous. It can be infinite numbers of experiments, all providing support for and all our tests of the hypothesis, which is the overshadowing umbrella of the idea or the explanation of what is happening. This cause and effect relationship. Just because I say cause and effect doesn't mean dependent, independent. That's a different cause and effect. Cause and effect in the story.
No,
And then
what do you mean a
each one of
different
the
cause and
experiment
effect?
is a cause and effect.
Hold on, before you go rambling on, what do you mean different cause and effect?
Because the cause and effect, the story of the hypothesis will give you the cause and effect. Like what causes scurvy? Well, it may be the fact that you lack of vitamin C, and that causes this a malformation of collagen, which doesn't allow you to heal wounds or make old wounds open up, and all these things happen. The whole story, right? There's a cause and effect relationship. Now, the cause and effect relationship of the test would be like, I have this person, I throw her in this friggin' dungeon, and I don't give her any oranges for 2 months. And what happens? That's different. That we have, and we control everything. How much water, how much steak they eat, how much whatever. But that's a whole different set of cause and effect relationships. That is the test. That is the experiment. The dependent variable is going to be, well, what happens? Do they break out in hives? Let's see. And then we do all these things. So every test will have a different dependent variable, the effect, and the cause being whatever they've are changing and manipulating. And then of course all the control variables are kept constant. But
Bro, you
Brian's
got to
saying
wrap it up at some point.
I know.
At
I'm
some
sorry.
point here.
I'm really sorry. But what he's saying that there might be a different way we could help collagen build itself or build in the cells, and that would be altering one of the control variables, but you can't do in one of the experiments. So that it kind of invalidates.
You can't get everything in the world, bro. Here's the thing: if I've introduced compound Z in the dungeon, then I've validated the null.
No,
Therefore,
you've changed the hypothesis. He was right because
no, I
you've changed a
didn't. I
control,
validated the null, bro.
or you've changed a control variable. You're actually understanding this, but you're not accepting the fact that you are
Still
correct.
invalidated the null of that experiment, bro.
No, you're not, because we all know, no matter what you do, as long as you control these things as we talked about, if you do not give someone vitamin C, you will get scurvy. It's just a fact. Your body cannot.
You're fighting that science. Hold on. Zan, just so I get this clear, Zanuck, you're on the side that. Hold on, Brian. Just to be clear, Zanuck, you're saying science does prove things. Brian's saying it doesn't.
No, it says it provides strong evidence for that. Evidence. It just supports the evidence of the hypothesis. It validates the hypothesis. The evidence validates the hypothesis. It doesn't prove anything because there are other proofs in science.
Well,
you say
I just asked one of my science
boils
teachers.
Water. Heat causes change of state. No, I can change state by just putting something in a vacuum. No heat.
I just asked one of my science teachers. He said you can prove and disprove things with science. He's a chemistry teacher.
Well, high school probably.
He teaches it to high school kids. Yeah, he teaches it to children. So we're lying. Are we lying to children? Are we lying to children?
I agree. Within the method, we can prove and disprove hypotheses, but it's one single cause to anything that doesn't change, bro. That I could find. It always updates with our knowledge, and so within the experiment, we can prove and disprove the null. But in reality, will we ever discover more, or fucking find that what we thought was bullshit all the time? Always have, always will.
Well, name one time. Name one time where they had a valid hypothesis, tested it thoroughly and methodically, and they found out it was bullshit.
They were pretty fucking sure that being out at sea caused scurvy. That was a hypothesis for fucking almost over a century, bro. Until David, conducted tests, and still everybody didn't get scurvy. And even in the cruel studies they did, there were people they didn't give vitamin C to, a dozen of them, dude, that didn't get nothing. Bro, there's no way to prove it 100%, because like I said, within the experiment, yeah, I can prove or disprove.
So you're saying there's. Hold on. You're saying there's
and the alternative.
You're saying there's certain people, like some people will and some people won't. If we deprive them of vitamin C, some people won't get scurvy.
There's no way to know 100%. But I know in the studies they did, there's always mixed results in every clinical trial. So when you're using clinical trials like chemoacidosis, vitamin C, and scurvy, there's always mixed results in clinical trials, bro. To say that it's proven.
That's true, but we're talking about the control variable, right? Multiple people, that's a change of the control variable. So that's one of the things they live with, and some people will not respond to certain types of drugs or certain types of environments, like maybe lack of vitamin C. Maybe some crazy genetically mutated person might have some kind of thing in his body that doesn't allow him to get scurvy. Maybe he fabricates his own collagen and for some other way.
I'll agree with that, Zanuck. But will you agree with this? And that's exactly what I think happens in some people. Will you agree with this? That if the hypothesis is the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, for sure, proven beyond shadow of a doubt, and then one of your control variables is compound X, and you still deprive the body of vitamin C, then you fucking, but you didn't get scurvy, then you have literally proven the null within the same experiment that you said was proven.
That's not true. See, again, you're conflating the
Oh my God, bro.
Let me finish. You're just right there. I heard you said. You just conflated the experiment with the hypothesis. You said we had a hypothesis. You found this substance X added, and then the person didn't get scurvy even though they didn't have vitamin C. You changed the hypothesis. You changed it completely. Yes, you did, because you changed the control variable of the experiment. You did.
No, the controls change every
You know, Brian,
time,
if you don't
Xanax.
see it, I can't help.
Zanuck, don't overtalk me, please. I listened to what you said, and I'm trying to respond. Look, the controls change rigorously. You change the controls over and over and over and over and over, and keep the independent variable independent because that's the cause. So as soon as I come upon compound X, I'm still within the same set of experiments where I'm starving the body of vitamin C, and now I found a way where the lack of vitamin C does not cause scurvy.
No, you just admitted to it. You just admitted you changed control. You're saying you're changing the control variable. That's kind of like oxymoron. You can't change a control variable. It means you can't go from a person to another. You can't do the test on another person. You think it's still a person, so it's okay, but it's still another person, and that's changing a control variable that could have an effect, and sometimes it does. But overall, a lot of these clinical trials, it doesn't matter, even though there's a few anomalies that happen. But you're saying exactly what I'm saying, and you're wrong. If you if you add some kind of substance X and it makes an impact, it's a whole new hypothesis. You have a whole new experiment. You've changed a control variable.
Xanax,
you know what a control variable, right?
Variable constant though. Okay, my control variable, that would mean I have to control everything else in the entire. My point is that you have to control everything else in the entire world that we have known and we haven't known. And you're acting like it's not rigorous experimentation, bro. All we're doing is we're controlling the controls and constantly changing them. We're keeping the independent variable.
Wait, you said controlling controls, constantly changing them. You can't say you're double speaking. You can't say control the controls and keep and change them.
Man.
No. You just said the word. I heard your words. You said we control the control variables and they change the control variables.
But did I ever add vitamin C?
Brian, my God. Seriously, give me a headache.
This is a very simple question, bro. This is a very simple question. Okay. Are you arguing that the lack of vitamin C 100% without a doubt is and always will be or always will cause scurvy?
Why do you have to out like that? I know what you're asking, but yes, if you are high level of confidence, 99.999% sure that if you are deprived of vitamin C, you will contract scurvy. Yes, and the evidence is supported by the hypothesis and by the experimentations we've actually done. Now, you may find anomalous, or you might find some way of counteracting scurvy with another control variable change, which is really an independent variable change. Then you're right. We have a whole new hypothesis.
What? Why? If you change the independent variable, Xanax, you've changed the experiment.
We always change the experiments. You make 25, 30
if you change the independent variable, you've changed the hypothesis.
No, you don't change the hypothesis. Same hypothesis, different experiments, all with different independent variable changes.
How about the reverse? Was the reverse ever shown? Was somebody with scurvy, a group of people, given vitamin C, of course, with all their other diet the same, and bro. Not? I didn't finish, bro.
I got. Oh, sorry. I thought I understood the question.
Yeah, and not get cured. Has there ever been a test like that?
Yeah, they've never been able to give everybody. There's always a small percentage of people in every clinical trial that don't get scurvy. And
that's not what I asked. You didn't listen, Brian.
They tried different things. They tried several different things. They literally changed the definition of vitamin C, like I said, in the early 1940s, to make it acetic or whatever acid. I forgot the name of it, but it's like. My point is,
you didn't listen to the question, Brian. You're just going on and on.
They gave like some sap shit that cured half the people, so it was like a semi-valid hypothesis. And they gave some juices, like they tried boiling lemons and shit, and it cured some of the people. Like they found out later on that it wasn't a cure, because even though they thought it was valid, the lemon and lime juice, but they found out when they boiled it that vitamin C breaks down under heat and shit. It's just that, dude, if you want to use the most recent hypothesis and act like something's proven for sure, then you're not looking back at everything it took to get to today's understanding of things. Shit's always modifying, changing, upgrading.
I don't think you understood the question. Once
I don't
again,
think you were listening, Brian.
what I said, Brian, was there ever a study with people that had scurvy? All of them had scurvy. And then they gave him vitamin C, and maybe some of them did not get cured of it.
Yes,
That's
dude.
the question.
Yes, it's a long, slow process, bro. It's not everybody's never going to be cured, and plus they haven't even isolated scurvy. It's still to this day mistaken for other shit. So yeah, dude, everybody's never going to be cured of something. There's never 100% results in clinical trials that I know of that I
That's
could
the
find.
first time I've ever heard that vitamin C failed to cure somebody of scurvy. It's the first time.
Bro,
I'm not saying it's not true, but it's the first time I heard that.
if you could prove it's even scurvy, dude, there are other diseases that are freaking identical to this day. To this day, bro. I mean, this is clinical. This is medical shit, bro. And I'm never think 100%, man. It's you know. But I'm
Okay,
just
let's try this
speaking
then. Forget about
within
this
the method,
scurvy
though.
nonsense. Ryan, let's try this. I have a tomato plant. I see it growing. Now I take that tomato plant out of the sun. I put it in a dark room, and I deprive it of any kind of light and water. And I say the plant will die 100% of the time. How's that?
What's your so your what would be the plant dying, and the cause of it would be lack of what?
Water, lack of water, and light.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to break it down to that level, you know, or does my cat eat food, or does sunlight
No, no, no,
function?
no cats
You
eating
know,
food.
yeah, then
No cats, no furring,
I'll have
no
to agree
purring.
at this point. I have to agree with you at this point. But what if we develop something else further down the road? It's a what if, but it's still very
It
likely
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
that
Is
we
my
can develop
argument
something
solid
down
or
the
not?
road to invalidate that hypothesis.
Brian, is my argument solid or not? What I just told you now, is it
Solid,
solid
bro.
or
It's
not?
solid. It's solid, but if we find something down the road where the lack of water doesn't kill tomato plants, if we find another way to fucking, you know, any kind of thing. I
Isn't that
mean, I know I'm
appeal to
being,
the future fallacy?
yeah, it kind of is, but it's still the real world because nothing's ever stayed true for very long, dude. You know, what is it about water? You know, there's a million questions you could ask, and you could never control everything else in reality. It's not possible. So
Have you
within
ever
the
seen a
method, yeah,
plant
you've
grow
heard that.
without what? Brian, you got to give a chance for somebody to come in, bro.
I was done, bro.
Have you ever seen a plant growing without water and light?
No, do I need science for that though? I mean, I'm just saying.
No, but I'm just saying, isn't that like 100% proof of something?
It is
Like, I don't
now.
understand this proof argument at
It
all.
is now.
Like, why are we even having a proof argument?
It certainly is now that if your experiment is that of the lack of sunlight will cause a plant to die. What if I give it fucking just UV 36 Kelvin,
I said light.
3600
No,
Kelvin
I've
light?
been through that. I said light. That includes all light, all the spectrum.
What if I find plants that what if I find a way to fucking feed the plants without it further down the road? Just saying. I'm not saying I can do it. I'm just saying, what if we do? Then I've
I'll even
invalidated
help
that.
you. I'll even help you on this, bro. They found under the ocean, deep inside where no sunlight goes, that there is a species like of a plant, sort of, but they're in water, right?
Yeah,
They
well,
feed
maybe
off
they can replicate
hot
that, you know?
vents, the springs off the nutrients, but they're still in
Sure.
water. Still need
Oh yeah, I
water.
heard about that. In Montreal, I heard about that. The ones feeding off the minerals and shit coming out of there. But if they could replicate that in other plants, you know, it might be 100 years from now. But my whole point is yeah, sure, that's solid. And there's other things like vitamin C, scurvy. That's solid. But it's but I'm just saying. My point is
No, that's a
within the method.
mainstream argument. Why use that argument? It's a mainstream
Because, dude,
argument.
there's no way of
It's
proving
not like everybody goes to scurvy. Why? There's other things you can show. Like,
Well, my point is this, dude. For people to act like men are gods and we could prove something beyond any shadow of a doubt, to me, is just for goddamn ridiculous, dude.
I just showed you one. I just
Yeah,
showed
but
you
you
one
gave
right
an
now, and you
example.
agreed with me.
Now, further down the road, if they could recreate that, you validated the null.
So if donkeys fly one day, then we'll have flying donkeys. But until then,
Yeah, but that
donkeys
keeps
don't fly,
happening.
right?
Yeah, my point is that's continually happened since the invention of the scientific method. Shit's literally been further down the road. We thought was proof. We literally upgraded our understanding of it. And what you call it was saying silent. I understood his point. In other words, if I give you vitamin C, you'll always be cured. But that wasn't my point. My point was that's using the null as a hypothesis. If you're talking cause and effect, and you're saying that you've proven it 100%, maybe for now, but if I take that same experiment and I show that the lack of something doesn't cause the tomato plant to die, I found another way to make them live. I've literally invalidated what you thought was 100% proof.
Brian, do you think one day plants will grow without light and water? Is that what you're saying?
I think God knows. I don't think man will ever know anything 100%, bro. That's arrogant. I think we can. I think pretty much we know plants. That's what we're gonna call. And I'm not getting on board with that. It doesn't take fucking science to prove that water fucking supports life. That's but what if they find some other shit that supports life? Then it's still
Even the water thing is ridiculous, bro. Do you think that one day when you put a flame under a pot of water, that's not going to boil? Do you think that's going to happen one day?
I put a fucking
That's ridiculous,
2100
man.
degree torch on water and it didn't boil. I made a video about it. Didn't even hardly get hot. It's the transfer of
You
energy.
think one day you're gonna, hold on. Let's be clear now. Stop. You think one day you're going to get a tea kettle, right? Or a coffee kettle. You think one day you're going to put water in that, put it on your stove and leave it there for an hour. And one day it's not going to boil that water? Is that what you think?
No, bro. That's not science.
So what the heck is all this nonsense?
That's not science.
Are you guys trying to get to a point like, is someone trying to say that, vitamin C or lemons and citrus, fruits are not helping?
For a second, sorry about that.
Is someone trying to say that they do not help with scurvy or skin lesions or bleeding gums?
No, absolutely not.
I'm just saying you can't prove something definitively. This is the crux of this argument.
What I was saying, the hypothesis we've reached to our modern day understanding, you should look at some of these and look at the path they've taken, what they thought they knew. And what we think we know is always updating, bro. I mean, if you want to break it down to its simplest level, then yeah, sure, it's a tough one to argue, man. But what I'm saying is that if the hypothesis is that the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, and we find a way to fucking introduce a compound that produces the collagen, then the lack of vitamin C will not cause scurvy. So that's all I'm saying is that. That's the hypothesis, and you can't have the null and the alternative proven, but that's what will happen as soon as we find that, and chances are we will find something like that. I mean, chances are we'll fucking break down C to 100 things.
Chances are water will not boil.
This is a fallacy of the eternal optimist, bro.
I would say
It's ridiculous.
Vitamin C is in, we got parsley. There's many different sources you could get it from. I didn't know if the discussion was coming from people who had scurvy in the past from their lack of lemons. It wasn't just a lack of lemons or oranges. You can get this from multiple foods. So I really don't understand the argument, guys. What's the point?
Listen, if the argument is we don't understand the human body fully, that's clear. That's very obvious, isn't it? But
no, that's not the argument. The argument
no, I know
is
it's not. But listen to what I'm saying. If you look into the etymology of that word, science, to me anyway, it was just the way I look at it. It's just knowing, isn't it? Just to know something, knowledge. So, I mean, Brian said it himself. You're building upon knowledge over at a time. So the way I see it, quite simply, is it doesn't undo that knowing from then. If we find another variable, it doesn't undo that knowing, does it? Of course not.
Yeah,
Again,
and
yeah, but
I get the variable. I get the other variable part. You know, I had a physical therapist I was under for a time, and she was talking to the class and telling them green tea was not beneficial. Just look at the ingredients. And so I looked at her and I said, "Do you think you even know the names or the words for some of those ingredients that you can't even name in the tea?" I mean, there's so many things we don't even have names for. I mean, we can say carbohydrates, protein, vitamin C, vitamin A, vitamin D. We can say all of those things, but there's so many other things we don't even have a name for. There's a lot to take in when you start talking about vitamin C, you know, and vitamins or nutrients and how much you can absorb at one time and how it benefits one. And it's pretty evident. I think it's very evident that something that is in season is meant for you to eat to sustain you. So I would say things that are in season, that's where you need to go.
Well, this stemmed from this idea that, I mean, because Oakley was talking about it constantly. There was arguing back and forth with Jaron North about whether science can prove things, whether science proves things. That's what the argument, the crux of the argument is. And one camp saying no, we can never really truly know because there can be all different variables down the road. And you know, we don't know everything. We don't have a godlike perspective on it. We only have our human limited perspective on it. That's the crux of the argument, basically.
You would have to talk about what cause and effect are you speaking of specifically, and then you would have to address those things, you know.
Absolutely, and
one by one.
The scientific method was the thing on trial. I mean, you know, the thing that was sort of, because one camp's holding it up as the all being, you know, end all of everything, and the other camp saying, no. This is, you know,
To me, within the method, you can prove or disprove the null or the alternative. You're going to prove or disprove one or the other. But when you step out and every variable ever known to man, dude, and act like it's infallible, that's ridiculous. But I won't argue that yeah, I mean, there are some things that are just basic knowledge, and we don't really need science for that. But act like the method's infallible, that's ridiculous, you know, because
No, it's not ridiculous.
changed.
You've been sold.
Shit that we thought
You've been sold the idea.
Proved.
Brian, you've been sold the idea that you can't prove anything. You bought into it. It is not true. You can prove a lot of things. If we can't prove things, we wouldn't be able to live. Right? If you don't know the exact things of a bridge, when you build a bridge, right, you have to know exactly how much weight that thing will bear, how much each beam will carry, how much each rope. You have to be able to prove that. Prove that bridge can hold that weight. That's proof.
I refuse to put that much faith in man, bro, in our knowledge, because
and don't
like
go
200 years ago, bro, we literally thought we proved. 200 years ago, we thought we proved that being out to sea too long caused scurvy. Literally thought that for fucking over a century. They would tell them, be careful, don't stay out at sea too long, or you'll get scurvy. So they would literally come to port to not get scurvy, dude. And so if you think you've proven that would be on a shadow of a doubt, that's what you'd be saying now. Like, hey, proving that. All I'm saying is that could change. We could find out.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
The whole point is we can consolidate that in the future. Just like we're calling vitamin C a certain thing now, we could consolidate that. And the lack of fucking vitamin C will not cause scurvy. I'm just saying.
Then you're making an appeal to the future. That's a fallacy, bro.
That's an appeal to the future. But ask yourself this: why are you using scurvy? I gave you a perfect example of a plant. Why are you not using my solid example? Why are you using scurvy? Answer me that.
Well, give me the independent variable. Don't give me a bunch. Just give me one.
What do you mean? And I told you the plant, water, Who says only one? Who says there could only be one?
If it's independent, it can only be one.
It could only be one. Okay,
Right. Or it's not
water.
independent, right?
Okay, water.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that, Montreal, and I will say that I won't even.
So
appeal to the
use that
future.
example.
Give me
Why are
one
you
other
using
example.
scurvy, Brian? Why are you using
give me
scurvy?
one other example besides that.
Why do you want to
get
decide that? I gave you a solid
Don't
example.
get upset. Don't get aggravated, bro. Entertain me. I'll concede that one.
Okay, I'm
But
not
I'm just out of
Well, I
curiosity. Can you
am
give me
another.
another one?
Why do you want another one? Okay, I'll give you another one. If you chop somebody's head off, if a samurai chops your head off, anybody's head off, that person will die every time. That's two solid proofs I just gave you.
So what's the effect?
You want another one?
The effect is
The
death.
effect is the blade. The blade chopping your head off.
No, the effect. What's the dependent variable?
Death.
Death?
The effect is death. The cause is blade. The effect is death.
Okay, so
Every single time, Brian.
So if we
And
can
you
keep
gotta-
a head alive, if we ever figure out how to keep a head alive, then you're wrong.
Oh, hold on.
If.
Hold on.
Go to the future.
Essie, not even because at that point you are inserting a new variable in the hypothesis. This is the thing that you don't understand, Brian. In his hypothesis, the cause it will be the axe. You cannot insert any other thing into this hypothesis. This is what you guys keep missing.
No, there's a null, bro. A null. I'm trying to prove the null. The null that chopping his death, bro. That would be the null. That's what you're missing, bro. That there's always got to be a null. And what I'm doing is,
told you
I'm
need
trying
to
to
prove
find a
the
way to
null?
validate the null, whether I'm doing a good job of it or not. I'm trying to invalidate. I'm trying to validate the null.
No, why are you doing that? You're trying to prove the effect. That's what you're trying to do.
I think we step out of the realm of science, though.
Yeah, in science you need to prove the effect, not the null.
No, we're proving the cause.
But the cause of the effect.
Right, or you're disproving. You're calling
No.
Wait,
Oh,
maybe Jeremy will
Brian,
back me up because wait, well, you're saying that there's not a null. You gotta have a null.
Yeah, we definitely
prove or disprove anything, right?
Yeah, we're definitely validating the cause. Therefore, if the cause didn't happen, then the null is actually true. That wasn't the cause.
That's true, right? So
yeah, but your goal is to not. Hold on, real quick. Your goal is not to. Your goal is not to validate the null. You're not like out there like trying to not prove the cause of the effect. We want to know something. Like your goal is to try to see what the cause of the effect is. You're not going out there trying to prove the null.
Exactly. I don't know why Brian's trying to prove the negative.
For the sake of argument, I'm trying to prove the null, but there's got to be a null for it to be valid. You agree with me on that, right?
Yeah, there needs to be a null, but our goal is that we're trying to figure out what's going on, not what's not going on.
So this is my simple point: is that if they can keep a head alive 100, then what you thought was 100% proven. Now, it is an appeal to future, but I'm just saying.
Let me explain this, Brian.
Oh my God! How could you argue at something just so basic and principle?
Brian, because you are going outside. Like at this point, you're going outside of the scientific method.
Not
the scientific. Brian, listen. The scientific method says one variable. That's it. If you insert a new one, you are going outside of the method. That's what you keep missing.
What's the new one?
The what?
The new one. You said I inserted a new one. All I said is that
the new one is you inserting a way to keep the head alive. That will be another hypothesis that you can make. Yeah. Brian, and your hypothesis, you can say, if I do this, I can keep a head alive, but that will be not even a proper hypothesis, but because you will never see a head that is alive without a body.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not. But if I do, I've invalidated what you thought was fucking proven, right? Will you at least give me that?
But that's not
how,
man.
This is a thing, though. I mean, yeah, you're going into the hypothetical. In order for you to make a hypothesis with a a head being alive, meaning you will have to see a head being alive without a body. Meaning you saw a natural phenomena of somebody speaking without a body, lungs, or anything like that. And now you say,
exactly,
what caused this head to stay alive? Now
there
you're trying
you
to
go.
figure out the hypothesis.
There you go, bro.
If you've got much faith in man and you think that that's never going to be possible, or you know that it's never going to be okay.
But that's not science, Brian.
That's not being faith in man. That's just you have to. What I'm telling you, Brian.
Of course, I'm presenting hypotheticals.
Yeah, right. So in order for you to start making a hypothesis of a head being alive, you will first have to see that phenomena.
I'm not arguing that, bro.
Yeah,
then what are you doing?
All right.
All I'm saying is that in the future, if we can keep a head alive, if we can keep a head alive, then I've just fucking I've proven the null.
Again,
That's
you're appealing
all.
to the future. So it's a fallacy, bro. In the future, this might happen. In the future, pigs might fly. In the future, a donkey could fly. You know that you will never.
If you're gonna act like we need a head, bro, then what the fuck? I mean, are we? I mean, that's like arguing kind of a mule. I mean, I respect SE enough to not bring that up. But dude, if we gotta try and use science to prove that fucking you water your plants and they'll grow, or keep your head attached and you'll live, come on, man. That's not knowledge, bro. That's basic common sense, bro.
But we're talking proof here. Proof.
Hold on, that's not common sense. Wait, what's common sense? If you water plants, they'll stay alive, or they'll die without water. I mean, I don't.
Off, you die. If you chop somebody's head off, they die. Do I need science to? Do I really? I mean, let's be honest. Do I need science to?
I mean, you don't need science to boil water. You don't need science to boil water, but we can still do it.
And I don't think it's was claiming science.
That's law. That's the law of thermodynamics, not science.
Yeah, and I don't think SC was. I don't think SC was claiming science, Brian. I don't think SC was claiming science. SC was claiming that you can prove things.
Yes. That's actually a good question. Can we say we can know something, we can prove something, quote unquote, without the method?
Yes, most definitely.
You don't need the method.
Exactly.
Most definitely. The method for science, for the natural science, is just to know the cause of an effect. That's it. Nothing else.
Most things are proven without science.
Yeah, don't you think we get a bit lost with this bloody method?
You don't need anybody's method to prove something to yourself. You don't need anybody's method. We've all been brainwashed. You know what I said is true.
Look,
you know if you deprive a plant of water. No, you're coming in good now.
Well, go ahead. I wanted to switch it up real quick, but go ahead.
No, I already said it 100 times. I mean, how many times can we say it? Go on, Jeremy.
I mean, but there is plant theory.
Plant theory? Plants that grow without water?
No. Which, I guess, goes into the fact of the whole water, sun, soil thing.
You talking about the Hill reaction?
So one thing is the scientific method is first to demonstrate the cause and effect, and then comes the study of whatever subject you wanna study, and that's where you gather information, right? Like the scientific method applied to, let's say, water boiling, it will be like if you apply enough fire to water, it will boil. Then after you show that to be the case, right? After you show that to be the case, you can start studying, like how much fire, what temperature do you need? Okay, Brian, If you're gonna say that fire doesn't boil water, I lost with you, bro. It doesn't. Okay, there you go. It doesn't.
I literally have a video with a 21-degree torch.
Yeah, but then you're doing it at
water, and it's not even getting hot. It's the transfer of heat.
You're doing it. You're doing it bad faith, though. You're acting in bad faith right now, Brian. But it's okay, man.
No, I'm not.
You do you, man.
Brian,
This
is
is how
that
you
the one
end
where
up.
you heat the water up directly? Brian, is that the one where you heat the water up directly without letting it hit the pot or the pan?
I put the blast torch on the water for fucking like 5-10 minutes, blasting on a pot of water that I got buried in the, and I stick my hand in it. Fire don't cause.
Okay, but what temperature? So the
Chikey brought this up. If you have a high enough pressure, and you don't need to be on Jupiter, okay, then there's no temperature at all that'll boil water. If you heat it up to a certain point,
hold on.
That's an assertion.
It's called.
Hold on. Let me just address your thing. Hold on. Let me just address your thing where you didn't let the fire hit the pan. You didn't get the water hot. The whole thing is heat causes water to. You're not heating up the water. You're not doing it. You're not doing the thing you're supposed to be doing.
That's what I say. Bad faith.
If the water don't get hot, it's not going to boil. You have to heat the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said fire though.
Not if you have no lack of pressure. So this is an hour and a half later.
That's another. Sanic, that's another hypothesis. We're not talking about that hypothesis. That's a different one. That's a hypothesis where you. That's a hypothesis where you set pressure, but we're not talking about that one. We're talking about the one with fire. So please don't bring those other variables into this one, please, Sanic.
You can never change the heat without changing the pressure. Never hold pressure heat and pressure are hand.
No, they don't.
Change one
no, they're not.
You can never control one or the other perfectly.
Absolutely not.
Jesus.
So this hour and a half later, and I'm still waiting for that 2-minute space to talk about heat and boiling and change of state. Right, Silent? So we talked about if ice actually can evaporate. Does it boil? Because it can evaporate, and it can do it in a vacuum without any heat at all. You know that, right?
Yeah, we see the video, Sanic. Remember a couple years ago?
Right.
Yeah, we see the video, but remember.
Boiling.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
The depth. I mean, it's defined very loosely as the rapid evaporation of water. So, I mean, what do you consider rapid?
Rapid means that it's doing it throughout the entire body or volume of the substance, whereas evaporation only happens where the surface is exposed to the pressure or temperature.
Who told you rapid meant that?
The same thing happens.
Where did you get that definition?
I can make water boil by only lowering the pressure. So if you're saying that it's absolute proof that heat causes water to boil, yeah, it does. You can show experiments and hypotheses to substantiate that idea, but it's not set in stone. We have other hypotheses that says that.
That's why I said, if we're being honest, it's got to be pressure. Can't be heat, because we can heat shit up, and the pressure is always in the water. The pressure will always change, but we can change the pressure and hold the heat constant. We can't do vice versa.
Yes, you can do vice versa. Of course, you can. You can raise the temperature and keep the pressure the same. What's wrong with that?
No, you're always going to change the pressure of the water.
No, you're not.
Once you heat it up.
No,
yeah, you are.
No, you're not. Why do you say that?
Because
what? No, because it's not an answer.
No, because once you introduce air into the water.
Hold on, did you say you were going to change the pressure of the water?
Yeah, once you introduce air into the water.
Well, hold on. This isn't about Brian. This isn't about the pressure of the water. It's about the pressure of the air.
Right, and once you add the heat, you're literally, there's no way to hold the pressure constant.
No, you can. That's baloney. You're thinking of a gas law. Is what you're thinking, right? Is that what you're mistaken?
Oh, it is. It is laws anyway.
Brian,
you're
talking about law of thermodynamics. You started throwing entropy out there. You started thinking this is a law that pressure is related to temperature. No, that's not related. They're completely independent. Only in a container are they related. That's gas law. So you can have water. and I cannot change the pressure at all while I heat it, and it will boil. So you're absolutely wrong.
I can't add air to a system without changing the
add
pressure.
air. Right? Who's talking about adding air?
To boil water, I've got to add air. In other words, I'm
Why?
taking the water and changing it into gas. So it's impossible to add gas to a system, even if it's minute. I'm changing the pressure of the system.
No,
I'm adding
you're not.
gas.
You're not.
I'm not changing the water into a gas.
You are changing the water into gas, but you're not changing the pressure.
I'm adding gas.
You're adding gas. Doesn't matter. You didn't change the pressure. The volume is basically infinite. There's no container.
How can I add? Oh my God, dude! All right.
God can't help you here, Brian. You're confusing gas law with reality.
Infinite
the reality is we're not talking about a container where gas law has this strict relationship between Boole's and a few other of the laws that have to do with containers.
Argue, man. I'm done with that.
Well, you're not arguing. You're making no sense. You think your intuition is telling us wrong that, Brian, you're talking over me. Your intuition is telling you where you're wrong, that if I increase if I release gas from water, that somehow, even for the minute amount, that pressure is increasing. That's not true. There's no pressure increased. None. Even if it's local, it's not increased. It doesn't matter whether the volume is really big, because that local area, we did not change the pressure. We only changed the temperature, and it boiled. It started changing states. No pressure change.
If
you're
I'm going to hold
gas
the
law.
pressure constant,
will you admit that you're wrong
without containing it? Zanuck?
No, you don't.
Hold it?
We don't need it. We don't need to contain it. Why are you throwing a container in? Why are you throwing a container in there?
I'm asking you, how can I control pressure without containing it and trying to regulate?
Well, we're talking about ambient pressure, whatever the atmospheric pressure is, and it is contained. Yes, it is contained, but you're not increasing the pressure by having water boil.
But if I contain the pot and I keep changing the pressure to adjust, it'll never boil. I'll keep adding more and more pressure, whatever, or taking away pressure.
Yeah, put it in a centrifuge. We can do this by putting in a centrifuge and create more pressure. So what? And you'll make it harder to boil.
Brian's side now, actually, you can't heat it up without changing the pressure, even if it's just in the open air on Earth.
Throw fire on
the air is gonna. Does the air not get more pressure when it gets heated in the atmosphere?
No, not locally. If you try to increase the air, the amount of air that is converted into a gas, and say that I'm increasing the pressure, even though it's contained by gravity, that's a fallacious argument, because there's just many things happening in the environment that is condensing gas into liquids. So that you can't say, because we can measure locally. There's enough volume to where we can actually say there's no pressure change at all where this volume of water is being manipulated. And if we're applying heat to it and it starts boiling, we can measure the pressure, and there's no pressure change, none. So you're wrong, Brian. It doesn't happen that way. I don't know why you even came up with that.
So if I start a fire, if I measure the pressure and then start a fire right next to where I'm measuring the pressure, that's not going to change at all?
No, not at all.
No,
it gets lower. It gets lower because you've not increased the temperature of the air around it, which increases the space between the molecules, which lowers the pressure around the heated area.
Then you are changing
opposite of what Brian's saying. The higher you get, the less pressure there is.
Changing the pressure. Okay, so we are changing the pressure nonetheless. Okay, either way, we're changing the pressure, right?
No, you're not.
His argument was you can't make it hot without changing the pressure. So now we're.
You're not changing the pressure. You can keep the pressure constant.
The pressure of what? The atmosphere?
If you want.
Yeah, you just told me we're changing the pressure.
If you wanted to,
you just said we're making it lower.
Pressure of the atmosphere, you could do that too. You could introduce gases in that area. You could cool it externally. Whatever. The point is, it's not related to the boiling. You can boil the water at any pressure. The pressure doesn't go up. He said specifically that it goes up because you have to, they're related. He says if you increase the amount of air that's being released, or gases released by the water, that you have to increase pressure. And that's not the way it works.
Brian,
Hey,
there's an
silent. The irony of all this is Xanax. Hey, listen, the irony
Brian, I posted a
is
video,
that
bro, of water being boiled directly with fire. There you go. Argue with that shit, bro.
The thing is that
Hey,
vapor,
I'll give it a look. But listen, this is the irony of what Xanax saying, y'all. Is this guy said the pressure of the water when he literally argued for a month that you can compress water.
You can compress water.
So does the pressure matter then? Does the pressure change in water?
Brian, what goes on in your brain to make draw these conclusions? No, we're not talking about compressing water.
Doesn't matter.
The water compressed by its weight goes up 3%.
Where'd you put it at?
Gets about 3% at about 1,000 to
Yeah, where'd you put it at?
I put a video of
in the
on
ocean.
Livestream 1.
I don't think so. It's not here.
No, I see it. Livestream BC1. Livestream 1 BC.
Test.
That's the thing. That's voice check. What? Are you looking at the right check?
You're talking about the video, right? Where did I put it?
I think you put it in a different server.
Really? No, I'm here. Well, let me type hello.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Nothing. Ah, shit. I'll get it right now. Give me a sec. It's a video of the.
Look at the video I just posted. I mean, a torch and heated up the water and then stuck my hand in it.
Yeah, but that's what I tell you. That's bad faith, Brian. That's you're listening to Jerome too much, bro. You gotta stop that shit. It's like when he said, "Oh, bro,
this is my video, bro."
How Jaron asked, how we're gonna know how much vitamin C is enough? And I'm like, whoa, at that point, if you cannot figure out that we use animals for that, listen, that we use animals for that reason, that because sometimes they may die because we're testing how much we go for animals first, and then you start trials on people little by little so that we can figure it out. Right? Then you have side effects. That's how you test.
I get that.
He was like, how much is 2 vitamins? 3 vitamins? That's just a stupid way to see things, bro. This stupid way to see science, bro. What if I put one candle below the? What if I put one candle below the water? It's not gonna boil. Well, of course, dummy. We're not.
I got you. I'm not arguing with that. Here was what it came from, is that the whole time I was being taught, and it was
right. Are you seriously thinking you can boil water by putting flame on it?
Shut up for 1 second, for fuck's sake. I was taught that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 1 atmosphere of pressure. Then, when I called them out, when Jaron called them out, showing that there's a million examples where that's not true. Then they changed their fucking hypothesis and said, we never said that. We said heat causes water to boil. I literally had to go pull up fucking where Nathan Andrew said and even wrote it down.
Yeah.
They both
but
like several times each. And they're often a bonehead.
Right.
For even saying that to me is a fucking bold-faced lie.
If you're trying to replicate the effect, right? You're not gonna put a fucking candle below the pan or whatever you have the water in. That would be retarded. And if you do that and show that, and hold on, and if you do that, and then you use that to say that, you see, heat doesn't cause water to boil, that's stupid. You shouldn't be doing tests. You shouldn't be proposing fucking experiments if you're gonna behave in that manner. Okay?
Respond to what I said. I said.
Mm-hmm.
What I said is that we were told over and over that the hypothesis was that heat boils at 100 degrees.
Did you get the water?
100 degrees. That wasn't true. Then when we showed that wasn't true, that there's many ways around that, then it changed to heat causes water to boil, and they denied ever fucking saying it.
You
Brian,
don't understand what hypothesis is.
You ever heard of latent
Holy
heat
shit.
energy? Do you have any idea what you're doing there, Brian? This is when you don't take science classes. You start making
Exactly,
experiences
man.
with good intentions, but you have zero clue what you're doing. Zero.
Address my point. Address my point.
Your point is, if you put fire on water, the water will evaporate at the surface, and that latent heat energy will cool the water beneath it. So you'll never get it to boil by doing that.
Yeah, no. Hold on, Jared. Hold
Well,
on.
you are boiling it because of the
You're boiling it.
the surface is boiling.
No, it's evaporating before it's boiling.
Yeah, well, that's what do you think boiling is?
That's what boil is. We went through this.
Evaporation. We're not seeing a rapid evaporation. We're just seeing the surface evaporate.
The surface is rapidly evaporating. What are you talking about?
No, the surface is not rapidly evaporating. It's just basically evaporating at a.
Is it evaporating? Okay, exactly.
It rather just evaporate.
Xanic's going to try and
cool the water.
He's going to argue with you and me to not let the conversation progress.
Hold on.
Boiling is a rapid phase transition from liquid to gas.
I can shut Sanic real quick. Sanic, we went through this a couple years ago. We went for the definitions. We figure out is the change of state from liquid to vapor. It doesn't matter to gas, sorry. It doesn't matter at what rate it does. It matters the change of state. So if you get water to change state from liquid to gas, that's boiling. And we went for the definitions.
Boiling.
What are you talking about? We went for the definitions and everything, Sanic. If you're gonna argue this shit, then you're fucking crazy.
He's going to argue anything any of us say. He's not going to argue with you, so me and you will never get closure. My years. That you're not going to add quantity into the hypothesis. Don't say you never did, because fucking when you were teaching me about the method, you showed me over and over, repeated it over and over, that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 1 atmosphere pressure. Don't then take it back fucking 3 years later and say, we never said that.
Brian.
He only said he water to boil. That's called a bold-faced lie.
Yeah, Brian. You understand that when you are starting with a hypothesis, you never go, you actually don't know anything of at what temperature, you don't know none of that stuff. That's the study of the effect after the fact that you have shown and demonstrated with a scientific method that the effect is caused by what you want, the fire in this case. After that, you start studying at what temperature so that you know more information about this. But that's outside of the scientific method. That's the study of the subject. What's up?
Yeah, but address my point.
We went. Let me respond, because I was muted when you were going on your old rampage. No, we have change of state. Both evaporation and boiling are change of states. Would you not agree? Yes. Of course you will agree. The rate of which this evaporation, the change of state occurs, is the difference between evaporation and boiling. Boiling, when water boils, those bubbles are occurring inside the water because the entire body of water is trying to change state slowly.
Citation needed
at
for
the
that.
surface, if you have just that boiled water, if you have that water just sitting there in the sun, it'll still evaporate. Both are change of states. Both
are boiling. Yes.
One is a rapid change of state.
Citation,
boiling
please.
is a rapid change of state. You
citation for this. Citation.
Not a problem. Don't doubt me,
ahead.
Silent. You always lose.
All right. Got you. Not always. Sometimes. But that's okay. That's how you learn.
Right, and that's why, like, when you throw, like, if you took a boiling pot of water, you know, like Xanik said, it's all trying to boil and evaporate. If you just throw it on the ground, the whole thing will actually just evaporate right there. You won't have a puddle of water at the end because it's also hot. You know, it's just trying to evaporate so hard. That's what it does. Isn't that right, Xanik?
It's true. There's your. I gave your citation in the National Teachers Association. Good enough for you?
Is that where you get this stuff? Well, you said the teachers like pretty much like lie to the students, so you're telling it to Jeremy earlier.
I think this can be easily validated. We have two words that have meaning. You know that water can sit on, and you know what boiling looks like. Boiling looks like, if I showed you a pool of boiling water, any idiot would be able to say, That's boiling because it's bubbling and it's steam.
I'm waiting for my
out, right?
citation.
Hold on. So you see boiling. We all know it's boiling. And I can put a glass of water on the table, and in the morning it's all gone because it evaporated. We both know the difference. So what are the difference between the two? Both change states because the water's not there anymore in liquid form. So we both know this change of state occurred. Wasn't one happening faster than the other? I mean, it's kind of easy to put
You send like a full
here.
glass of water, you put it on your table, it's gone in the morning, it just evaporates.
Yeah, you go to a lot in in Africa, near North Africa, and you get these real dry climates. A glass of water in the morning will be gone, completely gone.
I've been in dry climates. I've never experienced this.
Go to Arizona. This is not quite as dry as those areas, but put a glass of water out in the morning. It'll be
115 degrees.
I would like my citation.
You're making my point. In the morning, it'll be gone.
I would like the citation plus. If you don't want to give me that, can you explain to me how much is rapid?
Instantly. That's what Xanax said.
Instantly. That never happens.
Because the boiling state, everything is ready to just go directly from liquid to gas. That's what Xanax saying.
But who interjected evaporation into the equation to begin with? Weren't we just talking
That was
about
Xanax. That was Xanax.
water boiling? So Xanax just throws in this red herring to now talk about evaporation versus boiling for no fucking reason?
No, that was.
Well, you Xanax, bro.
Discussion late. You got the discussion late. We were speaking about different types of the rate of change of state and the difference between boiling and evaporation, because both are change of states. One requires heat, the other one doesn't.
Nobody should listen to you right now, Xanax, until you post the citation of that what you're claiming.
I just did.
Please. All right, let me go check it out. Thank you. Sorry.
Want a more detailed one, I'll get a better one, but that's just one. It just kind of shows that everyone will agree with me. There's not one person that won't agree with me.
Please don't tell me that you typing that shit is your citation. Where is it? Where's your citation? What, you type it on the chat is your citation? Xanax?
No, I copied it from a citation. I mean, you want me to put on there? Okay, hold on.
No. I want to go to the link.
I didn't type that. I cut and paste it.
Yeah, give me the link so that I can go read it.
Do you doubt me? Seriously?
Yes, I do. Of course.
Why?
I don't trust it.
It seems
because I know you guys are disingenuous.
It's insane.
Just post it. Just post it, bro.
What do you say? What do you think boiling is? Not a change of state?
Don't worry about it. Post the citation. I will read it for myself.
I'll get it. It'll be from a university.
Thank you.
Or something. Hold on.
So it needs to say the rapid change. Because I need to read why. This is not encourage him. Who is this guy, Nord? You don't like Nord? That people is asking for at least evidence of what they're talking about? Is that how you go through life? You hear somebody speak and you just believe it?
No, what I heard was someone speaking of a torch, sticking it in a puddle of water, right? And then what I heard was Xanax come in and say that evaporation and boiling are different, and they happen at different rates of speed. So there's so many things being brought up, but I just want you guys, I mean, Brian was speaking earlier, right? And Xanax and Brian were speaking, and then someone else jumped in, and then another conversation started. And now we're asking for a citation, and it's clear he didn't give you a citation. He just came off the cuff, speaking of the conversation he wanted to speak of and not actually addressing anyone's points. I don't like people to be encouraged to speak when they don't actually specifically answer your questions and address the issue at hand, and they just move on to different things.
I specifically responded. I talked about boiling.
I wasn't speaking
volume.
I wasn't speaking.
Hold on.
I wasn't speaking to you. See, this is how he does it.
I was in the middle of a sentence. I truly was. I waited for you to stop, and you're still talking. Just let me finish my sentence. It's real simple. And then I said that the evaporation happened at the surface area, quite different, and is a much slower rate of state change. And there's reasons for that, but I just gave the high level, and everything addressed to him perfectly. And now I got 2 citations.
That's the end of your sentence, or is this another sentence?
I got 2 citations in the chat to talk about the difference between evaporation. Specifically enough, they do talk about evaporation happening at the surface, and boiling is through the entire body of the liquid itself, changing into a gas state.
One sentence, right? You had one sentence to finish. Let you finish your sentence, right? And then you went on and, what is this? We're into a paragraph now, and we're into about 2 or 3 sentences. So, yeah, this is my whole point. This is my whole point.
I'm going to find you.
Come find me. I'll tell you where I am, man. That doesn't bother me at all.
It's going to be a really bad day for you if I do.
I mean, what do you want to meet me somewhere?
Yeah, let's meet.
Is that what you want to do? You want to go have coffee? You want to sit across from me face to face?
Absolutely.
I'm your best nightmare.
Let's do it.
I'll do that.
All right.
Just give me a time and day, man.
You got it.
Give me about October, maybe. I'll have about a week off, so you let me know, Zen. Okay.
You got it. Coffee, you and me, sitting across from each other. Hash this out.
Sani, I don't know if you read this article, but this article is talking about. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
All right. This article is talking about evaporation when you're talking about like alcohol or fucking gasoline or shit like that.
Do the second one. Sorry, do the second one then. Do the second one. Both are the same. Both are relevant. Do the second one.
Right.
Difference between evaporation and boiling.
No, but that's not the question, right? You're asking for that question?
The difference means evaporation could occur at any temperature. Boiling at a specific
because
liquid occurs
evaporation
at a particular temperature. Evaporation occurs at the top layer of the liquid. I said that. Boiling occurs at the entire liquid once the temperature reaches boiling temperature. I said that too. Evaporation is a very slow evaporation process. Boiling happens really rapidly. I mean, this is the entire thing you wanted, and this is physics. Right here at the physics site.
Keep reading.
The second one, the difference of evaporation and boiling. Exactly what you wanted, a full citation and an explanation with everything I just said. Now, I didn't get my information from this because I already know it, but you can learn by just reading it. And you won't concede even if you read it. I can almost bet on that.
Who said I don't concede? I see you're asking for, what was the question that we were asking? Not the difference between
boiling was a rapid change of state and evaporation was a slow change of state at a high level. There's many other differences, by the way, but that's just 2 of the most important. Read it. Just read the damn thing.
We say no. Hold on. What we were arguing is that what is boiling? Boiling is the change of state from liquid. That was the question.
They
Sani.
both are.
Not the difference. Panic. Listen to me.
We were not arguing 10 times. They both are.
Repeat the question to me. All right, then what is the problem?
You said put a citation, and I just did. At 20 after the hour, there is a great explanation.
I read it.
Just read it. Don't talk until you finish
I
reading
read it. I read it.
No, you didn't. What's the difference then? Give me 3 differences. Go ahead.
You know, I'm not dishonest. I don't remember. Do you want me?
3 differences.
I have to go back again to the article. Do you think I remember them?
You read it, you'd understand.
I did. Sani, you know me. I'm not disingenuous, bro.
Everything I said off the cuff from memory from billions of years ago in my life, I 5 of these points are in the 10 that are listed.
Yeah, but that was not the point we were arguing. The point that we were arguing.
Oh my God. Now I know why you and Brian were going after someone. Man, you just don't listen. I mean, I'm on your side too. And you're just being obnoxious. You do it on purpose. You just want you know my buttons. You want to get me going so I can get banned.
No, not at all. Not at all. Because you brought something that we're not arguing. I'm trying to clarify, but you won't let me. That's fine. We'll stay like that.
Anyway, the point is, I can have a piece of ice that is cold as stone, frozen below 0 by hundreds of degrees temperature, and it will evaporate. It will sublimate. It'll turn from a solid ice directly into a gas. So it's not heat always, it's pressure. pressure can. It's really the fundamental reason why things change state is because the pressure holds things together. That's really what it boils down to. So Brian's kind of right in that area. This has been going on for 3 hours now. You guys are funny.
Oh, I think we were talking about something else.
If all of us studied this hard when we were in high school and college, we would all have PhDs and be making millions of dollars at a technology company near you. Too bad we're all wasting all this effort and saying this energy on just fighting about
just a fantasy.
Zanik, don't.
What?
Zanik, don't go anywhere. I gotta take a phone call real quick.
All right, I'll stay here. I hear you. You're choppy though. Every other word is coming out.
All right, catch you in a little bit.
He said he'd holler at you in a little bit, but it was like ha ha
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Holler
I
at you a
have
little
to
bit.
take a phone call.
I gotta take a call real quick.
Mic check. Anybody there? Or am I robot? All right, let me drop out.
Now you hear you.
Yo, mic check.
Yeah, we hear you.
Good, man.
Is it just quiet in here or what?
Zanik killed the conversation.
Oh, Zanik. We got Zanik size. Zanik, you there?
No, bro, please.
He's on now. Don't do it.
Please.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm always here.
Zanik, what's something that's happened to you or something you've experienced that that was unexplainable?
Let's think about that for a second.
Or do you just got answers for everything in your life's experience?
Daislo,
Silent?
what's up, bro?
What's up, dude?
I wanted to talk about another thing that I heard the other day. I don't know. What do you think? Let me. The other day, I saw a video of Nathan arguing with Witsit, right? And you know Nathan how he is. And in this video, Witsit is telling him that we see a measurement of something and we're trying to study it, right? And you can have things in life and you can test them, experiment with them without using the scientific method and still come to truths, right? That's
right.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't think the scientific method applies to everything in reality, but it's certainly a good measure to use to formulate potential or proper hypothesis and such. But not everything is scienceable if we want to use it in that word, in that liking.
Yeah, because the ether to me makes sense, right? But I know that we cannot apply the scientific method, but we probably can come up with some tools that can help us study effects that may give us a better understanding of the world, right?
Right.
But
right. Yeah, modern science, like essentially wants quantifiability for verifiability. And when we're talking in terms of the ether is non-quantifiable. So it's trying to science something that is unquantifiable or applying the scientific method to something in that nature is futile. So we have to use other means to discern things, such as rational logic, such. So that's why like certain things are just logically necessitated to be as, and doesn't mean that we can see it or count it or measure it, but we know it has to be as such. And I could give a better example, I guess, if I have to, but yeah.
Oh,
no, I just want to say that. Go ahead, bro.
Quantifying things is how we verify things. If you can't quantify it, you can't really verify it. It's just kind of vague speculation at that point.
Well, that's kind of the point I'm making.
True.
So when it's non-quantifiable, that doesn't mean that it ceases to exist. Because again, like it's all based on how we define things to exist, right? Like these are the questions I've asked for a long time from your community, Jason, yet to have been given concise, logical answers to it. So
you
for
didn't
example,
ask any questions. You just said you want to make science out to be some quantitative or qualitative thing when it's not. It's quantitative. If you can't quantify something, you can't verify it. Thus, you can't.
Well, let me give an example.
Gesturing.
Let me give an example. How do we quantify nothing? And does nothing exist?
Well, then we'd have to define what exactly you mean by nothing.
Nothing in the sense of no thing. There's not a thing to quantify. How do we explain that? Does it exist? Does it not exist?
Yeah,
is existence based on quantifiability?
Science would say a thing that you can't quantify anything of has not been found in science. It doesn't exist.
Well, that's my whole point. Just because you can't find it, i.e. it's non-quantifiable, doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't exist.
Sure. I mean, you can say, the furthest you can go with it is you can say we don't know it doesn't exist. We don't know that it does exist. We're just impartial to it.
Right. And this is where we get into this this background medium that you guys call the quantum field, or where we start getting into the ether. This thing that has no Cartesian value or presence, but seemingly still is present, and it's verifiable through the fact that things seem to pop into and out of existence. One moment it's there, the next it's not. A few moments later it's there again. A few moments later it's not there anymore. So How do we determine that to
No,
actually
that's
exist
not. That's
when
not
it's
an accurate
traversing
description.
through? Okay, go ahead, Jay.
No,
Sorry.
you didn't give an accurate description, but go ahead.
Well, maybe I didn't. Correct me if I'm wrong, but go ahead and fill me in.
Yeah, the I don't know what you mean by it doesn't have a Cartesian existence. That doesn't really mean anything. You can make Cartesian coordinates out of in the quantum field if you wanted to. So I don't get what you're saying with
Well,
that. But
a coordinate.
nonetheless, the field always exists. It doesn't. The fields don't pop into and out of existence. They constantly exist. It's the different states of the field that are constantly changing due to the renormalization factors and the group equations and the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
So when the field isn't quantifiable and you say it still exists, how do we verify that?
What do you
Using
mean
your
it's not quantifiable? The field is defined by its Lagrangian, which is a
okay,
quantifiable quantity
that's
of
my whole
the
point,
field.
Jace. That's my whole point. Your definition of a field is points of value within a said proximity, but if there's no value to be measured, that doesn't necessarily mean the field is non-existent.
But
So
there's always a value to be measured.
no.
Yes.
When you're at zero, there's no value.
But the fields are never at zero. They're never at exactly zero.
And how do you determine
the
that?
renormalization and the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Either way, I'm pulling up to my next job. I can't get too far into this with you, Jace. But anyhow, Silent. Hopefully, I answered something for you. If not, I'll have to try harder next time.
All right, real quick, because maybe Jace can answer this. Maybe somebody. If you were to, how you got the equator, right? You got the equator. Say you were to make a tangent directly over the equator, so that if you were to wrap this tangent around Earth, it would just fall right on the equator. You know what I'm talking about? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're coming, and I mean, I heard what you said, but you are you're on the verge of coming in and out. But nonetheless, yeah, sure, Xanac. This sounds more up your alley if you want to take it.
I get so quiet?
Jeremy sucked the air out of the room with his tangent at the equator.
Nobody got anything to talk about? Because I've got a question. I've got a question for you, Zanik.
Shoot.
Somebody said, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody said earlier, I think it was SE, I don't know, that somebody were travelling east and they ended up south. What was the... I didn't... What's that about? What are they talking about?
Ask them, bro. Ask them. You'll see.
Well, let's just say I'm at the equator and I travel east. Is that a globe claim, SE? Do they end up south? Because that makes no sense to me.
That's a flat Earth claim.
What about a globe claim, though?
They go around in circles.
Oh, okay. My bad. I got wrong end of stick. I thought you said Globers said that they ended up south as well somehow.
You do. If you go east, if you're headed east and you start going east, you will end up south.
Wait. You just said it again. You're talking about a globe claim now, right? So they start going east, right? Let's just put them in the middle of the ball. They start going east, and you're saying they go south. They end up south on the ball.
You will go south. You're pointed east. Listen very carefully. I'll say it one last time.
Right.
If you're pointed east and you go that direction over the surface of a ball, you will end up south.
Well, because you can't go in a straight line.
Well, isn't a line curved over a sphere?
This is why it's confusing, isn't it?
I
thought you just go round in a circle, come back to where you started from, don't you?
Yeah, but when you're pointed east,
on
anything other than the. I thought I was talking.
I know. If you go east,
Jeremy, I think you're a bit delayed, and you're cutting out a little bit too.
I got this, Jeremy. Let me tell it. We don't have to get interrupted. If you are pointed east, which is a heading, you continue over a sphere, that direction east, which is a heading, you will end up south if you just go in a straight line, following that heading initially. In order to continue to go east, you have to continually be going north. There's a vector that you will always be traveling some value to continue to go and continuously go east on a sphere. And it's related, interestingly enough, Jeremy had the best point that I could use in this discussion, because he talked about a ruler on the equator. And if you move that ruler pointed east, you move that to 30 degrees north, North America somewhere, that ruler with respect to the first ruler would be angled. That's a key point there. Now they're both pointed in the same direction. In infinity, they have parallel lines. Once you lay that line onto the sphere, that line would be intersecting. And they would intersect, the north one would intersect into the equator. Because it's curving, you made a curve, and because it's angled. The angling is the tell for the situation. It shows you that when you make a curve, you change a direction. And that direction change, not only to go around the sphere, it also goes toward the equator.
All right, I think I'm back now. Do I have a good connection?
Yeah,
no, we can't hear you.
No.
No, you're good. I'm playing. You're good.
Oh, sorry guys, I was on the off speaker thing.
Okay.
Sorry.
What's up?
Hi, Andy. I had a question.
Oh boy.
What's your question?
Andy, please report to the group chat.
Andy, report to the group chat. Yo, Jeremy, space is on the floor for you, man. Please go ahead.
What's up? What's up, guys? All right, check it.
Go, checking.
I may have figured this out though while I was waiting to get this out, but there's say you make a tangent directly over the equator so that it's completely over the equator going infinitely in both directions. And then you make parallel lines going out from that north and south, all tangents all along the globe. We know when we're looking east on an equinox because that's where we'll be pointing at the center of the sun. However, how do I know where to look at this other line, that parallel line that we're going to draw? Like what's the demarcation point for that?
About 0.83 millimeters.
Sorry, 0.83 millimeters? I'm looking to know what are we looking at to know that we're pointing in the direction of parallel from the guy on the equator.
I agree with Izzy, actually.
So, like, the equator is like what goes round the flat Earth.
Oh.
It's really hot. That's how you know it's the equator. Thanks for asking.
No, we know the equator, and we know when we're looking east. But I'm wondering how do we find out which way to look for this other tangent line that we're going to make off the globe? Like, what would be the demarcation point? What are we looking at? Can we put someone on another on the same latitude and look at them? Does it even work like that? Aren't latitudes a circle? Like, we'll be looking in all different directions.
The first one.
What do we do? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I agree with you.
What?
Jeremy, you're on the right page, but more research will help you.
More research?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. It's happening in real time. This is it.
That's good. That's good.
What's the demarcation point for that tangent line that we drew that's parallel with the equator tangent line?
So usually when people ask me this question, I say, sorry, I got cough.
Usually when people ask you that question, has that question ever been asked before by anyone ever?
Yeah, by a lot of people actually. So what you got to do is look back, reflect, research, and then you got to tell me the answer because I'm not going to give you every answer. That's not how this works.
All you need to do is look at any point on that adjacent line and see, or the parallel line, and see if the angle comports with where it would be for the distance that point would be from you. So just take the distance to it and then divide it by the angle to it and get the inverse tangent and see if that's the length of that you are looking at that point. That line.
Does that sound hot?
Zanuck, I'm out. We're outside. Zanuck, we're outside in a field. The sun is rising east. We got a whole bunch of people lined up on the longitude line, same longitude line. The sun's about to rise. Right? We know when we're looking east because we're going to be looking right at the center of the sun.
Who's talking in the background?
However,
it's annoying.
Because somebody might be hot micing. I don't know.
Yeah, that was me. My bad.
Oh, sorry.
That's going in your fucking file, Elbow. So listen, just kidding. It is going in your file though. But
filed.
How? Yo, what am I looking at to know that I am looking parallel to the person on the equator who's looking center of the sun. Like that's going to be a different angle than east, obviously. So how do I know when I'm looking in that direction? Now I have a couple ideas on this.
Yeah, you're all looking in the same direction.
The ladies might have. They might know.
The only clue is verifying that the distance angularly from every point in the distance with time. That's until you get to the point where you don't know how far you are, then you're just guessing. But you assume that if you have points that are distant from everybody, and if you can validate those points at any distance away from you, that still represents parallel, then you would say that the lines onto infinity are all going to be parallel because there's nothing to bend them.
That's a good
Zanuck,
point.
how do I hold on real quick. We're all looking at the sun east on an equinox. We're all lined up on the same longitude line. Now, when we're all looking at the sun, that's one direction. How do I know when I'm looking in the direction of the tangent my latitude line would make? Just can you answer that, please? Or I don't know what you've been saying, but I feel like it was not the answer to my question.
Yeah, you're just trying to prove parallel lines. How do you prove a line that they are equal distance from each other?
Nope, not trying to prove. Dude, I want to know how. What do you mean prove parallel lines? Bro, I want to know when. Why do you keep changing my question? I want to know how do I look at that how do I know when I'm looking down that parallel line? What am I looking at?
That's exactly my answer. I just told you the answer. The angle verifies whether they're parallel based on the distance to any point along that line. Get one in a mile.
So here's how I was thinking to do it. You're literally no help. Here's how I was thinking to do it. You take you could set it up like the night before, and you have everyone on the same longitude line, right? And then you set it up the night before, you get Polaris, and you make sure everyone's now facing, everyone now has their crosshairs focused perpendicular to Polaris facing east when the sun's going to rise. And then you're all set up for the next day when it happens, right? Would that be the best way to make sure that you're all parallel, that all your lines are parallel?
That'd be one way, sure.
Okay.
And if we did that,
or what?
All right, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So you keep on saying, what if I went outside and the equator was here and I looked east, and my theory is go outside and fucking do it. Maybe if you went on the school all day, you could go outside and experiment for yourself.
Yeah, dude, you left that.
All right, thanks.
That was pretty advanced.
No worries.
No. So Zanuck, let's say we all go out, so we're all facing east, we're all 90 degrees from Polaris, we're all perpendicular to Polaris, facing east. What would you say if the sun wasn't in our crosshairs? Would that totally debunk the whole globe for you? Mic check.
It's good, Mike.
Andy, do you have any questions about this?
Zanuck,
no, I was enjoying your answer.
Yeah, these are your friends, Andy.
Zanuck, would that debunk the globe if the sun wasn't in our crosshairs? Or at least like the distance to the sun or something? Something to do with the sun? It's got to debunk something to do with the sun in your model, no? Zanuck? I mean, this is something we could do easy. This doesn't even need a lot of people. You really only need one guy for this. One single person could do this with a I don't know, protractor. How do you find out if you're 90 degrees from Polaris?
You got a protractor guy?
You get a protractor out there or what? Is that what you do? If I told you to go outside and I want you to be aiming a theodolite 90 degrees from Polaris, how would you do that, Snacks? Do you like a giant compass or a protractor? I mean, not a compass. You because you use a compass. I don't know. I mean, not magnetic compass, the ones you make circles with.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how you do it.
Yeah.
We're not going off magnetism with this. We're going off straight up bodies in the sky, I guess, with this. I
don't know where Zanuck went.
Well, that question's scary because if you're looking 90 degrees from Polaris and the sun's not in your crosshairs when it rises east on an equinox, you got a serious issue there. Because you're getting hit by the sun. You got to figure you're getting hit by the sun, right? Sunlight's hitting you. So the sunlight has to be coming from the sun. But if your crosshairs if the sun's not in your crosshairs, that doesn't work like geometrically. Like the sun would have to be in your crosshairs because that's where the sun needs to be. You can't have this light ray coming from not the sun. You guys know what I'm saying?
I got you. I got you.
Yeah, I see you.
She's got you too.
I see you. I hear you. Like, you're getting it, but you gotta leave the house and do it.
Yeah, this does need to be done. Snacks, what do you think? Anyone's opinion? Do you think if we do this, your crosshairs will be on the sun?
What's your address? Because I can just come out and do it with you tomorrow or something serious. I'm sick of this.
We gotta do it on an equinox.
Yeah, that's fine. It's outside my backyard. Come on.
No, we gotta do it on an equinox when the sun's rises over the equator.
I'm posting Izzy's address in Livestream.
What's
Everyone
up?
come there tomorrow, okay?
Wait,
Izzy, can I ask
don't.
you?
I'm sorry, I still didn't hear you.
Jeremy, just DM me your address. I'll pop over tomorrow. I got the equipment in my trunk. Do it, yeah? Like,
I'll tell my wife you're coming.
I feel sorry for you stressing. Like, you sound like you're having a crisis.
I'm not. Who's stressing? I'm cool as a fan.
I think part of why he's even asking in the first place is to see if you would even accept this as proof of anything. So instead of wasting his time doing it.
No, this would absolutely debunk something to do with the sun in their model. No question. Like you can't have the light ray coming from the sun's got to be in a crosshair because wherever the crosshair is, that's where the sun is. You can't have a crosshair over the thing that's supposed to be there and it's not there. And if you're looking parallel from the guy on the equator, that's why you do it on an equinox. So you just got to be 90 degrees from Polaris. Everyone's 90 degrees from Polaris, right? The guy on the equator is 90 degrees from Polaris. You make sure a guy in the north and this, it really only takes one guy, either like, some at a decent degree, latitude, north or south. What do you got? The giggles?
Is this true, Izzy?
I cough. That's not the giggles, man.
I thought someone had the giggles.
Okay, just let me send images. I've got notes on this. It's like annoying not being able to express myself fully.
Not gonna happen, by the way.
What's not happening?
They want image perms.
No, one person wants image perms. I've been on this server. How long?
Maybe. I don't know. You're new to me. What's your screen name?
I've been here since February 5th.
Yeah. What's your screen name?
My screen name?
Yeah. I've never heard. I don't think I've ever heard you before.
Only that's so I don't know how to do that shit, man.
Izzy XO.
No.
Is that you?
Never trust anybody with XO in their profile.
Yo, Napalm, you feel me on this whole 90 degrees from Polaris parallel to the equator thing on the equinox?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there should be some way that we could take that measurement on the same longitude. People taking that measurement on the same longitude at the same time, and seeing what degrees you would have to be off of 90 from north to put your like crosshairs on the theodolite on the sun, like where it's rising. And if there's deviations from 90 degrees for anybody along that, then it, in my opinion, would debunk the globe model, right? Because the claim is parallel light rays. So all those light rays should be at 90 degrees from north.
That's what I'm saying. And if they're all supposed to be 90 degrees and you're looking parallel, you need to have at least a part of the sun needs to be in your crosshair. I feel like if you're looking 90, because if you're looking at the sun, at the sunrise on an equinox, and you want to do this other parallel thing, that's not the same line. I'm not saying, I don't know how close it is, how many degrees you'd have to turn, but it's definitely not the same line. The parallel lines with everyone looks at the sun line, those are two different lines.
Yeah, you'd almost have to have.
You understand that? Okay.
Yeah, and you could do it just from like the northern hemisphere down to the equator, right? You wouldn't necessarily have to do the south if you didn't really have a good line on a longitude. So, yeah, I would say everybody.
I got a phone call.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? Everybody could establish their north. Everybody could establish their north. Yeah, I'll come back to you. You're a robot.
It just needs to be done by one guy. I mean,
Yeah, I would say you would take azimuth measurements and you could establish your north. Everybody could establish their north by setting their 0 degree based on their direction to Polaris, so that everybody would be on the same page as far as establishing their azimuth there. So you would then take a 90 degree from that 0 degree that would be established from Polaris. And if the sun does not rise directly in your crosshairs at that 90 degree on your horizon, something's off with the geo.
real quick. Am I a robot still?
What if you did the anti?
Real quick. Think about. Go ahead. I only have a second, so.
Just go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, real quick. Think about the direction you're going to be looking. If you're at like 80 degrees north, the direction you have to look at to see the sun, and the direction you would have to look at to make a parallel line to the equator.
Well, I was saying establishing like your.
Do you think? Hold on, real quick. Do you think you're even going to be looking at the sun if you had a crosshairs? Do you think any part of your crosshair would even be on the sun?
No.
If you're at like 80 degrees north.
No.
Look when you're looking over the latitude, the parallel line.
No, not if you're doing 90 degrees from north.
That's what I'm talking about. We need to check this. Why have we not checked this yet?
According to their model, you could be as far as 80 degrees north on the same, longitude or whatever as other people who are doing this, and you should be able to set your your azimuth angle to 90 degrees, and the sun should technically rise in their model in your crosshairs perfectly. Should be no deviation from 90.
No, it's not the same line as it's not the same line when you're looking east. A parallel line to the equator and a line that's looking at the sunrise at the equator, not the same line. And so what do you do with that?
Right, but in their model it has to be.
No, it's not the same line.
How is it not the same line in their model? So are the rays from the sun not parallel now?
I don't know, but that's guaranteed not the same line no matter who you are.
Yeah, it would stand to reason to me that you're not going to get 90 degrees from north is where that sun's rising on an equinox. But according to their model, it should be.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you're not going to be parallel with the other line from the guy on the equator and still be able to look at I don't think you'll be able to see this in your crosshair.
I don't either.
But we need to try that. We need to try this. Now, if I told you to go outside and point in the direction 90 degrees from Polaris, how would you do that?
Yeah, so the best way to do that would be using something like a theodolite or an auto level where I could even use my tripod probably for my camera where you have a mount that will swivel horizontally and has markings on it for degrees, right? So I could establish my north to Polaris as a specific 0 degree, and then I would swivel my tripod head 90 degrees. Yes.
In the direction
you're
of
making
east.
that azimuth angle. So your azimuth angle would need to be 90 degrees.
So it's fairly easy to do then.
Yep.
Okay. And you got crosshairs on your shit, right? So you got this? You ready to roll this out? You're in Florida. That kind of sucks.
Nothing sucks about
I need
Florida.
someone
But
in
actually,
Canada.
yes, everything about Florida sucks. Don't move here. Don't move.
So I'm up in Canada, and they say that the equinox is going to be at 89 degrees off of Polaris. And then also in the spring equinox, it says that it's going to be at 2:58 p.m. So that's kind of weird. It's not even at the sunrise; it's in the middle of the day.
What?
Just think about it. Think about it. 90 if the parallel line, if you're in Canada, the parallel line to the equator, even in their model, it can't be. I can't see that even being close to the same angle as when you're looking directly at the sun on the sunrise.
Yeah, I don't know what their 89 degrees is off of. If it's off of Polaris or if it's off of their magnetic north, I don't know what they're basing that 89 degrees off of. So I gotta look into it too.
Is Polaris a safe way to make? Are we sure that if everyone turns 90 degrees to Polaris facing east, we're all making parallel lines from the guy on the equator? How sure are you on that, Napalm?
What's that? How sure am I
How
about
sure
what?
are you that?
I'm not sure that the terminator line of the sun is 90 degrees to the geographical lines, the coordinate lines on Earth that they suppose. I don't know.
We would want a guy on the equator for this, now that I think about it. We would want to do this all along as many longitude lines as possible. It's only really necessary to do it one guy. One guy can do this. It would be
in
better with
theory,
more people.
Yeah, in theory, on the equinoxes, you should have the Terminator line on the exact longitude lines, right? Wouldn't that be the case?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So then everybody's
that's why it's east for everyone.
Yeah, everybody's sunrise time should be the exact same on the same exact longitude line.
Exactly.
From the North Pole to the whatever.
Yeah, exactly. My 90 shouldn't be at 2:58 p.m. It should be in the morning with you guys. Everybody should be the same, right?
Yeah, should be.
Okay, so we need a guy in like Canada to do this though, because I feel like the farther north you go, the more off of parallel you're even going to be. Like, it's not even going to be close when you're like, 65, 70 degrees. I don't know how far Montreal is, or one of our Canadian peeps. But I feel like that line's going to be way off. The parallel to the equator line should be way off of looking at the equator. What's the fuck? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. So, do we have any volunteer? When's the equinox? When's the equinox? We're way off of that, huh? Next year?
The hardest part is finding like a longitude line that runs far enough to where you have kind of like equal segments to where you've got land positions that people could be at to make these measurements, to be honest. Because we'd really want it to be on the same longitude, people making the measurements at the same time. So you're documenting the local time in which the
I'm in
sunrise
Canada.
happening.
I can be
So I
at
honestly
the
think
53rd latitude, but that's about as high as I can go.
Do you have some kind of way?
Like California.
September 23rd.
Hold on. Do you have a way to make sure that you're 90 degrees from Polaris?
Yep.
And does it have crosshair? What do you got?
So I can use its location from the day before and the day after, sighting it at night, and then I can take that average and keep it within that margin of error. I can do it every night up into, and then every night after, just kind of keeping margin of error, just marking it in the sky where it is and where it ought to be, so that's kind of where it is.
What kind of tool you got?
I have a sextant, I have a theodolite, whatever you need.
Yeah. All right. So on an equinox, we need you to do this.
Yeah, it would be good.
You gonna be around next equinox?
The 22nd?
Dude, the next week, 23rd, September 23rd.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's coming up in September?
Yeah, there's 2 equinoxes.
Oh, what good timing. All right, you're going to be ready on the 23rd, bro?
Yeah, bro.
All right, buy your daughter a theodolite, and let's do this.
Whereabouts can you be?
What's your name? Absolute?
Yeah.
All right, who's going to organize this? We need an organizer person. I'm not really that person.
We'll add this.
It doesn't have to.
The list of things that Witsit's organizing. We'll volunteer Witsit. but it's his job.
It really only needs to be done by one person. I mean, he could do this himself, just right there.
Where roughly are you at in Canada?
Vancouver.
Oh, you're all the way in Vancouver. Okay. So we could do like our Vancouver and LA on the same longitude, or I'm sorry, latitude, longitude.
Yep.
Are they on the exact same?
What? No launch.
Sorry, you're roboting. Is he roboting or am I robot? Sorry, man, you're roboting for me. I don't know if it's on my end or.
Close. I'm up in the mountains, so I'm going to be roboting.
Yeah, you're definitely roboting. I mean, preferably we'd want to have. You'd want to be on a longitude to where really there's no reasonable obstruction from like mountains, trees, anything like that. You'd really want to be. Best place to do it would like be the East Coast or something. Or I guess in theory on the West Coast you guys could maybe do like a sunset location on the equinox. Would that be sufficient as well?
Yep.
Oh, what do we got to do it over water? Napalm?
I think that would be
done over water.
Probably the best way to get your exact time.
I didn't even think of that.
I can do it from a mountaintop too.
No, it's got to be at the same elevation too. Does it? Wait, how?
Does it though?
Oh, let me think this through real quick.
Sea level is sea level.
I don't know. Hold on, let me think about it.
If you got.
You said on a mountain.
But if you got somebody on like the beach in Vancouver Island and somebody where like San Francisco or something, is that the same longitude? Either way, there's
Does
people.
Elevation matter?
It's going to matter as far as timing. If you want to try to get the timing the same.
Yeah, we'll just live stream it.
I feel like just for the geometry, this needs to happen on the ocean. Absolutely, we got you on deck for this. Hold on. Let us kick this around. This is perfect timing at an equinox is coming on the 23rd. I like that. I thought we had to wait till next year or something. So that's neat.
Yeah, just let me know what you want to see, like what instruments and where and what time. Let me know.
Will you send me a DM just so I be like, hey, it's me, or something? Just say hi with a smiley face or something.
Who's talking?
Good looking.
Make sure the smiley face. Make sure the smiley face is on a hockey puck, so he realizes you're Canadian.
Sorry, who's talking?
Jeremy.
Okay.
I feel like it would be good to have, like, Napalm, you understand how one person alone can do this. The day of the equinox, we know the guy on the equator. We don't need a guy on the equator or anywhere else. Like, I feel like we just need a guy far enough south or far enough north. Both would be good. A few of each, honestly, would be better, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, shit, we should task Drace with doing this in Iceland. Trying to think of anybody we would know that we would be further north.
Yeah, they don't even have to all be on the same longitude. It'd be nice to just get a bunch of different readings to make sure no one messed up, or something.
Yeah, just get an azimuth angle.
Just
Drace
mark it
is
the
in.
night before on a sheet of paper, or leave your shit set up or something, or you know what I mean. Mark it in some way so you know which way to point the next day.
Yeah.
A few nights before, like Absolute was saying.
Yeah, we just need to get one of our Iceland people to do it. What is Mole Man Globerther's in Iceland, right? Is he in Iceland?
He might be in like Finland or Denmark or something. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm just thinking like the furthest north.
We got a
People the
bunch of
furthest
people
north.
in Finland and shit.
Yeah, Finland's north.
Yeah, they be getting 24-hour sun and shit, so they got to be. That's the best because I feel like the farther north you get, the more off. Think about if you have a guy standing right next to the guy on the equator. Like the difference of him looking at the sun and him looking parallel to the guy on the equator, there's not going to be much difference. That's why you don't help in Florida, really. I mean, I'm not saying don't do it, but I just feel like the farther north or south you go, the more off that line's going to be. Because once you're on the North Pole, you're just facing south. So when you're like 85, 80, 75 degrees, like, bro, I don't know. You're looking a lot of south, even though they say you're looking east. I don't know. Zanuck bounced when I asked him if this would debunk part of his model of the centers. Yeah, if your crosshairs aren't on the sun, if you're 90 degrees and your crosshairs aren't on the sun at sunrise on an equinox, it's over. It's over for you. Should it be for us though? Does this even matter for us, or?
Don't know. I think no matter what, you run into an issue trying to necessarily like pinpoint a celestial object based on like just your observation. Like I don't think you're ever going to directly pinpoint any celestial objects, right? But it would be relative to your first person observation always, right? But I think in their model that like yeah, it would have to be 90 degrees from north at sunrise and sunset on the equinoxes, right?
All right, what's up?
I don't know. Everything went quiet.
I finally got 5 minutes of lag-free time, and there's nobody's talking. Really, guys? You think that's a good test, though, Napalm?
Maybe. I mean, we'll have to see.
I mean, what direction does everyone say they're pointing? Do they say it's 90 degrees on the equinox when the sun rises? Or not 90, what would it be?
Yeah, technically it should be 90. Yeah. On their model. If
everyone should be looking 90.
Parallel light rays, yeah. According to them.
So what, anywhere but the exact North Pole works? 90 degrees, right?
What?
Anywhere except for the pole should be exactly 90 degrees, right?
I mean, in theory, even the pole should be 90 degrees. In their model. Everybody should be experiencing the sun at 90 degrees from north. Well, I guess it would be hard to establish 90 degrees from north at the pole. Yeah, you'd have to dip down to a specific longitude. I don't know, maybe this would be a good test for the Globers. You know, they say we need to test everything. Maybe they need to go down to Antarctica. It's really easy to do. Anybody can do it. Go down to Antarctica, one of the solstices, get your theodolite out, do an azimuth angle from 90 degrees from south. See what you come up with. Prove your model. I mean, I don't even know if that's necessarily a good quote-unquote proof.
What else? What else we got?
Nothing. I mean, Witsit's going to try to do some stuff. I think we're going to try to establish like some sort of microwave test over water.
I like that. I like that. He's in Florida right now. Is he close to you?
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna touch tips? Aw.
Again?
What, like an hour, half-hour drive or something?
I don't know, man. But I'm not giving away either of our locations, bro.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. This is close. That's cool. You guys could do shit.
Why are you always prying for specifics, Jeremy? You're acting sus, bro.
Specific. I don't even know where napalm is.
How far are you from the water? What's the closest grocery store?
What's the name of the closest Publix to you? What's the intersection?
Well, that's dope. All right. Yeah, do a microwave bounce skip zone test or something. What is that thing called? It's the skip zone with the ionosphere. Yeah, that's good shit.
Yeah,
the thing is, they can ad hoc the clouds and shit, ionosphere clouds.
Yeah.
Just whatever they need. Just whatever you need. It doesn't matter. Imagine being able to ad hoc anything in. That's like scam artist shit. Or like, just every time something goes wrong, you just keep making up new shit to just fix it. And there's like no ends to what you can say. You can make up invisible shit, magical shit, like all kinds of shit. It doesn't even matter. Just anything you want. And you're good.
Yeah, are you talking about refraction? Is that what you said?
I mean, tons of shit. Tons of shit, bro. Their
You
whole
just
fucking
make
model's
whatever
ad
we
hoc.
want.
Their whole model's ad hoc. Every time they found a problem, they just ad hoc some new shit in there, and boom, we're good. Easy peasy.
No, the best thing about their model is that it was built off of observational measurements. And then when they come back hundreds of years later, they make observational measurements to reaffirm the model that they built solely based on observational measurements.
Well, the equinox is coming up, right? And right now I'm looking at the data and it says, or Google, and it says September 23rd, 2023 at 2:50 a.m.
Ryan, your mic's mad low, bro. I got my volume on my phone all the way up, dude.
Yeah, it's a little low, bro. Sound like you're
know.
hiding under the covers or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe if I speak closer to it, but yeah, just that the equinox this year is September 23rd. That's pretty far out there. Usually, I mean, according to my reckoning, it's September 20th with my sundial, and they're telling me it's September 23.
Do we need to start doing time measurements? What's going to be the difference in 2 days? You're talking seconds, right? 2 or 3 days. It's not even going to be. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, 3 days is significant difference. No, yeah, I'm just curious if we could somehow measure the sun zenith from those, those couple days at solar noon, see where it's at, from Florida, ideally at the equator would be ideal, but I don't know if we know anybody that lives at the equator right now on Discord.
We were trying to get. Were you here for the previous conversation that we were just having regarding this?
Yeah, I mean, I've been listening.
Okay.
You still mad at me, Napalm?
What was I ever mad at you?
I don't know. You like unfriended me or something because I was getting all like violent or something.
I didn't unfriend you. I don't friend or unfriend anybody really. It's hard enough for me to even look at direct messages most of the time.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, my feelings were a little hurt, to be honest, dude. But I'm glad that you cleared that up.
I didn't
I got like
unfriend
100.
you. You were just saying questionable shit in the live stream, so I was just like trying to get you to move on from that.
Yeah, I was getting a little sus. I think there was a full moon or something.
There was a what?
We had a full moon going on. It was like the biggest full super moon or something, and like for like the next 15 years.
Yeah, you started painting your face like half blue and grabbing your sword and getting on your horse. And like, bro.
That's a good movie, by the way.
It's like, tone it down, dude. Tone it down.
Yeah, a little aggro those few days for what.
Let me see. How do you even check if somebody is your friend? I don't even know who that.
I got like like 100 pending friend requests.
All right, Mr. Popular.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't.
Only friend requests I get is from like weird names that I've never seen before, and I'm like, honestly, every time I see it, I'm
Your
like,
grandma.
Oh, Ed Freeze. It's probably Ed Freeze trying to hack me.
Your grandma sent you a friend's request. That's your only friend.
She don't even fucking want to be my friend, bro. I only got Kosho's mom left, bro. That's it.
Did nothing change? I still got DMs from you.
Okay. All right. As long as we're
I
good, man. You're like my only friend.
I guess we were never friends to begin with. I don't know. I don't know. This app is weird because it's like you can DM people. You don't have to be friends with them. I don't know what the friends thing does, to be honest with you.
Some people have it set. Yo, I'll tell you who is sus. Ken Wheeler, bro. He's suspect.
Bro, you want to fight?
Dude, you're
just saying,
making
bro,
him pull the blue face paint back out again. Come on.
I had no opinion either way on Wheeler before you told me that, and that just swayed me. So he's suspect.
At least watch the video. Maybe I fucked something up and like butchered the whole thing. There is a possibility of that. I do that sometimes.
Anyone that does that is suspect. At this point in time, knowing what we know, anyone that thinks they're going to create a infinite energy machine or some kind of perpetual, like some shit like that, like you got to know to just put those plans out. Like they'll come take you out, bro. Like you can't have that.
Dude, you just got to start like mailing thumb drives with that information to like people all over the place.
I forget what he said, but yeah, he had like some fucking backup fail-safe method where if something happens to him, like the information's to be released, like, you know, to the public. So, I don't know, bro. Jeremy's over here ready to go whack him just so we can get the info.
No, bro. I'm saying if you come up with a machine that creates energy out of nowhere or some shit like that, like you gotta just put the schematics out or some shit.
Dude, I
Like,
don't trust you with any machines, Jeremy. I feel like you already work for Skynet. We don't need to give you information about any more machines.
Dude,
Yeah,
you
AI
gotta put
had
that
a
out there.
fucking voice. Hey, Jeremy.
What's up? So what?
You're the redneck version of Siri, bro. You're just like, you're probably AI, and you're fooling us all with your southern twang.
I don't have a southern twang. What? First of all, do you know how hard it is to remember all the information we go over? I'm just saying, bro, if you come up with some kind of machine like that, you got to put the plans out on the internet right away. Mail thumb drives, fucking send letters to the editor, put that shit on any Reddit, Twitter, tweet that shit, Instagram it, Snapchat, all that shit, bro. TikToks, whatever. You got to put that shit out there. You're not going to get paid off that. You're going to get dead off that. If you try to get paid, they're going to fuck you up. If they even think you might have something like that, they're going to fuck you up. They don't want that shit coming out, bro. Nobody wants that except for all of humanity. Like, none of the elite people want that shit. You seen what they did when they figured out what Tesla was trying to do? They pulled all his funding, bro. You don't. Yeah, dude, you can't have that shit, man.
There's people that put out information on how to manipulate how to manipulate your meter reader. Those guys get fucking railroaded.
With the magnet, I've seen those. You talking about the ones with the magnet?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's just fucking illegal. I'm saying this would be like a legal thing. You know, you make an invention and just put that shit out there.
Well, no, I don't even think these guys are like doing it. They're just like telling you how to do it. You get fucked.
Well, they're telling people how to do illegal shit. I don't know if that's legal or not, but
doesn't your meter read the amount of resistance that your home has as opposed to the amount of draw that it has?
I'm referring to the old school analog meters that they pretty much tried to opt people out of with the new digital smart meters. So like the old school meters got like a dial that spins. And if you put a strong enough magnet up to it, you can you can create resistance on the rotation of that thing. So as it slows down, it doesn't count your kilowatt hours precisely. So yeah, that's all it is. They have
why don't you just find a way? You and Ken Wheeler find a way to tap into this subspace or inner space or whatever the hell it is, and let's pull some of this energy out of there.
That's what we're trying to do, bro.
I honestly don't think it's I don't think it's possible, dude. I don't think Ken Wheeler has anything available like that. I don't think
he does. Go watch the video, bro. He's got like at least like 3 or 4, if not more, videos on this specific device that we were talking about.
I mean, I'm still skeptical, man. Like, I honestly don't think it's possible. If it was, somebody out there would be taking advantage of it. There would be groups of people around the world taking advantage of it.
Well, this is the same technology that, from what he says, these UFOs are utilizing, which he claims are just military industrial technology utilizing field dynamics. And it's all about this dielectric plane of inertia and this specific geometry to essentially counter either gravity or open the doorway to the ether, allowing the energy to flow.
So let's just say that, let's entertain the idea, right? Theoretically, there's this technology out there, and I do believe that there's something like that, but even then it's not like infinite loop or like infinite energy. I think that because what's his face talked about it, the guy who worked at Los Alamos Labs.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. No, not Dollard. He's talking about Bob Lazar.
Bob Lazar. So Bob Lazar spoke of the fuel source for technology like that, but they weren't able to ever reproduce it in our realm, right? So
I wouldn't trust anything that they said.
Element 115, they were able to retrieve some of it from archaeological sites or crash sites, allegedly, according to Bob Lazar, but the military was never able to reproduce this element in the lab. In 2003 or 2001, they were able to reproduce it for the first time in the lab, but it wasn't the same kind of element because the element that they recreated or reproduced was had a fast half-life and it decayed fairly quickly, and it was unstable. But the element that they were able to retrieve and reverse engineer from these aircrafts was from another realm. So wherever they were producing that, these entities were producing that, they weren't producing it within our realm. And it's until you can find a way to produce that element, you won't be able to you won't be able to develop this technology.
I mean, that into the subspace or the inner space thing. What's that, Jeremy?
Counter space, Jeremy. Counter space, just like what you have in your kitchen. Counter space. Which mine just got upgraded this past week, by the way.
Nice. Granite?
I have some shiny quartz.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
A lot of iron and quartz, though. Watch out for rusting.
I think it'll be aight.
I think there's ways to tap into like fuel sources, hydro energy and a nuclear, but it takes an initial investment, right? Like the Hoover Dam took a large initial investment of a lot of potential, right? That people had to put in days and days and days of hard work to develop the Hoover Dam, to construct it, to then be able to tap into this energy, right? The water falling. But like what you're talking about, bro, how much initial investment are you putting in to develop this technology, and how much are you getting out of it?
I think it's more just an understanding of what's already been discussed, like prior to the mainstream putting their 2 cents in. It's utilizing the understanding of the great Godhead figures that created this entire electrical grid, right? The Teslas, the Steinmetzes, the Heavisides, all these guys, dude. They were all talking about the same thing. This counterspatial realm and energy and the dielectric field inducing the magnetic to create, electrification. Like, they were all on the same page, bro. So I don't know, man.
I've heard the different theories, but I just think that they were trying to tap into something, some ancient lost knowledge, some ancient technology that was maybe possible before the flood, right? Like you bring up the Great Pyramids of Giza. But even back then, the physics were a little bit different, only because there was a greater atmospheric pressure. There was more electromagnetic fields. The electromagnetic field was greater and stronger. The resonance frequencies were stronger. Now, not so much. Everything's weak. That we know that the electromagnetic field is weakening, and it has weakened 10% within just a few years. Last time I heard.
Do you guys think that these underground colliders may have something to do with fucking with the magnetic field?
Very possible. Yeah.
Very possible.
Very possible. And that's the thing, Lion, is that science today can't even really explain magnetism at all. Like, they don't even come close. So, how are we going to make heads or tails of what was then compared to now if we can't even decipher what it is or isn't? Like, they're so far off the Richter scale at a viable answer where it's like, I can't really take much of what they're saying wholeheartedly, dude, about these fluctuations that you speak of. They don't even know, like, why the Earth's magnetic field does what it does. They don't know a lot, dude. So I don't know, man. To like try to build off of what they don't know just seems counterproductive.
But yeah, like even the Great Pyramids took a lot of energy, like literal energy input. Like each one of those blocks, I can only imagine the amount of energy input needed to move one block at a time to then develop
Even energy. We don't even know what energy is. We got a lot of issues, dude.
No, but let's just say that the Great Pyramids did produce energy after their initial construction. It still took a shit ton of energy to create the thing to begin with, to then design it in a way, right, that it could take advantage of the natural aquifer or whatever is located underneath the Great Pyramid of Giza. That water that naturally flows underneath it, whether it was, some people I think recently was saying that they've noticed that if you build a pyramid structure over a certain piece of land, that the water starts coming up. Somebody was saying that a couple of days ago. Whether that happened or not, regardless, there's water underneath it, and these shafts, these passages that allow convection or the air to just naturally resonate through that like a negative pressure, like in a lab. It just kind of flows, and then that airflow creates like some sort of resonance or vibration through those tunnels. Apparently, that's what I've heard. But even if all that was legit and it started resonating and producing some sort of energy, you still had to construct the thing. That took a ton amount of energy, right? So it's not really free.
I mean, we've been given less than half the story when pertaining to ancient Egypt. Like, most people don't realize that the things above the surface, like you're talking about, the Giza and all this other stuff, that's minuscule compared to what's under the surface. Like, most of ancient Egypt is actually below the surface, and it's all connected through rivers. Like, this has been hidden from the public, but there's a lot of people that talk about it, people that have actually been there and have actually been underground, such as like Brian Forrester, for example. He talks about this. He talks about how ancient Egypt is very vast and way bigger than we could ever imagine, and it's all subsurface.
Yeah, man.
So I don't know, man. I could only speculate on shit. You know what I mean? Like, we haven't been given the whole answer. So
I'm just highly skeptical of like free energy devices, like a simple one that you could just build in your garage and then it could power your whole house. Like I don't see that being a reality.
I don't think that's the case either. So
The reason I say that too is because of philosophical bias, bro. Because there's a verse in scripture that just I have a problem with, bro, with free energy.
yeah, most people get confused on free energy. But yeah, Ken Wheeler was for many years was against free energy. He was on your same side of the fence. It was only until quite recently that he changed his mind on the whole thing. So I definitely feel you.
I just think that you need to work. There needs to be some sort of work. How efficient that work is and how much energy you get out of that, that's another story. But I mean, the closest thing to free energy that we have, that I know of, what do you think it is? The most efficient thing that we know of right now, that you get the most energy output out of?
Well, like I said, they go ahead.
Somebody else was saying something.
Like steam?
That's not free energy.
I mean, what I'm saying is like the amount of energy needed, right? And the amount of energy out, like in and out. How much are you putting in, and how much are you getting out of it?
Well, I think it was like about a year or so ago. They put in 3 megapascals of joules watts of energy, and output was like 9 or something.
You talking about nuclear,
So,
right?
No.
Yeah, but as far as I know, oil and nuclear are the most efficient. Unless there's something else that I don't know about.
Dude, solar is the best energy, bro. Hands down, dude. Once you put those panels up, you really don't have to do much else as far as maintenance with it.
Yeah, it's just solar's not that efficient. I mean, it is true that it's just like set them up and forget about it. But you know, the other thing too is they degrade over time. They just get worse and worse every year. They get less and less efficient too.
Yeah, but we just
So
got
it's like,
solar
yeah, they're
panels for
great
my
on one
house.
hand.
We just got solar panels for my house, and the degradation value is excellent. I think it's like they're still at like 80-something% after like 25 or 30 years. I forget the exact numbers, but I was actually highly impressed when I heard the degradation numbers.
That's what they tell you, though. All they got to do,
Yeah.
Jeremy, is in 5 years from now say, "Oh, well, sorry, our numbers were off due to global warming."
Well, so here's what they're doing down here, right? We have plenty of sunshine in the Sunshine State. So they're making these huge solar farms. So they're taking like old citrus groves and turning them into solar fields, right? Just these ginormous acreage of solar panels. And since they've been doing all this infrastructure, now our electric bill keeps just going up and up and up and up, right? It's almost double what it was 5 years ago. And then people are being convinced to put these panels on their homes, which are then feeding the power grid back. So instead of them coming in and saying, "Hey, everybody, we'll just give everybody free solar panels," and then everybody's roof is effectively feeding the grid, right? They decided to waste a whole bunch of acreage to put out all these solar panels, and then they allow people to buy their own and then just take back all of that energy that everybody's been, basically is now paying to feed the grid back themselves. So people are getting fucked kind of two ways.
The way to calculate its efficiency is how much money did it cost you, right? And then how much does it, like the whole production, right? When it came from the factory and the truck driving, kind of try to estimate how much energy it costs to produce that humanity. Because I heard there's like, right now the government is giving like renewable companies like tax exemptions, and like they're making it more affordable, right? But that's still coming out of your pocket, whether you realize it or not. That's still causing inflation. If the government is paying subsidies so that cities can get solar panels, somewhere along the line, somebody's paying for that, right? If you can calculate that and then calculate how much you're going to get in return, or when your return on investment, what time, right after you make your initial investment back. It might be 6 years, it might be 5 years, it might be 8 years. So after 8 years, you finally get your money back. Then you're actually making money, right? And how long are the solar panels going to last? And then is it worth it in the long run? The maintenance and repair of these solar panels, and then the storage unit.
Yeah,
right? You got to calculate all that.
my
and see how
panels.
much.
Yeah, the maintenance on it is next to nothing. My panels will be paid off in 7 to 8 years, and they're good. They're going to be producing energy, not at 100%, but like I said, the numbers they gave me were good. If that's not it, and it's half of that, that's still decent. But whatever, after that, it's all free energy. So.
Yeah, but you guys are thinking free in the sense of dollar amount, and we're talking about input versus output. I don't think solar qualifies as a free energy device.
I think the best. I read a book about this. Excluding like water wizardry or like any of that Victor Schauberger stuff. The best source of energy is like a log, a tree that you cut down and turned into firewood. Like the light bulb comes second. I forget what like the math on it is, but just because the like all of the components that come into creating the light bulb and all of the components that come into creating the electricity to run the light bulb compared to the sun just makes the trees grow. You cut a tree down, the wood dries out, and like you just set it on fire and you've got warmth, you can cook with it, all this stuff. I think the log is actually the closest to free energy you get.
What was the last part? You think the what?
That a log, firewood.
Oh, I see.
Even then, though, like anybody who's ever cut wood, bro, that's tough work, dude. Trying to
keep chopping logs down, build the solar panel. Or you got to keep chopping logs down, dude. All you got to do here is just build the solar panel, and it's going to work for 25 years. Your log's going to last for 25 minutes.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying that a log is better than a solar panel. I'm saying in terms of free energy, like what Dyslo was saying, like you don't have to do anything. The tree grows on its own. All you really got to do is cut it down and set it on fire.
Yeah, but like again, you guys are looking at value. I'm talking about input versus output.
Yeah.
Having more output than input.
Like actual metrics, right? Of not calories, but the amount of energy, the initial costs. Not money, but like
yeah.
Like,
Well, as far as my solar panel, the input.
Hold on. What makes solar panels even possible to manufacture is fossil fuels.
Right. Yeah, you can't do it without petroleum.
You can't. Really? Yeah, you can't. You can't do it without oil. And oil, hands down, oil seems to be one of the most efficient fuel sources that we know of as humans because, back in the day, it used to be even easier to extract oil from the ground. It was easily accessible. And basically, 1 25-cent gallon of gasoline, or back then it was 25 cents. You could literally carry a 2,000, 3,000 pound car with a family of 4 down the street, bro, for at least a mile. Right?
Yeah, but is that a renewable source? I mean, it's
it's not.
There's a set amount, right? And where do you think oil comes from? Like, what do you think oil is? Like, what do you think creates oil?
That's a good question, but I just want to say that.
Are you sure you need
from researching?
Are you sure you need oil? Hold on, man. You just went.
All right. Go ahead.
Yo, are you sure you need oil to make a solar panel?
Yes.
Either that or coal or nuclear power. Like whatever electricity that you're using, you need it.
That's such not true shit, though.
So, like, hold on a second. So, like, oil, right, has a 1 to 25 output. So the amount of energy needed, 1 to 25. There's nothing that has that efficiency, bro. Not even solar panels.
Hold on. We don't even know if you need oil. What's up next?
Yeah, because the whole manufacturing process needs oil, from the trucks that deliver the product to the factory to that from the ships that carry it on the shipping containers, from the factory itself that uses electricity, right? That electricity is coming from either a coal plant or a nuclear power plant. In some cases, it could be coming from hydro, but you know what I mean. Most cases, it's nuclear or coal, and then everything else is oil.
Was trying to get in.
But you can manufacture a solar panel without using oil in the manufacture process of the.
Yeah, theoretically, it's possible, but right now, the way that the world works, it's all fossil fuels producing, manufacturing anything that's renewable that you call renewable, because even turbines aren't renewable because they still require oil to keep them lubricated.
Why is oil not? Oh, forget it.
There's nothing truly renewable.
Hold on, dude. What's up, Snacks?
Like oil's producible from agricultural sources. Like you can produce oils from that. So like.
Yeah, you can power diesel cars. You can power diesel cars with vegetable oil. So.
Yeah, that's true.
I thought you were talking about the oil required to create the components that create the solar panel in its entirety. That's what you were referring to, but
Yeah, like I mean, maybe for like ones that are produced now, like yeah, they use that as part of the process, but I'm pretty sure you could do that glass.
I mean, I'm sure you use biodiesel.
Shouldn't you be able to harness the non-visible light spectrum even at night, though? Like, why do we just have solar panels that only work when the sun's out?
Is there a way to tweak kind of the way that a solar panel works in order for it to tap into like the ultraviolet and other spectrums to draw power?
Yeah, basically you would need like a kind of like a satellite dish looking thing, right? That's gonna take a widespread amount of light, and it's gonna bounce it back. It's gonna reflect it back at a small mirror, and then that small mirror reflects it back through a small hole on the dish, and so essentially you're creating a focal point to try to get a wider footprint and condense it down to a small minute portion to where you're I don't want to say intensifying the light or amplifying the light, but you're focalizing the light.
You would definitely create a lot of heat doing that. It'd be like the magnifying lens. Anytime you take the sunlight,
well, no, this isn't visible light.
I'm just saying what happens when you condense the sunlight. It gets very hot.
Right, but we're talking about the non-visible light spectrum.
Oh,
like yeah, does everyone see that it's clearly a trick that they engineered all of our technology to work off a very limited spectrum, and they're like, oh, solar power. That doesn't even make sense. It makes no sense that you could use solar power but not the rest of the spectrum. Can anyone make that make sense to me? Or this is why they said for years, oh, we don't really know how it works.
Well, the only way for me to make sense out of that, which is if you've got this other light spectrum, first of all, wouldn't you have to analyze it and see what kind of reactions it causes? I mean, is there electricity there? Is there heat? Is there what
of course
is
there's
being,
electricity
being
there.
produced? What is the cause of this other light spectrum when it hits something? What is it cause?
So what's the difference in visible light and non-visible light? It's just the frequency. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, but a different frequency. So.
Right, but I think with what he's saying is, what is the source? Because we know that the sun is the source of the visible light, right? That we can harness for the solar panels. So in order to have like a source of another energetic wave that we could tap into, there would need to be something producing like a large amount of IR, UV, X-ray, all these kinds of things. So I think what he's trying to say is, what would be the other source other than the sun that would give us the ability to tap into it?
Not only the source, but has the source been isolated? Has the frequencies been isolated and observed for any interaction? Like, does it cause heat? Is there heat? Is there electricity? Is there what comes from this spectrum of light that we cannot see with our eyes? Are you saying that it does exactly the same thing that the visible spectrums do?
It is the same. It's electromagnetic.
If you're saying that, how do you know that?
It's all just electromagnetic radiation. That's why you can That's why you can make visible light turn to invisible light. You can just manipulate the frequency of it, and now it's invisible. That's why it's such an obvious trick. It's such an obvious trick because if you don't have to just use the visible light, which what's so funny is like the light that burns you from the sun is not the visible spectrum or the visible light anyway, right? It's the UV, which is not visible.
But how's it? A solar panel works off the photoelectric effect, right? Like we know how that works. Like how would you get the energy off this other spectrum?
So is the photoelectric effect limited to visible light?
I'm just saying the solar panels.
When it comes to plants, right? Theoretically they could use all visible light and invisible light, but apparently they only really use part of the visible light spectrum for growth, which is, the red spectrum and the blue spectrum. There's some yellow involved. There's some white involved, right? When you mix it all together, the white is important. But apparently plants don't really need green light, and they don't really need white light or UV light for that matter. Any of that light they can do just fine with blue and red light. To produce the chlorophyll that they need to grow and all that. Go ahead.
So you can get the photoelectric effect without visible light. So, and honestly, ironically, this also debunks the photon, because when you get towards the red spectrum, you really can't. You can shoot like a certain spectrum within the red spectrum of light at like a certain metal plate for hours and hours and get no photoelectric effect. But supposedly there are little physical photons in all light that hit the atom and dislodge the electron, which just debunks the photon. But there's a wide spectrum of light that does in fact give you the photoelectric effect, including light that's not visible. So that means we should be able to tap into the background electromagnetic spectrum at nighttime. And honestly, everyone's like, Austin, be careful when you're talking about flat Earth in front of the White House. This is the type of stuff they'd actually kill me for. This would be.
Yeah, but how do you cap? But how do you get any electricity or energy out of the non-visible spectrum, though?
Why would it be any different? If you can have a photoelectric effect with the non-visible light, why couldn't you?
Well, there's different types of solar panels as well. But there's the silicon ones that you got these thin silica sheets that they put together with silicon, and then there's also ones that all there are is there's just wires in there. The wires gather up the electricity. So the silicon ones, the way they work is they expand and contract from the heat from the sun, and you can rub quartz crystals together and they create electricity. The first microphones ever made were two pieces of quartz crystals, and when your voice vibrated the two pieces of crystal together, which created a carrier wave, send it so you can amplify it, and that's how the very first microphone ever designed was the vibration of two quartz crystals, and as they vibrated against one another, they created an electrical charge carrier wave that vibrated at the same frequency that your voice did, basically mimicked your voice, and so you created what's called a carrier wave.
Yeah. So guess what, bro? You can literally burn things with the non-visible spectrum of light. So if it's vibrational heat, which heat's an effect of like pressure mediation, but dude, what I'm trying to tell you guys is I am 100% positive that you can get electricity from non-visible light. Okay? This is why they told the mainstream, oh, we don't know how solar power works. We just know it works. It must be the sun.
How though? How do you get the electricity from the non-visible spectrum or energy or make something burn or whatever?
Well, it's probably harvested in very much the same way that a regular solar panel, because some of them are just wires. You can take wires and put them inside of the bottom of a pop can. You can run them back and forth and stick the pop can out in the sun, and you can draw like 2 volts off of it. And there's no silica involved, no nothing. It's just wires that go back and forth in a specific, just back and forth inside the bottom of a pop can, and you can draw like a couple of volts off of it. And there's no silica involved. Or you can take these thin silica sheets, and then which have wires that run either underneath them or inside the silica. And then as the sun hits the silica, it expands and contracts slightly and creates that electricity that I talked about, like a microphone did. So there's more than one way to harvest electricity from the sun. It's not just one specific way.
Oh, we're talking about the non-visible.
Jeremy, go through. I'm going to answer your question, Jeremy. Let's go step by step. How do you get electricity from the visible spectrum of light?
With the solar panels or a Fresnel lens or whatever. I don't know.
What happens, though? What gives you electricity?
I mean, I know their story of what they say happens when it hits the solar panel and shit, but I mean, I don't know. I'm not like a solar panel guy.
Well, what did they say, though? You said it earlier already. So
The photoelectric effect.
Okay, so we need the photoelectric effect to get electricity from light, correct?
Yeah, but it only works like my solar panels won't work when the sun's not out though. So I hear what you're saying, but like, how do we get it the other way with the non-visible spectrum? Have
Your
you ever
solar
seen
panels,
it?
your solar panels have been engineered to harness a specific frequency.
And you could engineer.
So
you
you
could
just
engineer
change the
a panel
frequency.
to absorb a different frequency as well.
That's correct.
Then what it is, you would just use a different design to harvest a different frequency wave.
Correct, non-visible. Just because
Yeah, but how do you
provably you can have the photoelectric effect with non-visible light.
Have you ever seen one of these, or
I mean,
you know how to do it?
It's kind of
Oh,
like
because
built into the
whoever
system.
made it died. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's so obvious that you can do it because we can prove you can get the photoelectric effect with non-visible light. So why is it not even being pursued? It's because if someone does it, everyone has free energy all like 24 hours a day. So then they die, right? I mean that's the answer.
Well, that's why you just put the plans. If you know how to do that, just put the plans out there. Anyone trying to get paid off this, I was saying this earlier. Like anyone trying to get paid off some kind of thing like that, you're gonna die. That's why you got to just put the plans on the internet, TikTok, InstaChat, Snapgram, all that.
Yeah, I don't know if that'd be such a good idea. They probably come after you no matter what if you try to release that.
It's too late at that point
to the public.
It's too late. They can't come. Once everyone has it.
Well,
once everyone has it, who are they going to take out? They can't take out everyone.
I guess I really don't have an answer to that question, other than if you try to release something free to the world that introduces free renewable energy with absolutely no cost to you. Only thing I'm saying is that sounds dangerous to me. That's all I'm saying.
Well, there's always going to be a cost, but I mean, it could be minimal or whatever, but it's not dangerous once the whole world has it. What good is it? Yeah, but what good would it do for them to take you out once everyone already has it? It wouldn't even make sense.
Does anything they do
they
make
didn't stop
sense?
the
Does
thing.
anything they do make sense these days? No.
But the whole "it sounds dangerous" thing is like, bro, the electricity in your outlets in your home is dangerous. Go ahead and take a fork and just start sticking it in there, and you tell me if it's not dangerous, right? Like, people work around dangerous things all the time.
I didn't mean danger in that way, but yeah, that exists as well.
So I find it interesting that solar panels can be reversed to basically be light emitting diodes and vice versa. So I wonder if we could tap into figuring out the frequencies in which they're utilizing within these panels and see if we could increase or decrease the frequencies to be able to draw on different spectrums. Then we would also have to have a source of those other spectrums of light. So I'm wondering if, like you were saying, Whitset, I'm wondering if, since they're all kind of calibrated for the visible light spectrum, I'm assuming that what they're getting from the sun would be somewhere along the visible light spectrum and utilizing that, or is it actually already tapping into something like the UV spectrum that's coming from the sun?
Yeah, that and the infrared.
Well, if that's the case, then yeah, you wouldn't be able to charge them at nighttime if they're using the sun as the source, right?
Yeah. I mean, if the
but
sun,
apparently you can use them to dissipate heat, and so if you had a heat source to dissipate, then you could draw charge off of the.
Well, just so you guys know, Tesla said that the sun puts off energy, sure, but that the vast majority of the energy that comes from the sky is other than the sun.
Yeah, we already know that we have like this voltage gradient, right? So we know that we have some sort of current flow that is always flowing down towards the ground.
Yeah, the cosmos would send energy 24 hours a day.
Correct. And then to me, it seems as though we do also have not only the energy coming downwards, but it feels like it possibly drifts as well, because just putting things like needles into the air, you can gather what they call like electrostatic energy, even though the energy isn't static, meaning non-moving. If that energy was not moving, I would say also not just up and down, but side to side, then you probably wouldn't be able to tap into it the way that you can with like little needles and stuff like that. You have to have a flow across that, and that draw across those things is what actually gives you the power that you can tap into, or the voltage that you can tap into. The problem is getting the amperage that you would need to really power everything. So it's trying to figure out how you can get the voltage coupled with amperage so you can actually utilize the power.
You be playing with needles?
No, man.
When I read Richard
No,
Feynman's,
I'm just playing. But hey, what are you talking about the needles though? What do you mean by needles? What do you do with needles in the air?
Yeah, so the finer the tip of your apparatus or your antenna that you're putting up into the air, the better of a draw of the voltage that's just static within the air, not static as in non-moving, but is up in the atmosphere, that you can draw that down. You don't want to just put like a huge, I don't know, pillar or something like that. You want to have some sort of fine point to the metal object that you're putting up there, and that will draw current down.
There also could be something at the base of that needle, lower down, that has some sort of a draw or a magnetic attraction of some sort, so that it could increase the flow. If you just got this, like those spires they used to put on top of the roofs, on those points, those big tall, like look like antennas, and people say, oh, that's gathering free energy, blah blah blah. That's the concept or the theory I've heard. Who knows whether it's true or not, but
you guys
there
got me.
Could be something you could install at the base of that maybe created a huge draw from that.
You guys got me thinking about all these Egyptian obelisks with pointy tops sticking up into the air, made of what is it? Granite is like 70% quartz crystal.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Strange how how perfect that sounds, in just spitballing. It just, I don't know, suspicious.
I think it's something like 70 or 80% of the entire dirt on the rock part of the earth is a very high percentage of silica.
And what's all that known for? The piezoelectric effect.
Yep, that's the one. So he's talking about the first microphone thing, and the first watch brand was called Quartz because they utilized the same technology.
Yeah, most of your watches that probably everybody here works on the piezoelectric effect through a quartz movement. Unless you have an automatic watch. Not a lot of people do, but
My Rolly doesn't go TikTok, just saying.
I know you don't have a Rolly, or else you'd say, yeah, I have an automatic watch. And it does go TikTok.
if it goes TikTok, it ain't a Rolly, dude.
It ticks and it talks, it just doesn't make a noise. But you've got movement in there.
Ah.
Like actual physical movement due to springs, right? So you have to wind them. You have to wind an automatic watch. Whereas a quartz quartz watch, you don't. It just taps into the piezoelectric effect. So, or uses the vibratory frequency of the quartz to keep the time because it has a specific oscillation rate.
What is oscillating?
Within the quartz movement? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
They're probably little wafers of quartz right next to each other, and then you put a current through it, and they vibrate. And then the vice versa is also true. If you vibrate quartz, then you create a current. Put the current in, get the vibration. Put the vibration in, get the current.
Yeah, it's contained within a little box, I think. It's been a while since
I'll bet you could
did a
just
deep
take
dive into
find
the.
a real large sandy area, which is like a lot of silica and sand, like a desert. But you could just string wires and real tight grid all over the ground and just gather all kinds of electricity from the quartz. I would just imagine.
All you have to do is just have something that, right, there's already a potential. You just need something that has a mechanism that can ionize the
Just a way to
and
gather it,
molecules, producing the potential, and then you can get the electricity out of it.
Are
What
you
was the
getting
last
the
part?
electricity out of it?
As a matter of fact, I was going to try and take some sand, some silica sand, and sprinkle it
You're
over
not
like
getting
a
the
big square
electricity out
area
of it.
with
Well,
wires laid
he's
down
an
onto
electron
it.
guy, so
Like in
Oh,
the air,
everything's
there's
electrons.
in
so
the air, right? There's a
at some point, all the
potential.
electrons get used up, huh?
Oh
There's a
no.
potential in the air, right? But I'm not being electrocuted right now because I'm not a strong enough mechanism, right? My body can't ionize the atoms and molecules in the air enough to produce enough voltage and current, right? All you need is a mechanism that can do that, and you can extract the electricity.
Hey, Jace, is there a certain amount of electrons already existing, and could there ever be more or less?
What happens to them when they get used up?
I mean, there's definitely a certain amount that exists at any given time, but there's, pair production events and then matter, antimatter, annihilation events. So that number is fluctuating all the time.
Uh-huh. What about what Napalm asked you? What happens to an exhausted electron?
What does that mean?
When it gets used up.
Like it gets tired.
Used up how?
By exhausting its charge.
What does that mean, man? It doesn't just
Well, what is an
disappear.
electron? Electron's a charge-carrying particle. So when the charge is no longer present in tandem with the electron, what do we got?
But you would have to annihilate the electron to remove the charge.
Oh, I missed the annihilation, didn't I?
So did they get annihilated all the time, and that's what's allowing for your watch to do what it does? Is that the annihilation of electrons?
No. Annihilation occurs with positrons. That's not
I
what's
thought you just
happening.
I thought you just said that the electrons get annihilated, but now it's positrons?
Well, I said they get annihilated because he was talking about when the charge disappears, and the way that happens is through annihilation. In electronic devices, the electrons don't go away. They're always there.
Yeah, of course they're always there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So when I was talking about annihilation, it was in
induced.
reference to when he said, what happens when the charge goes away? Well, if the charge goes away, that means the electron would have had to go away, which means it would have had to been annihilated.
Annihilation. Then it just evaporates into nothing? Or was it nothing to begin with?
No, it annihilates with a positron into usually a photon.
Ooh.
But it can happen with gluons.
Hey,
and
Jace, do you
neutrons,
agree?
etc.
Jace, do you agree we should be able to harness the non-visible spectrum of light like we do with solar panels? Like, shouldn't we be able to tap into the rest of the EM spectrum to get electricity? Like, just utilizing the same basic concept?
Yeah, you can get energy from the parts of the electromagnetic spectrum that aren't the visible range.
Right. So, like, think about if we had solar panels that were constantly charging because, like, even at night it could charge. So I guess they wouldn't be solar panels, but like it would, if you could get enough, of course, it would solve like all of our problems.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, don't pursue it too much, though. You may come up missing, bro. What? Yeah, that to me that just seems. To me, it seems so obvious. That's where everyone's attention should be focused. Is that there's like this? We're swimming in this EMR, and so like, yo, let's just constantly charge batteries like around the clock.
Well, I think the problem is, right, there's a certain amount. The batteries get charged through chemical reactions, which require a certain amount of energy. And like maybe radio waves and microwaves, right, the photons in there don't have that amount of energy to cause the reaction to occur. But you never know.
Well, I feel like we have such an immensity of radio coming from the sky, right? And we have such a wide spectrum of frequencies. Like, yeah, I think that the hiccup is the way that we engineer batteries and the panels themselves. But like you would think there would be a major effort going on. See, when I tried to like look into this, I didn't find anything. I mean, I guess it's safe to say that maybe some companies, if they were pursuing this, they wouldn't be very public about it. Because they would want someone to kind of hijack it and beat them to it, I guess. But to me, that just seems wild. Solar panels have been a thing for a while. And when they first came out, it was a popular thing to say where people would be like, oh, they still don't really know how solar panels work and blah, blah, blah. When it seems pretty simple, it utilizes the photoelectric effect. So, yeah, I don't know. To me, it just seems wild. I would think I can see why that wouldn't be good for a select few, monetarily, but it would be very beneficial to people. You would have obviously the maintenance of the panels and like the lifespan of the batteries to replace, but that would really be it.
So are we saying that the reflected light from the moon doesn't put off enough, doesn't give enough to be collected?
Well, with the solar panels, right, like Witsa said, it's using the photoelectric effect. So there's a material in there that the way it gets charged or the way the energy is produced is it needs to be struck with a certain amount of energy, which is in the visible range, the UV visible range. So if you try to just shine like radio waves or microwaves at the solar panel, it's not going to work. There's not enough energy, packets of energy in those waves to actually produce some kind of charge. But like with this, saying, you can manufacture a panel for that region of the spectrum. I don't know the exact reasons why it hasn't been done.
Because they'd have to kill you. That is an interesting point that Ricky is bringing up, though. Like, according per the story, the moonlight is reflected sunlight, and sure, the magnitude would be different due to the diminishing aspect of like its travel and reflection and blah blah blah. Like, you should still be able to harness it. Technically, your solar panels should be able to charge in moonlight and just charge slower, right?
It'd be a trickle charge instead of even battery chargers have that. The trickle charge instead of direct charge.
Right. Wait, I mean, honestly, wait a minute. If the solar panels don't charge in moonlight, isn't that a debug? I mean, I can't think of a reason why it wouldn't. I mean, you could say it wouldn't charge it fast, but you should still have some type of charge. Same
Yeah,
spectrum.
if the mechanism of it is the photoelectric effect, then all that matters is the wavelength, the frequency, the energy, the momentum of
Correct.
the packets of energy in the EM wave that's striking it. But right, the you may be able to get some charge out of it, but the density of the wave is much less when it's coming off of the moon. So I would imagine that's where the hang up is.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly understand it being less, but now I don't know. I mean, for all I know, they do slightly receive charge. I don't actually know the answer to this, but if
Yeah,
it's
quick.
reflected,
You want to hear something funny off the interwebs? The moon is one of the Earth's most important light sources for human beings. It illuminates the way at night, but it is an unsuitable source for charging solar panels. This is because it's incapable of producing photons independently, unlike the sun.
that doesn't even make sense.
That's
Well, it's
weird
a different
'cause-
light, isn't it? I mean, it's a cold light. We know that it's not reflecting the sun. We know
So
that.
think
So
of it
why
this
would
way.
you? Why
So
would you
just think of it
expect it
this
to be
way,
the
right?
same?
A mirror does not independently produce photons, but I guarantee you could take a mirror and direct sunlight through a window into a room onto a solar panel and be able to get a charge from it.
Well,
Yeah, but there's like different, right? There's minutia, right? Because you can get a spectrum depending on the type of spectroscopy that you do of the moon. You can get just the sun's emission spectrum from it being reflected. But if you do a different method, then you could get like the emission from molecules on the moon that are making up the surface of the moon. Right, so there's minutia, like it emits in that way, like the molecules and atoms that are on the moon can absorb the sunlight, and that will cause them to emit their own spectrum. But that doesn't mean it's its own light source. You could still get a regular solar spectrum reflected from it too.
It's weird, Napalm. My quick Google search said that it can. It says, given that moonlight is just sunlight reflected off the moon, you'll be relieved to learn that, yes, solar panels can operate with moonlight. Your solar panels will, however, create very little power at night, even if the moon is shining directly on them with no clouds in the sky.
Yeah. I really wonder. I hadn't actually checked that. I mean, but, you know, I don't think that actually works out like that. But that's because I think like the process of how the solar panel is actually capturing or utilizing the so-called photoelectric effect is because it's using two dissimilar metals that heat at different rates. This is not unlike a thermocouple, but where you've got two dissimilar metals that are heating up at a given the same heat source. They heat at different rates and they've got different potentials of electrical charge, and then these two metals are going to be, one's going to be an N dopant type and the other one's going to be a P dopant type. And then I think that and then they're going to get heated by the sun, and then they pass some sort of like electrical between like the pane of glass that's getting captured. So it's been a while before since I looked into solar panels, but that's pretty much what I think what's going on, and that basically means that like we're just using like the light to actually heat metals, and then we're capturing the differential charge and putting it in a battery. So I think that's the technology we're using.
Yeah, which the ultraviolet would be the most efficient at that, wouldn't it?
Well,
No,
it's whatever's
infrared.
making it hot, actually.
The heat, the infrared radiation, right? You could show the metals inside there. They're not going to give you any electricity from infrared heating radiation, right? You need it's the visible, the UV visible radiation.
No,
when
it
you
would
shine them on the metals that make up when you shine them on the metals that make up the solar panels, right? It's the UV vis
you have to be a
waves
certain
that cause the electricity to actually happen. The
like
heat
they change.
doesn't.
Yeah, they change
There's
efficiency.
no electric
Jace,
release
dude, you like
from the
pause
heat.
and then he starts to go and then you just talk right over him.
Yeah, they change.
Yeah, I'm
They change
sorry, I
efficiency.
have to take a breath, man. That doesn't mean he can talk over me.
You said 5 times that heat doesn't do it. We're just listening to you repeat yourself.
No, but
What he
heat
was
does
saying.
do it, and that's why that there's like rated amounts of heat that the panel should be for optimum transmittance. You know, like there's a range of temperature of operability. You understand that, Jace? So like heat does play a crucial role. And in fact, even if it was too hot, just like a few degrees too hot, it would underperform. So there's an optimal temperature.
Yeah, but that's not what is
Yeah, you're
causing the
wrong. Shut up.
electric.
Shut up.
That's not what's
You're a bitch.
causing the electric discharge. Sorry, man. It's just demonstrable, right? The heat may cause the system as a whole, right? It may affect its performance because it has like other components that are involved in there. It's
No,
not
it's
just
the
the
whole.
metals
It's
performing the photoelectric effect. There's
yeah,
other
it's
materials.
exactly.
There's other components that the heat
You
can
don't need
affect.
that though. You don't require that. All you really need. You could create a solar panel with just two metals, and the difference offset between these two metals heating from the sun is going to be where you can capture electric out of.
Go ahead and
You
do
get that?
that then.
What the fuck does that mean? They
I
have to
don't
be.
think it's going to work the way you're saying it works because that's not how
Oh
the
man! All right,
photoelectric effect
that's cool.
works.
I know you're a chemist and you're definitely like a solar panel expert. But I mean, would you give me the benefit of the doubt that I'm not fucking wrong here?
Well, Jace doesn't want to answer that. I got a question. You there, Jace?
Go ahead.
I don't know. It may sound stupid, but I'm just trying to get the mainstream idea as to where oil comes from and how it's produced. Crude oil, that is, like Texas tea, black gold.
All right. Well, but before we move on to that, just to finish the last thing that the other gentleman said, but I think it just depends on the metals. I mean, you may be able to get some pretty good efficiency if you use certain kind of metals with infrared radiation, but for the regular metals that are usually used, and it's the UV vis part of the spectrum is what releases the electrons that causes the actual photoelectron cascades and the generation of electricity. Now that process can be disturbed by changes in temperature, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the temperature that's generating the electricity. That's all I was trying to say. You can change the materials and maybe be able to get the temperature to generate the electricity. But okay, so how is gas or oil made? Is that what you asked?
Like crude oil. Is that like the decomposition of like biological material, the aftermath of that, or is there something else going on there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really a oil chemist, but from what I understand, it's the hydrocarbons in the organic molecules and biological organisms that degrade that will lead to the different kind of crude oil and petrol and diesel.
Yeah, you were breaking up a bit, but I got what you were saying. And it seems to exist in like pockets, right, rather than layers.
Some sources can be in pockets, yes.
Okay, so there's others in like certain layers, like at a specific depth or something, like we're bound to hit oil because it's a layer thing, or is it kind of subdivided by pockets?
Well, from what I understand, they do this process like the gas. One of the popular processes that they do is called basin modeling, and they basically model out the layers because they're usually looking for where they find the oil and stuff is like the Carboniferous period. So they're trying to model out the above layers so that they can, and the below, so they can find the Carboniferous layer.
Yeah, it's hard to make out what you're saying right now. I don't want to have you carrying on too far. Sorry to interrupt you, but maybe when you get better connection or something.
Has anyone heard this theory that you can make oil or I've even heard specifically diesel from like bacteria, that they'll actually make the fuel? Has anybody heard about this?
I've heard about
It
them
might be the other
trying-
way around. Like I know
using,
there's
like,
bacteria
algae.
that break down petrol, but I've never heard it the other way.
Yeah, I've heard of bacteria that can consume it, but I've also heard that you can make it. And maybe I am getting something mixed up, but I know I heard Owen Benjamin once was on a stream talking about a guy that he heard of that was making his own diesel fuel essentially at home, like with I'm not sure what it was, but I just didn't know if anybody in here had heard
Well,
about
you could like recycle like fryer oil at home and turn it into diesel.
You talking about biodiesel?
Biodiesel.
No, this was like using some sort of organic, I don't know what it was, to actually make the fuel. Because I know about biodiesel and that kind of stuff.
Well, I've heard they can make like a diesel fuel like just from like a blue-green algae, and then they use some kind of chemical to separate it or something.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. Something like that.
Well, I think there's like different materials they use for biodiesel. Some more natural, some more, semi-natural, semi-synthetic. There's probably a whole spectrum, but yeah, there's ways of even making it from hemp or just from like plant matter. Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways of different plant sources that can be used, and like you said, in like a fermentation process, and it like pulls out those resins and then is able to create the reaction.
I've also heard of people using used motor oil and like in doing a process in their garage. I've seen some TikTok videos of a guy in his garage that was converting motor oil over to diesel. Has anybody heard about that?
Not sure if it was motor oil exactly. It may have been transmission oil. I can't remember, but yeah, I have seen that. You know what else they put in your diesel automobiles too, right? To condition that the diesel fuel. They put deionized water and piss or urea. So you'll see guys going to get the DEF, and if any of you own a diesel, just look up Blue DEF or DEF. And only thing it has in it is deionized water and urea. But you guys have had an old calculator, right? An old solar power calculator. So can we take a calculator into the invisible light and see if we can power the calculator at least? No?
You might need a full moon for that.
Well, I mean, I've taken, solar power calculators and put them under fluorescent lights, tube lights, most lights you have, and you can power it, right?
Yeah, but wouldn't you have to make it like take in the frequency of the non-visible spectrum? Right now, it's made to take in the frequency of the visible spectrum.
Well, that's why I'm saying all the solar powered calculators years ago, You could go outside and power it, or you could go in your home and, you know, be under a fluorescent tube. Or so, what's the problem? Could we not do it with UV or?
It's the materials. It's the materials. Each the type of material you make the panel out of is going to dictate which region of the electromagnetic spectrum you use to power it.
Well, I just got finished saying I could do it with the sun, a fluorescent tube, a soft light, most any light, a reading light. You can take and power an old calculator with solar power.
Yeah, because those are all the visible regions.
So you're
of
asking
the
why we don't
spectrum.
build solar panels out of the old.
I'm asking why don't
Here's
we?
your question: why would? Yeah, go ahead.
My
Go ahead,
question was.
Rakia. You're a little bit a little low, and there's kind of a delay and a little bit echoey. So everyone just clear the floor and let Rakia. Go ahead, bro.
No, that's why I said go ahead. I'm in a bad area.
No, you're good now. You're good. Go ahead, Ben. You got it.
Was your question why we don't use that same type of panel that we used on the old calculators to outsource electricity for our homes and stuff? Right?
No. My question was, if I heard someone earlier, I don't know if it was Whitsett or who it was, we were talking about the invisible light spectrum, right? And to see if it would charge solar panels, right? So I was just thinking back to childhood and thinking about, you know, the solar powered calculators and things of that nature, and how it didn't have to be powered by the sun, right? I could power it by a reading light. And so my question is, can we just take a calculator, because it's really cheap, solar powered calculator, put it under the invisible light spectrum, punch in some numbers, turn the light on and see if the numbers are there? Could we do that? Be real simple,
Not
right?
not with like an old calculator, because like I said, those are built with materials that are meant, the reaction that occurs to cause the generation of electricity or to power the calculator requires at a minimum visible light. So if you use like IR, microwaves or radio waves, you won't be able to get the calculator to be powered. Even if you use like high UV, X-ray to gamma ray, it'll probably be too high of energy. There's probably a range at which the reaction can occur. But if you change the material, then you may be able to do it in these other regions of the spectrum get power.
I've just never seen anyone try it, so I was just, you know, you can try different materials used in different calculators, of course, over the years, but I would just say try it, man. I wouldn't say it's not possible.
Yeah, that's what me and Whitsett earlier were saying, that someone should try to work on developing a material that'll work outside of the visible spectrum.
Hey, Jeremy. Anyway, we have a list
What
of
up?
tests.
What up?
We have a list of tests we're doing, and we're adding another one to it. So you said you have solar panels. We want to document the charge as the sun completely sets, and we want to see if the batteries charge overnight in moonlight.
Bro, we're not getting batteries. It was too expensive.
They do.
Well, I
They
don't
definitely do. Yeah,
even have the panels yet.
Yeah, they definitely do charge at night. Yeah, it's just it's fairly minimal though. And then the more the full moon, it's more than if it's a like a crescent phase versus a full moon. It will be more on a full moon than a crescent phase. And then cloud cover does seem to minimize it as lessen it as well. But yeah, solar panels will pick up moonlight and will convert it just at a much lower rate than the sun.
Okay, so I mean, you're saying that you've watched the batteries increase overnight.
Yeah, I've actually looked myself at the panel that actually gave the amount of charge live that was coming into the panels, and then looked at it on a nightly basis to see how it correlated with the moon. Because you can see the actual amount that it's generating at any time, right? On the panel.
Right. And so, like you saw at night in moonlight, it was charging actively at that moment.
Yep. Yeah, it has it's like a much smaller amount though. It's like a slow hum compared to the sunlight.
Okay. Well, then, if that's true, that would show that the moonlight is operating in the same wavelength.
Yep. And can't be reflected light because that type of UV is not going to reflect off of a rocky surface. Only the visible light would.
That's interesting. I was so excited about a debunk, but so much for that. Because when I looked it up, it says no. You know what I mean? It says no, and then the one that said yes was like, yes, since it's indirect sunlight, it does, but it's not enough to charge the battery to see it. But obviously, I mean, I consider you a trusted source. I still kind of want to document it in a way. This is what I'm saying. Like, to me, it's insane that we can't just use solar panels all day for 24 hours. So, like, just a variation of solar panels. It uses electromagnetic radiation. We have a certain spectrum or frequency during the day with the sun. Right? We know the UV is actually not even the visible spectrum, which means we're swimming in electromagnetic radiation even at nighttime. We know we're actually getting radio waves and electromagnetic energy from the sky even at nighttime. And that actually, that amount of energy changes throughout the seasons. So we should be able to charge batteries with panels 24 hours a day.
Tesla said you could, and he had an invention that said that he can do that. Now, I don't know if it's been tested, that particular part of it, but yeah, radiant energy, he called it.
Yeah, and in fact, Tesla said that the sun isn't even the strongest power source in the sky. He said that the rest of the sky puts off way more energy.
Exactly. That's right. Yep.
So we should definitely be able to charge it at night, which means you should never have to worry about running out of power. It doesn't matter if it's cloudy. It doesn't matter if it's, shorter days. It doesn't matter if it's nighttime. None of them matter. Well, now here's the real question, okay, Gio? So we're talking about how they can do it at night. We have to get into the science of this. What's funny is my dad actually works in this field. I'm gonna try to see what I can get as in depth as possible. But like, what specific frequency is it that's being harnessed allegedly from the sun that charges the panels? Because now we need to see, well, what are the sources of the spectrum? If it's charging more in the full moon, then it does seem to have a direct correlation with the light from the moon, right? But
it's not visible. According to Tesla, it's not the visible spectrum that does it. The one he was talking about.
Right,
Yeah.
but they have lied to humanity, made them think that solar power is the greatest invention to ever hit the Earth, which it is a progressive step, of course. And in fact, they've limited mankind to like this primitive, archaic use of visible light when in fact, like according to Tesla, who's obviously smarter than these clowns, you think little light paintballs hit my eye. He said that you should be able to get way more energy from things other than the sun, the non-visible spectrum from the sky.
Yeah, he said that radiant energy does come from the sun, but not only from the sun. Even at night, there's plenty of it to be captured. Yeah, correct.
So I have here. I just looked it up real quick. It says solar panels mostly absorb visible light, which is between 400 and 700 nanometers. Anything longer than that, going into the infrared region, is too big and too weak to knock out an electron, while anything shorter, ultraviolet, is too small and too strong to actually be absorbed. Now, I know plants use the same wavelengths, between 400 and 700 nanometers is what plants depend on to survive. They basically can survive on just purple light, like just blue and red, and they'll be fine. They've even grown in just blue light and green light, or vice versa, but it's not ideal, but they can survive. So between 400 and 700 nanometers seems to be like the most efficient wavelengths for things to extract energy from, including plants.
Yeah, but plants are doing a totally different process. Like, yeah, they're using some of the same frequencies, but they're doing a completely different process than like a solar panel.
Yeah, but what he just said, you were saying that the solar panel gets its energy from infrared, and that's not the case, obviously.
I never said that, dude.
That's what when I asked about ultraviolet.
It's all good. Listen, I'm just saying that
Ultraviolet isn't infrared, right? And what I said was that the materials in a regular solar panel, the metals, right? The way the photoelectric effect works with them is that you typically need UV or visible light to be able to get electricity from it, to have the effect happen. Now, there could be other materials out there that somebody can manufacture that can perform the photoelectric effect using like the higher UV spectrum or the infrared or the microwave or the radio wave. Right
No, yeah, I
there,
believe it.
you can have that effect, but it's not going to be metals the way their electronic structure is arranged. It's going to be the visible, the UV that typically will perform the photoelectric effect on most metals.
Yeah, so this is what's okay. So it is true
Yeah, I
though
just
that
posted an article real quick. Yeah, that last one I just posted explains it as well and talks about the amount. It's just much less. Yeah.
which to be fair kind of matches what they claim, right? But so it is in fact true that you can just hit like certain within the red spectrum, like a certain infrared light, you can just hit metal plates for hours, and you're not going to get the photoelectric effect. Which, in my opinion, actually just falsifies the photon claim. But whatever. But like we do know that there's a non-visible spectrum that can in fact produce the photoelectric effect. So why would I'm kind of repeating myself at this point, but there is no doubt it is possible to harness energy from non-visible light, meaning in the dark, meaning 24 hours a day. In my opinion, it would actually change throughout the year because we know that the radio coming from the sky changes with the seasons.
I posted the apparatus that Tesla claims can do just that. 3 minutes past the hour. And he claims he was able to convert that energy into electromagnetic energy.
Yeah, there's definitely materials out there that will perform the photoelectric effect outside of the visible or the UV band. But when it comes to developing solar panels for it, it's about the feasibility. If it's a material that you can't like construct into a panel, then it's not going to be able to to be used. Like there's organic compounds that will do it in the radio and in the microwave and stuff, but you're not going to put those in a solar panel.
Well,
Jason,
it shows that the luminescence that the moon puts off, like that luminescent energy, has a similar effect, of that part of it than the sun does that has that charging effect. So it just gets that much lower amount of that, but there's like an overlap in the spectrum. But I actually don't think that fits with the idea that it's reflected off of sunlight from 93 million miles away, because like I was saying, I don't think that part of the spectrum that actually creates that effect would be able to be transferred all the way to that level.
Well, it fits it perfectly, right? Even with the lesson effect, there's two factors. You need the actual energy in the electromagnetic wave, but then you need the number density as well, because you're causing chemical reactions, charging batteries and stuff. So the number density plays a part. So at night, the moon is reflecting the sun's light. So you still have, and you can pull out the sun spectrum from the moon. So it's not that difficult thing to do. But the number density is going to be lower because it's not directly from the sun, it's reflected. The surface of the moon absorbs some of the sun's light, and then it gets mixed with the molecules on the moon, emitting their own photons and whatnot. So the number density is much lower, and that's why you don't get as much power.
Well,
yeah, we're not really saying anything different. We're basically saying the same thing. You're just modeling it under what you think a model is or whatever, and the terminology you're using. But yeah, we're actually sort of talking about the same thing.
Real fast, hey, Jace, you know who Willis Lamb is, of course, right?
Say that again. Sorry.
Willis Lamb, like he got his Nobel Prize for the fine structure of hydrogen. Yeah, and then like of course the Lamb shift.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Have you ever heard that he wrote a paper called the photoelectric effect without photons?
Go ahead.
So I'm just dropping a paper. You should check it out. He explains that you don't like the assumption that many people are taught at early ages of academia that the photoelectric effect is proof of the photon and requires the existence of a photon is incorrect. So there's a paper right there. It's actually on NASA's archives, hilariously enough. But yeah, so I think that actually the photoelectric effect is grossly misunderstood. I know that we actually are closer in understanding a photon than one may think. So, what's your take on this? Or you should read it first, maybe.
I mean, I'm sure he wrote a great paper. Willis Lamb was a great scientist. But right, like the photoelectric effect is like the perfect demonstration of the idea of a photon, which is just a definition of an energy packet with specific wavelength, frequency, momentum, and energy. And a couple other quantum properties like spin, but it's not relevant for the photoelectric effect.
But it's not. It's
right?
not.
What was demonstrated, right, is you can shine as many of these energy packets as you want at a range that's not. If they don't have the minimum energy required to interact with the electron, then they won't interact. Even if you shine thousands of lumens of this light onto the metal, there won't be any generation of electricity because it's it's not the luminosity or the lumens that you're shining. It's the individual packets of energy. The definition of the photon
That's
is
your
what
model,
matters.
Right, but that's just your model. You're just adding
That's
a model
what the
to it.
effect shows, though. It's not.
No, I'm actually no, because there's certain spectrums of light which still supposedly have these little particles called photons that don't give us the photoelectric effect. There's certain types of metals based on their crystalline structure or lack thereof, like amorphous metals, that don't give us the photoelectric effect. Okay,
Yeah, because
and it's a misconception that it proves the photon.
You have to consider the electronic structure of the material as well, right? If the electronic structure is such that the type of electromagnetic wave you're using isn't the kind of wave that's going to release an electron or cause an electric effect, it's not going to happen, right? So it all fits perfectly. It was like the perfect prediction of the quantum model and the model of the electronic structure methods, along with other materials.
Right, like I said, so there's a paper right there, the photoelectric effect without photons. I also have another publication from Oxford Press explaining that you can in fact explain the photoelectric effect using like an electron dot pattern, and Willis Lamb is explaining the idea that basically you just use an encompassing electromagnetic field, and this is actually going to give you the photoelectric effect that you never need the idea of little physical particles called a photon. It can be precisely predicted exactly the same way with 100% accuracy and precision. But in fact, this actually gives you room to explain the lack of reaction more adequately. So I mean, my point is that it's not proof of the photon. Anyone that says the photoelectric effect is proof of the photon is incorrect.
It does, though. And I'm sure he wrote a great paper. Like I said, Willis Lamb was one of the greatest scientists ever. But, right, I'm sure there's some differences. Otherwise, it wouldn't, it would have not been. You can't just plagiarize an already published idea and, just change. You have to have different predictions. So if he published a paper, I'm sure there's some differences. And at least if it was accepted by a real journal, there must have been some differences in what he was saying. But in the modern day, right, when I'm doing the photoelectric effect in the lab, the way I'm calculating the electronic structure of the atoms and molecules and the materials, the metals usually, is using the quantum model, and that allows me to calculate the types of photons that we're going to need, the kind of photoelectron cascade that's going to occur, predicting the signals. All that stuff is based on the actual practical use is based on the photon and the quantum model of the atom.
Yes, I know that, but this is my point, though. So the first point is that you can fully utilize predictive capability of the photoelectric effect without the reification of a photon. Okay, and here let me just quote Lamb himself. A misconception which most physicists acquire in their formative years is that the photoelectric effect requires the quantization of the electromagnetic field for its explanation. In fact, we shall see that the photoelectric effect may be completely explained without invoking the concept of light quantum. Here you have Mandel and Wolf, Optical Coherence and Quantum Optics, Cambridge University Press, 1995, explaining that you can in fact use the Poisson distributed cliques with the electron dot pattern to get to predict the photoelectric effect. Right, so it's just basically electron dot pattern with localization. So this is where, so the point is that it's not exclusive, it's not actual evidence. Sure, the model works just like other models can work, whatever.
Of course,
this is the problem that you have. You have the problem with the Lamb shift, right? Which here, I'll read this. In physics, the Lamb shift, named after Willis Lamb, refers to an anomalous difference in energy between two electron orbitals in a hydrogen atom. The difference was not predicted by theory, and it cannot be derived from the Dirac equation, which predicts identical energies. And then, of course, we've now applied this to the magnetic field now, and we've now invoked virtual photons. Virtual photons, which, to quote Richard Feynman, they've never been the input or output of any experiment ever. Their existence is questionable at best. They're simply a mathematical fix to make sure that our equations balance out. So the actual reification of the photon model to explain things with the photoelectric effect actually doesn't even work as well as alternatives, such as like an etheric
But
model.
none of that. You just brought up like three completely different things. You started off with the photoelectric effect with Lamb, and then now you're bringing up the Lamb shift, which is something that it's not the photoelectric effect. It's a different. It's something that has to do with spectroscopy. And if you use just the Dirac equation, because it's just the Lagrangian for the electron, you're not going to get the prediction for the spectra at this very fine scale of the electron, which is not the photoelectric effect. You have to actually use, right? They took these observations to formulate quantum field theory, right? That's when they developed the further Lagrangian that will give you the predicted Lamb shift. And then
okay,
someone's brought up another totally different.
I'll be right back.
None of all this stuff.
Oh, dude,
just
the thing is, what we were talking about
to our understanding of the photon.
All right. Well, we were talking originally about solar panels and how they're charged by the sun and the moon. And the part where I was saying it was the same, because you guys kind of just expanded on that. There's an overlap in terms of what is actually being observed and measured versus the model that's being placed onto it. So like you were describing it, and even that article I posted said the sunlight reflecting off the moon. So they're just using that as a calculative force to try to just, or I mean, as a calculative ratio to claim that that's the part that's reflected from the moon.
It's not a
However,
calculation.
there's actually ways to show though that with the phases of the moon and getting it even more exact to show that it is indeed the moon light itself that is actually generating that independently from the sun.
It's not. It's not a calculation. You can take the spectrum of the sun with an instrument, which will be a graph, right? And then you can take the spectrum of the moon, which will be another graph, and they will be the same exact graph for certain types of methods. The moon will have different peaks in some places because there's rocks and gas and other things that will absorb the sun's light and emit a different kind of light that you can pick up with other methods, right? So these aren't calculations, they're just observations made by instruments.
I was not saying that that's what that's not what calculations are. You just made some kind of straw man and then linked it to something I said that I didn't even say. That was kind of
you did. You said it's just a model that's placed on top of calculations. And then the second part, right, when you have these different phases.
No, it's a calculative model that is.
Okay,
I said originally that there's an overlap in the actual observation of the phenomenons that are actually occurring, the actual effects, and what's actually being observed, versus the model that's being placed upon that to then structure it mathematically to sell it as a essentially a model explanation for the actual phenomenon, and then linking all of those forms of calculations which are involved in that process.
But it's not a model.
Obviously,
it's a
there's real things being measured, but the way that it's
explained
and the understanding of it is then placed within a whole photonic calculative model.
None of this is a model. If you you measure the wavelengths of light coming from the sun, and then you measure the wavelengths of light coming from the moon, they're the same wavelengths. There's no model involved there, right? The second part with the phases of the moon is because, like I said before, the second half of the way these panels and stuff operate, the photoelectric effect, is the number density. So when you have different phases of the moon, you have a different number density of the light that's making it to the panel, and that's why you get a less charge with a lesser phase of the moon. It's all
you just showed the calculative model. You just described the actual details of the calculative model and how that's linked to quanta. You just elucidated exactly what I was
model
saying.
For how a panel is developed.
You just displayed exactly what I was saying. But go on.
The second part was the calculative model for how a panel is developed with the photoelectric effect. They choose the materials and they can predict what kind of charge they're going to get from the materials by doing these calculations. Then they build the panel and they verify that their calculations were correct.
Yep,
there's no other way to do it.
Yes, you just described the entire calculations that you originally had just said were not in there at all. You just showed
the first part was the part with no calculations, where the moon is just reflecting the sun's light, right? That's half one, and then there's a half two, which involves the panel and its engineering, right? The first part with the sun and the moon has no calculations, no engineering. It's just a measurement of the wavelength and frequency of light that's coming from the sun and that's coming from the moon, and they're exactly the same.
If I can just add this question, do they not say, though, that the moon's luminosity is that of an asphalt road on your streets, 7%? So it cannot be the sun that is reflecting off the moon. Okay? That's what I'm asking.
Because the moon
7%
is made of
luminosity.
matter, Jin. The moon is made of matter, so the atoms and molecules composed of the moon can also absorb a percentage of the light from the sun.
That would be a
And when they
begging the
absorb that percentage,
question
right, they're
fallacy there,
gaining
because
energy. They radiate
how would you
that
know
energy.
that?
You can go in the lab.
How
You
would
can
you know
see
that? How would you
that when an
confirm
atom
that, sir?
gains energy from electromagnetic waves, it will re-radiate that energy
Bullshit.
at a different wavelength.
How would you know that?
Because I do
How would
NMR
you know
every
that?
single day,
Because
and that's what it's
the
doing,
moon's
Jin.
surface is supposed to be only 7% luminosity. Have you been there to confirm that?
I don't care what the number is. It could be 90%
What
luminosity.
methodology
It's made
did you
of
use to
matter.
validate
You
this
can
stuff?
take the spectra of it and see that there's things like CO2, there's silicates, there's water vapor. All this is present in the spectra. The same way the
Confirm all
materials
this.
in your
How did you
phone,
confirm all this?
the same way the materials
Hey, you
in
guys are
your
just
You
talking over each
confirm all
other.
this is
Hold
the
on.
question.
This is, maybe we should
Yeah,
let some other people
sorry
get
about
in,
that.
'cause you guys, this isn't something's not
Yeah,
working.
he's not answering my question. I
Yeah.
asked him, how did he confirm that? Because you would need to confirm that. That's my question. He's not answering.
Well, can we
Yes,
just hold
so
on for a
we
sec? Hold on,
confirm
Jace.
it.
Hold on, Jace. You're kind of in a monologue loop right now. Can we break it up a little and get something going here? Where are we at? You're kind of just
I
going
was
on.
just going to answer his question.
Well, okay. Can you keep it concise and pass the mic though, so we can keep the panel open? Because you're kind of just talking endlessly at the moment. To be fair,
I'm
you've just
not
been going.
talking
You're just going.
endlessly.
You're just kind of
He's
not even
just
stopping.
interrupting me.
All right. Well, we don't. I mean, we're trying to have a conversation, not just like a whole just like a
Yeah,
rapid
so
fire lecture or
ask
something.
him
Like,
not to interrupt me, please, and then we can have a conversation.
all right. Well, it's ended up being like a gish gallop. It's all over the place. So where are we at now?
Please don't
Does he
interrupt
want
my
me to
Gish
answer
Gallop
his
monologue.
question? Jen, do you want me to answer the question? Will you remain silent for 30 seconds?
I just want to know how you confirm, because the experts are saying that the moon's luminosity would only be 7% according to the photographs that was taken on the lunar surface through the Apollo missions, and yet you're saying that it's the sun's reflection that's reflecting off the moon. And I'm saying, how did you go there to confirm that? That's my question. How did you confirm that? What methodology did you use?
Oh,
That's a very
simple.
good point. Very
Right?
good point.
You use a spectrograph, right? So you can take an instrument, it's called a spectrometer. You obtain the light from the sun, you print out the graph that gives you. Then you do the same thing with the moon's light and you print out the graph again, and you'll see that they're the same graph. The light is exactly the same. And
Yeah,
I've
there's
personally done that.
overlap in the spectrums with
Right.
all the celestial
Oh,
bodies.
yeah,
I mean,
I've got a question
the sun,
there,
the moon,
but
and this. Hold on, Jen. The sun, the moon, and the stars all emit their own luminosity, and there's certain overlap between them. Like there's overlap between the moon and the stars as well. So
No,
there's
the sun
certain
has
overlap. I would not say that isolates and proves that it's reflecting off of the moon, because it could also equally be explained that there is a luminous field above us, and then the celestial objects have to do with how that field emits. And the sun or the moon or stars are all going to have different components of that. But there is obviously an overlap with the sun and the moon, because even like when it's a full moon, it can be pretty bright, but we know the moon is quite dim compared to the sun. So there's going to be that relationship. And it seems like you're just making like a begging the question, like you're just assuming the conclusion based on the premise. So just because the premise is that there's an overlap of the light spectrums doesn't necessarily mean that one's reflecting off the other. And if you're going to claim that, unless you have actual validation of it, then that would just be a begging the question fallacy.
Oh, this is validation. It's not just an overlap. This is a black body spectrum. The sun has its own unique black body spectrum. Nothing else has that spectrum. You can try things in the lab. You can try other celestial objects. None of them have the black body spectrum of the sun. So you take that spectrum with your instrument, you print out that graph. It's unique to the sun. The sun is the only thing with that specific spectrum. Do the same thing with the moon, and it's not an overlap. It's not an overlap. It'll have the same black body spectrum.
Yep, there's an overlap for sure. In terms of this, yep, there is a slight. That's how
You
we.
just
That's
keep
how we.
repeating
That's how
it.
we have an over. That's how we can see, like, if it's a really full moon, is like you're in a really clear place, especially if you're like near, like if you're like at the Tropic of Cancer or the equator when the moon is like right under you and it's a full moon. I mean, it's almost like daylight. It's almost like a cloudy day. That's how bright it is. It's amazing.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about an overlap. The sun has its unique black body spectrum. No other star, planet, celestial body, whatever, has that black body spectrum. No object in the lab has it. It's unique to the sun only, and you get an exact, not a overlap, an exact black body spectrum from the moon exactly of the sun. There's no, it's not overlap, it's exact.
Okay, I don't, dude. Do you just talk this way, or I'm sorry, man. That's like, but you're being extremely condescending. Is it just me, or is that? I mean, it's almost like hostile and aggressive. Like, are you? I don't know, man. Can you tone it down a bit? Can we just have the conversation? You're like, it's pretty intense energy. I don't know if anyone. I mean, I don't think it's pleasant for anyone to listen to. I'm sure.
That's
fair.
I had a question about.
And then you went on for so long. Okay, now I won't even get a chance to respond. All right, go ahead. That's all good. He's just monologuing and being angry, I guess, because we could have actually. But yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead and finish up, man. I wasn't trying to interrupt. I thought you were done.
You're so frazzled, you didn't even know that's not me.
Yeah, that was me.
Now he's gaslighting you.
Being insulted,
the thing is,
saying
dude,
I'm being
yeah.
aggressive when I'm expressing
no,
my
you're
point.
just like, your tone in your voice is like extremely condescending. So what was the it just, I think it's worth like sharing for everyone in the room that like, because it's not, I mean, I'm sure everyone else is experiencing the same thing. So anyways, what was okay, that the sun and the moon have a similar pattern. Yes. So when I said overlap, yeah, you did this whole straw man thing and then did it in this whole condescending way. That's why I kind of had to like say that, because it was just getting beyond the point of like a chill conversation. Anyways, so that overlap that I was saying, I wasn't saying that it's some overlapping spectrum. It seemed like you made some straw man and assumed maybe that's what I meant. But when I said overlap, what I'm saying is that there is certain components of the sun and the moon that are identical. So in that way, it's an overlap. One and the other overlap them, they're identical. There's other ways of overlapping two things that are different, then you combine something different. But yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, and I would appreciate if we could not attack me personally. What I'm saying is that if I get, two incandescent light bulbs and I take their black body spectrum, right, they'll have the same black body spectrum, right? Because it's because they're the same light. That's the same thing that's happening. And there won't be another object that will have that spectrum. It's only that light that will have it. And it's the same thing that the sun and the moon are doing, because they're the same light.
Okay, so that's a begging the question. Unless you've validated that they are, because two things can emit the same spectrum but be different things. Especially the sun and the moon, they have their whole, the new moon, the full moon. When there's a new moon, we don't see the moon at all. So there's definitely a deep alchemical electric charge between them. And there is a similarity. That's why we call it daylight and moonlight, or nightlight, moon, like daylight, nightlight, moonlight, all of those terms that are sort of opposites in that way. That's why we call it moonlight, because it has that similarity of the light. Now, if those are two separate celestial objects, ultimately, but they're interrelated in a way as well, they could both be emitting their own lights in their own ways, but there's an overlap because they're part of that field above us, and there's that overlap between the sun and the moon. That you just claiming that that's because it has to be reflecting off the moon would be a begging the question, unless you actually have any way to prove or validate that indeed it is actually reflecting off of the moon. Because that isn't anything that's observed. We just observe the way that the moon, its phases go through, is correlated with the position of the sun. But over a planar surface, when they're completely opposite each other, the visible light could not reach the moon because it's nighttime. There's no way it could reach the moon. So in that sense, the moon is emitting its own light. Now, of course, the shape of the ground would then, is what the next step would be to validate that part of it. But my whole point originally is that you're making a leap that it's reflecting. Just because you're getting that overlap of the same spectrum does not mean that that it is somehow has to be reflecting the light of the sun, that the moon has to be reflecting it. It could be it could be because they both just have an overlap of that celestial type light that is part of that, the way that the electric charge and I think ultimately sonoluminescence, it's like quintessential etheric sonoluminescence within a plasma field.
Okay, well, you kind of did beg the question a little bit because two objects cannot have the same spectra, are unique. They'd have to be either made, they have to be made of the same thing if they're going to give off non-black body radiation spectrums that are the same. But definitely if they give radiation spectrum that's the same, that means they're unique. That's how we verify it. Like in the lab, that's how we tell two materials are the same thing. We do it by their black body spectrum. They'll have the same black body spectrum because every material has its own unique spectrum. But also another incorrect thing is that some of the other stars, and well, all the other stars, none of them have the same black body spectrum as the sun because it's unique. So it's not part of some field that the field is actually what's giving off the spectrum, because the other stars have different spectrums and the other celestial bodies have different spectrums. And so that's how we know. We use the same methods that we use in the lab to verify when materials are the same thing. We apply the same method. That's all we really can do. And you're making the counterclaim that they're not the same thing, and that the moon gives off its own light. And so that's an extraordinary claim, which will require extraordinary evidence to support.
Can I ask a clarifying question? If I understand what you...
Essie, do you mind if I ask him what I was going to ask him a couple minutes ago, real quick?
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So I'm just curious. You mentioned how we know that the moon has silica and water vapor and all this stuff on it, and I guess you're measuring these particles, and you're saying these are what make the moon unique, and these other compounds or whatever you want to call them are what make the sun unique. How are you actually measuring these things, and how do you know that's what you're measuring?
Well, that's going to require a bit of talking to explain. So it's going to take me a minute. So, right, you're doing different spectral methods. The moon doesn't reflect, like Jen was saying before, it doesn't reflect the entire sunlight, or else it would be as bright as the sun, right? It reflects a portion of it, because what happens is there's matter on the moon, like I said, the silica and oxygen and sulfates and carbonates, things like that absorb some of the energy and the light that the sun's giving off, and then they re-radiate the energy at a different wavelength. And the way we verify that is we collect those spectra, we see what they look like, and then we'll go in the lab and we'll test different silicates and carbonates, and we'll see which one matches the spectra we got from the moon exactly, because spectra are unique. So if it matches, then you know that that's what caused that spectra to be given off. And nowadays we can use different mathematical methods to even predict. We can get the spectra from the moon and use math to predict which element gave off that spectra, and then verify it in the lab by actually obtaining the spectra. But
how do you know what you're measuring isn't what's contained in the air or the ether of the earth? Like, I'm guessing, like this technology, this spectrometer or whatever? Is it some sort of laser and you point it at the moon and you shoot it and then it reflects back and you're able to pick up the data from that? Is that how this works? Otherwise, how can you actually verify that the information that is being given to you through the computer program that runs this reading is accurate? I mean, I guess I'm trying to walk you into, there is no way to verify it. You don't actually know.
I've
You're just
verified it.
trusting the software from this program, right? Isn't that how this works?
I've verified it myself, and along with a lot of biological kind of molecules and even some material science, right? Like the people who made the materials for parts of your house and parts of your phone, right? They were just using that same software. Like, so are you saying that they were just trusting it and they didn't actually made what they made? I don't get it, man. Like,
Did they get
yeah,
those
we use
materials?
computer software sometimes, but when it comes to the moon thing, you're outside with a telescope usually that has a spectrograph on it, and you use different types of spectrographs that will collect the light that the moon is reflecting to us, and split it through a spectrum in the different bands of the EM spectrum, and see what what peaks or what peaks are there and what peaks aren't there.
So the materials used in my cell phone, we can verify what they are because we can go to them on Earth and we can collect them, right? Or we can create them in a lab and it can be physically verified. What I'm saying is, however you're assuming this is done is really just an assumption.
But the physical
In
verification
terms of
is the
verifying
same.
it on the moon. Like, you can't go to the moon and verify what you're saying. You can only trust that you're able to run this program and it's going to give you some sort of reading and that it's 100% accurate. You're just assuming that.
But again, the materials in your phone, they're verified the same exact way. There isn't any difference. We get the light off of the molecules and atoms that are composing those material, and we split it through the same kind of spectrographs, and we use the same programs to analyze the peaks. It's the same process. It's the same thing. So if you're going to say it works any differently, right, then the onus is on you to show that. You'd have to show that, wait a second, this light I'm collecting and putting through the spectrograph, it's actually working differently than the light that we get off of like a nanomaterial or a biological material or some kind of gasoline or something of that sort.
Can I clarify something real quick, Chase?
Please.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So you said previously, and correct me if I'm wrong, but just let me get all my shit out first before you make the correction, that two incandescent light bulbs, right? Exact same incandescent light bulbs would give off the same spectral lines. So wouldn't it stand to reason that if the sun and the moon were similar, one maybe weaker than the other, that the source of the light would be the same spectral lines in the same way two light bulbs are two different things but can give you the same spectral lines? Now I also had another question. If you
Exactly. That
have
sums up what I was saying as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I have another question. So if you have that incandescent light bulb that's giving off the same spectral lines and it bounces off a mirror or it bounces off the hood of a car or it bounces off a driveway, you're going to get the same spectral lines coming back, irregardless of the surface that it's reflecting off of?
So, right, I was talking about the black body spectrum, right? The non-black body spectrums that you get from an incandescent light bulb, right? That would tell you that they're made of the same materials, but the black body spectrum will tell you that they're the same thing. They're an incandescent light bulb because it's giving off the same exact spectrum. And so it's the same thing. If you get the same black body spectrum from the light from the moon that you get from the sun, it has to, there's only two options at that point. Either they're both composed of the same exact thing, which means they would look exactly the same, and they don't, or that one is reflecting the light from the other. You're getting the same light from both of the objects.
Cool. So let me go back to my incandescent light bulb in a room. No matter where I gain my spectral lines, regardless of what it's reflecting off, it's always going to be the same, right? Just a different intensity, as opposed to if we get the spectral lines directly from the bulb.
Kind of. The methodology, that's why I'm trying to keep it to just black body spectrums, because that's one specific method that will only give you one specific graph for every, if you have two incandescent light bulbs that are the same, they're made of the same thing, they'll have the same black body spectrum. But if you're doing a different kind of method and you're shining it off mirrors and all sorts of other surfaces, and it's not a black body spectrum that you're taking, you may have some lines may be missing, some may be added from the materials that it bounced off of. So there is a little bit of nuance to consider.
So what if you did just the black body ones on incandescent light bulbs being bounced off of all different kinds of materials?
Well, you can't do a black body spectrum is obtained a specific way. You can't let it bounce off of other things.
Oh, so like the moon?
No, you can't let it bounce off of like walls and stuff that's gonna absorb. I mean, you can, but yeah, then there'll be lines and stuff missing. Like if you want to actually see what the real black body spectrum is, you don't want it to bounce off of things.
All right, cool. That's all I needed to know. I rest my case. I think the room understands my line of questioning.
I don't get it, but what's your point?
Well, if you have two bulbs and they're both emitting light, even if one has a different type of materials, because there's all kinds of different lights. There's the halogens, LEDs, all of these different kinds. But there will be. That's why I was using the term overlap before, because there will be, depending on. Well, I mean, there's particularities to the different spectrums that different bulbs can create. But even just in terms of back to the sun and the moon. Whatever the sun and the moon are, they seem to be roughly the same size. They seem to be that little circle that we see them in. And of course, eclipses and all of those effects as well. And then the new moon and the full moon cycle. So that all is already happening. And whatever those circles are, if we just go down to the most base level of it, they are circles in the sky. That's all we ever see them as. Yes, we can absorb, we can read things off the moon. We can read things off the sun. But if we were to stick with what we actually have validated, it's that we're reading that from the moon or the sun. To make a link and claim that one's reflecting off another would then be a begging the question and a massive leap in logic, because you haven't validated that that's the case. Because there is an equally viable, or even I would say much more viable, that whatever those circles are, just saying the most basic level of it, the sun and the moon, those circles of light, that because they're above us and they're part of the system of lights above us, the heavens, the celestial field, etc., all the different terminologies for it, and those celestial bodies, sun and the moon are obviously the kind of largest circles in that sense, and then all the other like Mars and Venus, and those are, of course, are much smaller and more dimmer little circles and lights. But in terms of that sun and the moon relationship, whatever that whole field is above us that rains light upon us, that there would just be a way in which the sun and the moon, since they are like the alchemical, it's like the male, female, the positive, negative. Like there's a lot of different ways in which the sun and the moon are, they're in a dance. It's a dance of creation ultimately, because the man makes the woman pregnant gives birth. So the sun and the moon and that kind of that give and take and the reflective process that goes back and forth between that. But ultimately that the moon is actually its own light. The female, as it were, is its own. It's not just a reflection of the male. And that's like the whole patriarchy thing as well. That's why they've been doing patriarchy, to suppress the earth, essentially, Mother Earth, by suppressing females. And a lot of different things within patriarchy as well. But that's kind of it's kind of a side topic. So I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, the problem with that, though, is that the spectrum shows us, especially the black body spectrum, shows us that that can't be. They either have, like in the lab, the two possibilities is you have two black body spectrums that are exactly the same. The only two possibilities is either it came from the same one single object, or that it came from two objects that are made of the same exact atoms and molecules. And we can rule out that second option with the moon because we can look at the moon and see that it's clearly not the same composition as the sun. It looks totally different. If it was giving off the same light and had the same composition, that means it would look exactly the same, and it doesn't. So the
So
only
it looks like a
option
glowing reflection.
that's
It looks
left,
like it's like slightly dimmer glowing reflection of the sun.
Yeah.
Ultimately,
that
on a very
only
on a very
leaves
simplistic, in a very
a
simplistic
first
way.
option.
It's a very well, it's not the sun, but I'm just saying at the end of the day, like the light spectrums, it's similar. Like I was saying before, if it's like a full moon, especially if you're like right under the Tropic of Cancer, let's say, when the moon is at the Tropic of Cancer and it's a full moon, so you have to line all those up. So I'm saying that it's like the closest you can possibly be to it, as it were, right directly under it, and have it be a full moon, and it is truly what the times of my life that I've experienced that, it is the closest to what daylight could even be like with the moon that I've ever experienced, to where you don't even need a flashlight. Like you can just walk around and hang out outside. Like you can walk anywhere you want and you can see everything. That's how bright it is. So yeah, I mean, there is a similar spectrum overlap than what the sun does, obviously, because if it's able to light the entire region in that way, then of course there is an overlap. But again, the thing is whether the overlap is just because you linked it to atoms and molecules. See, that's another, I would say that's a restrictive model. You're putting that restrictive model of it has to be now these molecules, which is not even necessarily something that I would agree with, either. But I'm just saying you also just added that whole assumptive model to it, because the nature of what those lights are, they do seem to be in a dance. I mean, there's eclipses. It really can't be denied that they are in a cyclical connection to each other. So they can be separate objects, but also have like, even if we want to call like whatever emits light above us, even if we want to call that like a material, like a luminous substance, let's say, if it's a luminous substance, then, and it's kind of, I think ultimately plasma, and there's those components as well. But if it's a substance like that that's illuminating, then whatever that substance is could have some base to it, like base gold or base silver, or what. I'm just using those kinds of in general, but it could be anything. It could be like just that type of idea. I'm just using that analogy, meaning you would have some kind of base element, and then out of that there would be luminescence that would come from that field. And the potential for overlap there would be great because it's all coming from ultimately one field. And it's all of those spectrums, like the flavors, as it were, of the sky, of those lights that are all expressing in their own unique ways. But there is, like I was saying, ultimately, like there's overlap in those spectrums, because even if we call it a substance, then there's a similar substance between the sun and the moon, even if you want to call it a substance. Otherwise, it could also just be seen as emitting from that same field, which is likely to have overlap, just in the same way that if you have two light bulbs, there's going to be overlap as well.
You did interrupt me to say all that, just so I was mid sentence. But again, the spectrum just puts all of that to rest. The only thing we can verify in the lab, if you have a black body spectrum that's exactly the same, the only thing we can verify in the lab is that it's either one of two options. It's either the spectrum originated from the same object, or that it's two different objects, but they have the same molecular composition. That's all we can verify. So
no, but you cannot verify it. Hold on. You cannot verify that. You cannot verify. Well, before you gish gallop and go on a bunch of other points, can we do one at a time? I would refute that and say no. You cannot validate that those are.
For like 3
How have you
minutes.
validated that the sun or the moon is a molecule?
Through the spectrum. The only thing we can go in the lab and get spectrums from are materials that are made of atoms and molecules. So unless you have a material that's not made of atoms and molecules and you can show me that it gives off a spectrum, then that's all we can go off of. That's all we have evidence for.
That was my whole point earlier, by the way.
I just want to add that in my understanding, you know, what Gio just said, that the moon is the female, right? And in the Hebraic understanding, the moon had feminine pronouns. And also in Enoch 78, it talks about 78:12. It says, Uriel likewise showed me another regulation when light is poured into the moon, how it is poured into it from the sun. Now, I don't think that what we see today is light being reflected on the moon's surface, but scripturally, there is something going on where the male, the sun, is pouring its energy, its light into the moon. Now, the mechanisms behind that aren't clear. It's not as easy as, oh, it's just reflecting off the surface of the moon. I don't think that's what's going on, but there is evidence that the moon is pouring its energy. I mean, the sun is pouring its energy into the moon.
Yeah, there does seem to be a charged potential relationship between them. Absolutely. Because like when there's a new moon, we don't see the moon at all during a new moon cycle. When the sun and the moon are in a conjunction, the moon is completely invisible from reality as far as anyone has ever been able to see. So it's gone. And then it seems to emerge as that sliver, and it has that kind of look to it, which I think is ultimately crystalline. It has a crystalline, I often refer to it as a celestial crystal, but it's not necessarily even physical. It's just made of plasma and light. It's like a light plasmatic reflection of the sun, of the like the electromagnetic frequency component of the sun and the moon, and like how those are interrelated. And then the light fluoresces and luminesces itself in relation to the position that it is to the sun. So those phases are because of that. It's like the divine dance of two objects that are if you want to call it orbiting or cycling each other, from the new moon to the waxing, the waning, like the waxing, crescent, and then the full moon, and then the waning crescents, like that whole cyclical nature. So yeah, it's that they're deeply interrelated, and the fact that the moon disappears every month shows that there's a complete union occurring. So the fact that those would give off an overlap in these spectrums has been understood since the dawn of time as being foundational, because they're a duality, but they also break down to a unification as well, which is symbolic of on reality on multiple different scales. But that kind of connection between like the union and then the duality, and then back
You
to
know what I
unity.
was thinking? You know what I was thinking, Gio, when you were saying that? You remember those old watches that had the dial, like the numbers, 1, 2, 3, right, all around? But they had like a radiation thing, and you put it near the light and it would glow in the dark. You guys remember those? I'm sure they still have them. Nobody
Yeah, I
remembers
have
that?
those bars. It's like tritium or something like that. That's coated on. Like I have a
Remember them? They had
automatic
the
watch.
fluorescent numerals and fluorescent dots, so you can
Yeah,
see it in the nighttime.
It's tritium. It's
right,
So
charged up
it will
high
take the
ton.
light, and then when you're at night, you can see it. Yeah, yeah,
right. Now,
fluorescent. That's right.
right.
That's what the
That's a
Yeah,
memory
very
thanks.
that's
Now,
a great point.
on the
could
watch.
the moon be some sort of material, like, even if it's
Yes,
dust, right? Whatever. Could it be like charged from all the radiation? Could it be that kind of a thing going on? I just thought of that.
Yeah, well, also crystals. So crystals will actually fluoresce in relation to UV radiation. So you can have a crystal that is normally not emitting light, and if you expose it to UV, it will start emitting its own light. So the UV like activates something that where the crystal actually emits light. It's amazing. So the sun and the moon, like the visible light and the UV light, have a different propagation rate within the environment. So the visible light is going to be attenuated much earlier, which is why the sun only lights up a limited area. But that UV light can travel much, much more expansively. So there could actually be a way in which the distances of the sun and the moon above a stationary planar surface could actually be in a dance electrically in their actual physical space with UV, well, it's electrically ultimately, but what I'm saying is with this part of it, the UV part of it, where basically there's two things that crystals do when they fluoresce. One of them is when they're exposed to UV light. The other one is when they're exposed to heat, like either cold, like hot or cold. And so if you make the crystal colder and have the UV light there, it will emit the brightest. But if you heat the crystal, it will not be as bright. It will be much, much dimmer.
But will a fluorescing light charge a battery like what we were talking about before?
Well, what do you mean, like wireless charging, or what do you mean?
No, like we were talking about the sun,
Yeah.
the solar panels, right?
It will. HID, LED,
Yeah?
fluorescent. They can charge solar panels, but fluorescent lighting specifically wouldn't be too efficient. Probably the least efficient one.
Well, just to finish what I was saying real quick with the sun and the moon. Okay, so when a crystal, I just wanted to finish real quick on that. Yeah, so when a crystal is exposed to UV light, it fluoresces. It emits light. When they're made cold, it will emit more light, and when hot, less light. Even to the point to where if it's heated to enough of a degree, it won't emit any light at all. And that's still with the UV being exposed to it. So if the sun and the moon, if the visible light spectrum doesn't propagate as far as UV does, but the UV does actually go across the plane, which would make sense because we still have that like glow of the nighttime sky, which then you get into the effects where you get the 180-degree reflection of the sun. So there is actually like a dim backlit component of it, of the visible, but that's on a separate spectrum. But so if the UV light actually travels further over the plane, then that would mean that the sun is always charging the moon with UV light. And then as the moon gets closer to the sun, that's when it disappears. And that's when you heat crystals, the light stops emitting. So if the sun is hot, which we could think it could very likely be, I mean, it seems to emit this immense heat and life on Earth, of course. So close to it. Now, there's different ideas, though, if it's plasma, that maybe it doesn't emit heat itself. But in the idea that it does, or have something to that would connect, like if with the idea of the moon being like a crystal, having some kind of crystalline features to it, either physical or non-physical, but still having some crystalline component. Because when it gets close to the moon, it disappears entirely, and that's when it's likely to be heated. And then as it moves further from, the sun. As the moon is conjoining the sun, the moon would be heated, and therefore it would not emit any light at all. But then as the moon starts to get further away from the sun is when we then get that crescent, when it starts to reflect that crescent, which is like in the direction of the sun. And then as it goes all the way to full, it goes through that entire spectrum. And yeah, that's all able to be observed in terms of that relationship. And then as the moon gets to full moon, that's when it would be the coldest because it's the furthest from the sun. So it's like 180 degrees from the sun now. It would be the full moon. It would be likely that's when the moon would be the coldest. And crystals fluoresce maximum brightness when they're the coldest. And that's when there's a full moon. So when the full moon, that's when they're like 180 degrees from each other. So like whatever effect of the UV or the other spectrums of electrical fields as well that the sun has on the moon, that's when it's like a direct opposite. And the moon, if it's colder in that connection as well, that's when it's just pulling in a sense and has that relationship where the moon is just fully illuminating because it's like coldest and furthest from that position, but still having the UV, or if it is UV, then connected to crystals in that sense. But either way, like the relationship of it and the charge of it seems to have that effect on the moon, or they're in that correlation.